tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le bureau.
I have the honor to place on the table a case report on the findings of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner in the matter of an investigation into a disclosure of wrongdoing. This report is deemed referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Government Budgets.
2.2 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Federal Financial Support to Provinces and Territories, a Long-Term Scenario Analysis.
According to Section 79 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to table with the House a report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Federal Personnel Spending, Past and Future Trends.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 15 petitions.
Statements by ministers. Introduction of government bills, Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Certain Acts and Regulations in Relation to Firearms. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Reports from statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House, in both official languages, a report of the Canadian section of Parliamericas respecting our participation at the 14th Plenary Assembly and the 44th meeting of the Board of Directors of Parliamericas held in Medellin, Colombia from November 15th, 17th, 2017.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two reports from our Standing Committee. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development in relation to Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester. I have one more. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development entitled Focused, Independent and Patient Building a World-Class Development Financial Institution. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, that's all, is it? The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my turn. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Bill S-5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act, the Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. And in tabling this, I want to thank all the members of the committee and all the people who made presentations to the committee to help us understand the impacts of smoking and vaping. We learned that every 14 minutes someone in Canada dies of a nicotine-related illness in Canada, and that every day 100,000 young people start to smoke. And this bill will help to discourage that trend. So again, I want to thank the committee and all those that participated. The committee amended this bill, and I think we made it better, and the report was passed unanimously by all parties. And in the end, I'm confident that this legislation will have an immediate impact and make Canadians healthier and safer. Thank you very much.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Lampton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition is calling on the Liberal government to change the federal summer jobs program. They say currently it renders Canadian employers who believe in legal protection for preborn children and in traditional sexual morality ineligible to apply. They call it unconstitutional discrimination being done in an Orwellian manner by the attestation that has been put in place, and they're calling on the government to eliminate that and say that if the government's permitted to discriminate under this program, the precedent will be sent to allow discrimination in other government funding programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure and the honour to table a petition today signed by over 2,000 people who wish to point out that everywhere in Canada, rail lines cut our cities and neighborhoods in half. This often forces people to make detours or cross these rails, which could be dangerous. We've been asking for the Department of Transportation to make these changes for a long time, and we wish to make our neighborhoods whole again by ensuring safe railway crossings. Thank you.
Commissioner Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition signed by many Ontario residents pointing out that Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms identifies, among other things, freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief as fundamental freedoms. So the petitioners are calling on the Prime Minister to defend the freedoms of conscience, thought, and belief and withdraw the attestation requirement for applicants for the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here today signed by residents of British Columbia and my riding of Burnaby South, calling on the Government of Canada to immediately prevent the Kinder Morgan pipeline from being built through our community. As you know, Mr. Speaker, dozens of people are being arrested to try to stop this pipeline, many of whom have signed these petitions. I'm calling on the government to make sure that they pay attention to this petition and make sure they answer my constituents. Thank you.
Député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions. The first is it's one of our e-petitions, E1135. Petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to take note of the fact that Canada is the only G8 country without regulations dealing with animal testing. There are no enforceable rules or regulations for publicly funded facilities to ensure that animals used in research are humanely treated. They're calling on the Minister of Justice to bring forward the legislation to ensure that Canada falls in line with other industrialized countries requiring licensing and regulation of scientific laboratories, suppliers, and teaching centres where animals are used in live testing. The other petition, Mr. Speaker, is also from constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands, particularly concerned with the issue of shark finning. We know that shark finning is not legal in Canadian waters, but the sale, distribution, and use of shark fins remains legal, and they call on this House assembled to take action to prevent the use, sale, and trade of shark fins to protect these species globally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present a petition on sex selection. It highlights that the three most dangerous words in the world is, "it's a girl." That tragically, gender-based violence begins against girls even before they're born. That it is discrimination to end a pregnancy based on the gender, and they're calling on this Parliament to condemn the practice of discriminating against girls through the use of sex selection.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Consideration of motion number 19 regarding the budgetary policy and resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Scheer.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Kenora. I rise today in support of Budget 2018. This budget is an affirmation of the two elements which drive a healthy economy as well as a free and resilient democracy. Those are equality and growth. In his 1961 address to the UN General Assembly, President Kennedy remarked, "Conformity is the jailer of freedom and the enemy of growth." For too long, Canada has sat complacent in the face of pay disparity between men and women. For too long, Canada has continued the trend of marginalizing our Indigenous agencies. Mr. Speaker, empowering these groups will not only restore equity, but also add fuel to Canada's growing economy, which this government in Budget 2018 is prepared to do. Women represent half of Canada's population, and in their full and equal participation in Canada's economy, it's essential for our future growth. Removing the systemic barriers to women's full economic participation will support the economy and strengthen the middle class. This must start with equal pay. In Canada today, women earn 31% less than men do. To put it another way, the median income for women is $28,000 compared with $41,000 for men. The reasons behind the gender wage gap are deep-rooted and complex. Closing the gap will require leadership and a comprehensive approach involving multiple tools. One of the main causes of the gender wage gap is the underevaluation of the work that has traditionally been done by women. Requiring equal pay for work of equal value is an effective way to fix this gap. To help address this issue, the government will bring in a legislative proactive pay equity regime in federally regulated sectors, which would apply to over 1 million Canadian workers. Furthermore, we must encourage women to pursue careers in male-dominated and often better-paid red seal trades, and to ensure that women are increasingly able to model leadership to other aspiring female tradespeople. The government is allocating $19.9 million over 5 years, starting this year, to pilot an apprenticeship incentive grant for women. We must not repeat the mistakes of the past. Canada must not grow wealthy to the exclusion of Indigenous Canadians. We must advance reconciliation. And Budget 2018 makes further steps to improve the quality of life of Indigenous people in Canada, and it supports a new approach to recognizing and implementing Indigenous rights. The government proposes to invest an additional $5 billion over 5 years to ensure that Indigenous children and families have an equal chance to succeed in life, to build the capacity of Indigenous governments, and to accelerate self-determination and self-government agreements with Indigenous peoples based on the recognition and implementation of their rights. To address the funding pressures facing child and family service agencies, while also increasing prevention resources for communities so that children are safe and families can stay together, Budget 2018 proposes to provide more than $1.4 billion in new funding over 6 years, starting 2017-2018, for First Nations child and family services. We must also recognize equity between generations and the duty we have to ensure that future Canadians may enjoy the same or better environments than we do today. Canada is committed to conserving at least 17% of its land and inland waters by 2020 through networks of protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures. Both protected and conserved areas will ensure healthier habitats for species at risk and improve biodiversity. Mr. Speaker, growing the economy and protecting our environment do go hand in hand. To achieve the growth of our government has taken action. Responding to the critical and urgent need to take action on climate change, Canada's First Ministers, in consultation with Indigenous peoples, adopted the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change in December of 2016. To support the implementation of this historic national plan, the government has allocated $5.7 billion over 12 years, including $2 billion for the Low Carbon Economy Fund to combat climate change. When Canadians are at the cutting edge of technology, not just Canada, but the world stands to benefit. From the invention of insulin to the Canadarm, research in fundamental science has contributed to them all. This is why the government proposes to make significant new investments to ensure that Canada's current and future scientists and researchers have the funding and support they need to do their work. Budget 2018 proposes an investment of $3.8 billion in Canada's research system to support the work of researchers and to provide them access to state-of-the-art tools and facilities that they need to do their work. Encouraging innovation is essential to secure the fruits of the future economy. But currently, the government provides supports for all types and sizes through a vast and complicated array of programming. In an effort to make these services provided more responsive to the needs of businesses, and particular small businesses, the government has accepted the recommendation by the Advisory Council on Economic Growth. We'll be reviewing all innovation programs that serve the business community to support greater efficiency and business growth. In January, our government launched Innovation Canada to provide a single point of contact for Canadian innovators and entrepreneurs looking to grow their businesses. Linking businesses with the right programs can mean the difference between their success and failure. The Industrial Research Assistance Program is a perfect example. IRAP has helped thousands of Canadians to develop their businesses using innovative technologies and to successfully commercialize them in the global marketplace. To enable IRAP to support business research and development projects, the government proposes to invest $700 million over 5 years, starting 2018-2019, and $150 million for every year ongoing. This funding will support hardworking Canadian entrepreneurs to create jobs as they grow and expand their businesses, getting through the valley of death. Protecting and promoting Canadian intellectual property is an essential step to Canadian businesses. To accomplish this goal, Budget 2018 proposes a new intellectual property strategy to help Canadian entrepreneurs better understand and protect intellectual property and to get better access to shared intellectual property. Budget 2018 proposes to invest $85.3 million over 5 years, starting this year, with $10 million ongoing in support of the strategy. Furthermore, to better enable firms to access and share intellectual property, the government proposes to provide $30 million in 2019-2020 to pilot a patent collective. This collective will work with Canada's entrepreneurs to pool patents so that small and medium-sized firms have better access to the critical intellectual property they need to grow their business. This is proof that our government is listening to Parliament, as this was the third recommendation of the Technology Transfer Report tabled by the House Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, of which I'm honored to serve. Mr. Speaker, our plan is working. The government's efforts to support equality and growth have yielded clear results. Nearly 700,000 jobs, an ever-decreasing debt-to-GDP ratio, and ending 51 long-term boil water advisories on reserve. While this progress is laudable progress, our work is only beginning. As Albert Einstein said, we cannot solve our problems with the same level of thinking that created them. Budget 2018 breaks the chain of conventional thinking to prepare Canada for success in the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his speech. Now, the government has made a big deal about this budget being a gender budget, and the words appear in the budget, I think, 360-odd times. But in terms of the actual dollars that have been put in, there's hardly anything there. And I remember being on the Special Committee on Pay Equity, and we tabled the report, and the government response was that the government would come with legislation. So it's disappointing to see that in the 2 years since then, the only thing they've done is re-announce that they're going to bring legislation and that no dollars have been put in place. In fact, if we look at where the priorities of the government are, $500 million for infrastructure, for roads and bridges in Asia, but nothing for women in Canada when 1 in 3 women are victims of violence. $5 billion for climate change, but only $20 million per year to eliminate violence against women. Why is the government all talk and no action on the gender file?
Well, member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member from Sarnia-Lambton. I direct your attention to pages 100 to 119 of the budget, and in those pages we talk about $1.4 billion in new financing over 3 years available through BDC, in addition to an increased $200 million from $70 million of investment in women-led technology firms over 5 years through BDC's Women in Technology Fund. $250 million over 3 years through Export Development Canada to take advantages of opportunities in the global workplace to help women entrepreneurs reach their potential globally. And also supporting women in agriculture, we're creating and launching a new lending program from Farm Credit Canada to support advisory services for women. So the Capital Venture Plan also opens up the door for women to get financing through $1.5 billion in the venture capital market in Canada. So really, this is focused on helping female entrepreneurs reach their potential, to say nothing of the skills gap, and helping women with getting apprenticeships, $3,000 over 2 years plus $2,000 bonus if they achieve their goal in achieving apprenticeships in critical areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has announced very few measures for the regions of Quebec, and particularly for my riding of Jonquière. Now, I'm talking about regional industrial development here. We have a deficit when it comes to icebreakers, and that is really hurting our regional economy. But there's been no new money set aside to ensure that we will be able to fix that situation. The government brags about having a budget that will help middle-class families, but if our regional economy in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean can't expand, and if the government doesn't take any concrete measures to deal with this deficit of icebreakers, that is going to have a seriously negative effect on our regional economy and on all of the families in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean.
Or Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way. Talking about regional development, the government is supporting the regional development agencies nationally and looking at a one-door approach through Innovation Canada. If you look up Innovation Canada and put in your region, your postal code, and exactly the problem you're looking for, we now have a way to direct entrepreneurs into the funding streams and into the programs that will help them, including export services through the new TCS export development programs. IRAP has increased funding. We've increased funding to IRAP with 15 new regional officers to help businesses that are trying to innovate in their fields. So through Innovation Canada, we will help Jonquière and all regions in Canada through our innovation support systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for about a 30-second question. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. I know that, like me, the member for Guelph has a particular interest in innovation, science, and technology. I'd like to know if he would like to comment on the investments in Budget 2018 that were made in Canadian universities in terms of research and innovation.
30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, and thank you to the member. And yes, we do share a passion there. It was so good to see that research finally taking a gain through this budget. Research has been denied access to funding for years through the previous government. Now we've opened up the door to researchers to help with primary research, leading to growth in our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well within the time parameters. I'm impressed. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to be here as the voice of a very unique riding called Kenora. And what I'm going to do today, Mr. Speaker, is try and speak on behalf of the Kenora riding, which is a third of Ontario's landmass. It's one of the largest rural ridings in our country. It's unique in that I represent 55 communities, but 42 are First Nations, so that's a third of First Nations in Ontario. And so because of that, Mr. Speaker, we have some unique challenges as Northerners, as rural Canadians. And I want to remind the House that 20% of Canadians live in rural Canada. They make their living, whether it's in agriculture, mining, forestry, tourism, and of course some of the service industries that we all know of. And with that, Mr. Speaker, we have been, as Rural Caucus, as you know, talking to the government about making sure that when we make announcements as it relates to infrastructure, that if we want to grow our economy and we want to grow Canada, we're going to have to find ways to be successful in putting infrastructure and the improvements that rural Canadians expect so they too can be competitive in a new generation of technology and a new generation of where work has to go. I'll use the example, Mr. Speaker, of broadband and the push by the rural members of our caucus to convince the government to not only hear us but move towards making those changes, because you can't, in today's economy, do business in rural Canada without modern technology. Without that modern technology, it's pretty obvious the reason why people leave the rural parts of Canada to move to the cities, whether they go to school or whether they're looking for employment, simply because it's very difficult to make the business decisions when the modern, more basic technology that most Canadians take for granted does not exist in Northern Ontario and in lots of parts of rural Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all start by highlighting our progress so far. Over the last 2 years, as you know, Canada's economic growth has been fueled by hard work of many Canadians, combined with historic investments in people and in communities. So it's exciting to know that since November 2015, we have created significant amount of jobs, some 600,000 new jobs in Canada. I think that's something we should all rejoice in, because that's what we're here in this place to do, whether we're a member of the government or whether we're in opposition. We're here for one reason and one reason only, and that's to improve the lives of Canadians, both in our own ridings and right across the country in our federal jurisdiction. So, Mr. Speaker, it is good news, and one that we should rejoice that we are leading the G7, and we should feel good about this accomplishment. Unemployment rate at the lowest in 40 years, we should see that as a significant accomplishment and one that shows that the government's policies are having an impact. But I don't think it's fair to say that everything is government related. It's all about whether business and Canadians in general have a view that they can progress, they can prosper, and whether they agree with the kinds of policies and direction that a government is taking. So Canada's strong fiscal fundamentals means that our government has the confidence to make the investments in our future that will lay a solid foundation for the next generation of Canadians. And I've said in most of my speeches, Mr. Speaker, in the riding in particular, that every so many years, whether it's a decade or 2 decades or so, Parliament and Canadian parliamentarians have to come to a conclusion that it's time to reinvest in Canada's infrastructure and its development, and have to spend the resources to prepare the next generation to be competitive. And I see this budget, as I've seen the last 2 budgets, as a government who is looking long-term and to the future. And I want to make sure that the government, when it looks long-term into the future, think about the reality of more people moving to rural Canada in the next generations if the technology is in place for them to be there. Most of us who live in the north live there because we like the lifestyle. We have a tradition and a culture that's different than urbanites. And so we, in fact, want to keep our children there and keep working there. And we need the technology, we need the infrastructure, we need the support of Canada and the Ontario government in this case to make the case for these things to happen, Mr. Speaker. I'll just use the example of my riding, which is a bit unique. Out of the 42 First Nations I represent, 22, as of today, are still isolated, have no roads. So if you ask the question, why aren't First Nations in regions like mine not having an opportunity to create an economy, well, it's pretty simple. If you've got both hands tied behind your back as far as building an economy, when you have no broadband, no infrastructure like roads, no bridges, no grids to these communities, still living basically with the technology of 100 years ago, it's not hard to imagine why it's a challenge, and one that this government is working very hard in the First Nation communities to change. And I commend the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Indigenous Affairs for working as hard as they have to change the perspective and the opportunity of First Nation people in ridings like mine. In ridings like mine, Mr. Speaker, without the help of the governments to develop the infrastructure that everybody already has in urban Canada, we will not progress and build an economy that we have a right to have like every other Canadian. And so, Mr. Speaker, I call on the Ontario government, and there's an election coming, and I think that's great, and I hope to see the kinds of northern policies coming out of the different parties that reflect the needs of northerners and rural Canadians in the province of Ontario, where I happen to represent. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk for a few minutes about the uniqueness of this budget. The uniqueness of this budget is really about looking to the future, and part of that is about making sure that women can enter the workforce in many different ways. And so we have put significant amount of dollars in this budget to move women into a place where they have more opportunity to participate in the economy. That's good, straight economics. There's no fancy way to put this. If we can get more women in the workforce and equal pay for work of equal value, I think we can all rest assured that they can compete with men at any level, and I think that's basically the premise of this budget. But I want to remind people, Mr. Speaker, for those of us who have daughters who are now young women, who have great education, who have the opportunities to be successful, we have to put the tools in their hands so they can be. And so this budget works towards that. We have the most educated women in any country in the world. And so there's no absolute reason why they can't be successful. And so this gender budget is really about putting in the pieces to see if that can even move to the next level. Not to say that we haven't gotten anywhere, because we have gotten a long way down the road, Mr. Speaker, but still have a long way to go. Mr. Speaker, I want to end my speech today, with a few minutes that I have, talking about issues that are important to all Canadians. As you know, I represent a region, not a riding, the size of France. In that large region, we have the most fresh water of anybody in Ontario, if not North America. If you ever take a little ride on an airplane with me across this vast region, it looks like there's more water than there is land, because there are lakes and rivers everywhere. And so I'm very encouraged that we are now looking to scientists to give us advice on water quality, the importance of water, because most of my constituents around the region, quite a few of them, are in the tourism business, and it's all about water. And so it's not only because it's important for us to leave our children with a pristine environment and a Canada they can be proud of, but it's also good economics to make sure that the environment is protected and that when you go fishing, you can catch a fish you can eat. And when you go boating, you can boat and go swimming without worrying about getting some sort of disease from the water. All these things are extremely important to Northerners, who I see as the direct people who think about the environment every day, because we live within it. And so I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Science for some of the work that we're doing on the scientific side of things. I just went to the International Joint Commissions Conference the other day, Mr. Speaker, and I learned a lot about science there and what we're doing, and I want to commend them for that. And I look forward to the government continuing to see rural Canada as a great opportunity for economic opportunities for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments and certainly applaud him for recognizing the beauty of his area, the riding that he represents. And I, too, Mr. Speaker, represent an urban-rural riding, and a large part of my rural riding is made up of farmers. And the agricultural industry in our nation is a very important part of not only our economy, but of our preserving our environment. And yet this budget virtually is silent on its support for the agricultural sector, whether that's primary agriculture or food processing or any of those things that will benefit our farmers and in the end benefit all of us as Canadian citizens in terms of the quality and the quantity of food that they're able to produce. So I'm wondering if my colleague would comment at all on why this budget is so silent on its support for our agricultural sector. And I'm not talking about subsidies. Our farmers don't want subsidies. They simply want a level playing field where they can compete with adequate trade opportunities, and our current government is ignoring them. I wonder if my colleague would comment on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague, if he's on the one hand saying, I'm not talking about subsidies, which means he just doesn't want to pour more federal money into farmers to make them less competitive, but he wants to make them more competitive. So I'll take him at his word that that's not what he's talking about, and what he's looking at is to try and make sure that farmers and their products are sold abroad. And I think it's clear, when, without putting it in the budget, that the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Trade have been working very hard with our agricultural community to make us competitive so that we can sell our products abroad. We've had a number of trade agreements put in place so that we can sell our products abroad. I think that's what the member is asking for. That's what this government is doing. I think agriculture also has to be competitive through our transportation system, and I think the Minister of Transport is working very hard on a bill that I understand is stuck in the Senate, but it's intended to improve the transfer of goods across the country so that agricultural products are competitive. So, Mr. Speaker, that would be the way to proceed if I take the member at his word that he's not looking for subsidies for farmers.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard my colleague talking about infrastructure and investments in rural areas. But we haven't seen any investments in public transport, and we still don't know how the infrastructure bank, which the Liberals have been bragging about, will actually work. We also don't know, well, in fact, we're afraid because we suspect that small municipalities will have a hard time having access to that infrastructure bank because these are only going to deal with projects that are $100 million and more. So how will the government help small municipalities, like the ones in my riding? For example, Huntington, these small communities that aren't connected to the road networks that lead to the Greater Montreal area, for example. Not everyone has a car, so how can people go study in colleges and universities if there isn't public transportation? It's very difficult for people in the regions. And we really didn't hear anything about public transit in the budget. We didn't hear about any attempt to reduce greenhouse gases through public transport, through very vast national networks. That could really help us lower our carbon footprint. It could allow more people to go to school, get more people going to work, to earn a fair salary. None of that is in the budget. So I'd like to know how we're going to help the regions.
For Kenora.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the member for giving me an opportunity to, if she's not aware, to inform the House that the Rural Caucus has been working for a year and a half now with the Minister of Infrastructure with a particular issue that we think is extremely important for rural municipalities and rural Canadians. So just this last month, and in fact just this week, I announced in my writing on behalf of the Minister of Infrastructure that small municipalities of under 5,000 will now only have to pay their portion of the infrastructure dollars under the northern and rural component 7%. And we put that in specifically because we recognize that municipalities are going to have a difficult time, small municipalities, in participating in our infrastructure program. And the last one, Mr. Speaker, of communities under 100,000 are going to be able to access the Rural and Economic Infrastructure Program at 17% versus the third that everybody else does and the way the Tories used to do it. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are listening, and we do want municipalities and First Nations to participate in growing rural Canada. That's why we've reduced the formula for them and the amount of money that they would have to put forward in any proposal. And I think that's great news and the beginnings of them to be able to put proposals together that they can afford to pursue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Oh, I thought there was a Tory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise to speak to the budget. And I rise as the member for Kildonan St. Paul, a riding that's half urban, half rural, split by the Red River, the mighty Red River that flows from the United States all the way up to our port, our seaport at Hudson Bay and Churchill, which we've heard so much about. The people of Kildonan St. Paul are hardworking and fair-minded, and just like this budget, striving to do better. Now, Manitoba, I'm going to start by looking at the provisions of the budget that have impacted my own jurisdiction of Manitoba, and then take some time to have an opportunity to discuss its implications federally. For Manitoba, we've been very fortunate to see significant increase in transfer payments. Overall, transfer payments are up $289.6 million. Equalization gets the most of that money allocation at $216.5 million. Health is also up at $56.5 million, and social services and programs will receive $16.6 million more. Mr. Speaker, the situation is that the federal government has been very generous to Manitoba. However, with a Conservative government provincially, we haven't necessarily seen the rollout of those innovative and supportive measures as quickly and dynamically as we had hoped and see in other jurisdictions. But one can remember from the past that that was the legacy of the Harper Conservatives, and instead of looking at investment, looked at conserving funds and innovation. Now, in addition to overall transfer payments, we're looking at a significant investment in one of the most brilliant architectural structures in Canada, the Canadian Human Rights Museum, a global award-winning structure. I hope everyone has had the opportunity to come and visit. But besides the alabaster walkways and the Garden of Tranquility, which has 52 pieces of columnar basalt, I suggest that the content of the Human Rights Museum is even more dynamic and beautiful, as it's time for Canadians and the world to reflect on human rights and moving forward in terms of reconciliation. Additionally, we've received funding for a national microbiology lab, which we are going to be expanding with the establishment of a Centre for Innovation in Infectious Disease Diagnostics. Again, it builds on the strength of the microbiology lab. It builds on our other centres within Winnipeg, and we are so proud that we have a government that is supporting Manitobans and in particular Winnipeg. Mr. Speaker, my apologies. I needed to, in the beginning, note that I was splitting my time with the member from Macquarie-Fortin. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being generous and taking that little side note. In addition, going back to my budget, I did want to note that Manitoba will benefit from the Canadian Worker Benefit and the Canadian Worker Benefit Disability. And in fact, finally, we've seen an increase to our Economic Development Agency, an agency that we've been working with that provides that seed money or a bit of extra to really create jobs and stimulate innovation. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that for the first time really recognizes the significance of our Indigenous people known to us as the Métis. The Métis are a fundamental foundation partner in Manitoba, and we see in this budget $516 million for Métis over 10 years and $325 million for employment and training programs. This is high time that we had a government, a Liberal government, that recognizes the significance of the Métis people in Canada. Now, as a woman a scientist in earth science, I am thrilled with this budget when we look at it in a broader sense. I spent most of my professional career in exploration and development in the mineral sector, and I see this as a budget that takes the steps to provide the framework for what is the most important barriers of development, and that is an establishment of certainty. We see this with pipelines, but we also see this for hard rock projects. It is absolutely essential that we have a rights recognition process with Indigenous people across Canada, that the Indigenous people become partners in the projects and that they are integral in receiving the benefits, including resource revenue sharing from projects across Canada. So, in addition to establishing a positive framework, finally we're moving forward on the front of Indigenous relationships. And the most significant is the fact that our Prime Minister has indicated it is the most important relationship that we have as a government, and I'm very proud to be part of a government that recognizes that. So, in terms of economic growth, Mr. Speaker, we're doing fairly well. We've created 600,000 jobs. We've recovered, or close to recovered, the crash in resource commodities that hit us about 3 years ago, and we have been working hard to eliminate child poverty. We're helping small business through tax cuts and innovation, through science and moving forward, and helping low-income workers. But specifically, I want to thank the government and thank the Minister of Finance for recognizing the importance of the mineral exploration tax credit. Explorationists are working on the hope that they're going to make a discovery. This tax credit is essential to keep Canadian explorationists looking for more resources that can be utilized for economic development and the benefit of Indigenous people and all Canadians. In terms of gender, we finally see a government that understands and is moving forward, making positive steps. Parental sharing will make a significant difference. All we have to do is look at the great work that Quebec has already done, paved the way, with 80% of Quebec fathers using this provision, while the rest of Canadians, males or other partners, are only engaged 12% of the time, Mr. Speaker. In addition, we see the government indicating that they are bringing in pay equity legislation, and a very significant flag that we're moving forward on an essential program that will be coming forward. And we're going to be boosting women's labour participation in trades and apprenticeship. But if we looked at the extractive industries, Mr. Speaker, which I'm particularly interested in, we can look at their sustainability reports and their GIR statistics, Global Reporting Initiative. Most of our companies are the best in the world. We are clearly the leaders in hard rock and actually in the oil and gas industry. But looking at these reports would indicate that we have not seen significant advancement in gender equity. For example, Cameco, which has the best record, has only 24% women. Hudbay 20, and Berwick only at 15. Valet, only 12% women in the workforce. We need to do so much better. In terms of Indigenous peoples, 25% of the committed money in this budget is going to Indigenous people. We are proud of that. It's needed. We know the significant challenges. Science, this is the largest single investment in fundamental research in Canadian history. We can all be proud of that, versus the Conservative strategy in the previous government of muzzling scientists, hardly the way that we see a progressive country moving forward. How are we doing? I just want to end by saying, when you look at global rankings, we're 7th globally in social and environmental issues, 3rd in the number of high-quality universities, 2nd in tolerance and inclusion, and actually 1st in the tolerance of religious tolerance and tolerance for immigrants, 2nd in the access to advanced education, and 1st in low homicide rates. Seems like the Liberal government is on the right track, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her comments. But she neglected, Mr. Speaker, to mention the huge deficit that this budget is leaving. $18 billion deficit this year alone. The interest cost alone in 2018-19 will be $26 billion just in interest. By 2022, projected to be $33 billion in interest. And, Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 340 of the department spending, there's no department in the entire government of Canada that spends that much money. So here we have a government during a time of economic prosperity, economic growth, is spending more money than they're taking in, to the tune of $18 billion this year. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, how can we possibly trust this government with our economic management when they continue to spend more money than they're taking in a time of economic prosperity, when we should be not adding to our debt, but, Mr. Speaker, we should be actually paying down our debt during these good economic times? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the question, which I think is a very important one, our fiscal balance is an important issue for all Canadians, particularly Kildonan St. Paul. The fact is that what we see in the previous government was years of restraints and cuts. In the Phoenix pay system alone, 2,000 workers were cut from that program. And that's not only in the Phoenix system, but across government in general. It's important that we provide basic services, something that was maligned and left behind, and investments are required. Has it been working? Absolutely. You see 600,000 new jobs being created at a time when Canada faced a significant blow when it came down to the downturn of natural resources and commodity prices. Measures had to be taken, and we see the government working its way out of deficit and building to a balanced budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Member's speech with interest. In it, she mentioned pipelines and Indigenous people, about how the Prime Minister's top priority was to rebuild the relationship with First Nations. But of course, talk is cheap, Mr. Speaker. In my province of British Columbia, the government has approved a pipeline without consent of First Nations. And in fact, the Natural Resources Minister has even said he would use military force to facilitate the construction of this pipeline. And I'm wondering what the member has to say about that, if that really is her plan, her government's plan for true reconciliation with First Nations people, is to threaten the use of force in order to facilitate their projects through communities without consent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for that important question. The relationship with our Indigenous people in Canada is essential to create a situation where projects can advance. Are we going to have consensus on a project? Very unlikely. There will always be those opposed, like the NDP, versus those that want to see development in a modern, scientific, careful manner, like the our party, for example, the Liberals. But it's important that we look at a way where we work with and respect the rights of Indigenous people. I'm proud that we are going to be accepting the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People, which includes free, prior, informed consent. This does not mean 100% consensus, as the member maybe is not aware. It is important for us to consult, and consultation and working with communities is not, as the member suggests, at no cost. In fact, we've invested an enormous amount of money, time, deliberation, and resources to ensure that we have the right plan.
We have time for a very short question and comment. The honourable member for Surrey Newton, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Last week, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to attend BC Land Surveyors annual general meeting. And this used to be a men's game before, but now we see more and more women are coming forward. And in fact, my own leader in land surveying and the fellow that I articled to, Hans Troelsen, he brought in a scholarship and bursary to encourage more women to get involved in the land surveying profession. I would like to ask through you to the honourable member how this budget will help the women that want to participate in professions like land surveying and engineering.
Honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an unprecedented budget that encourages women to take those steps forward in apprenticeship, in trades, in the mineral sector, in surveying, by showing that it's possible. More needs to be done, but we see this is a government that's going to make it happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the outset, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow citizens living in the riding of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. I'm always so happy to meet with them when I am in the riding. I trust that the measures contained in the 2018 budget will be very beneficial to my constituents this year. Today, we are debating the budget, and I would like to draw your attention on several basic issues which are important to many constituents whom I've met over the last 2 weeks. First, women and entrepreneurship. These are the central themes of this new budget, and we can be very happy with that. Indeed, support will be provided to companies led by women so that these women can grow their companies, find new clients, and have more opportunities to export their goods and services. This will be possible thanks to the help given to female entrepreneurs in accessing investment. In fact, $1.65 billion will be put at their disposal over 3 years through the Canada Development Bank and Export and Development Canada. $105 million over 5 years will be paid out through regional development agencies, and this money will also help female entrepreneurs. These investments are essential for the economic growth of our communities. The riding of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin is filled with families, young people, and seniors, but there are also many industries and small and medium-sized businesses, and that's why I am happy that this budget will provide more support to all of them while maintaining a very specific focus on entrepreneurs. Indeed, Budget 2018 will invest $2.9 additional billion over 5 years to help companies innovate and develop a competitive advantage for Canadian companies. The investments of over $500 million will help will go towards improving cybersecurity in Canada and towards the financing of a new national cybersecurity strategy. I'm very happy about these two things because cybersecurity is being studied by the Standing Committee on National Defence, of which I am a member. The creation of a new Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity will create a secure, reliable, and accessible centre, and this centre will become indispensable as it will allow the government and our fellow citizens and Canadian companies to it will be a centre where the government, citizens, and companies will be able to turn to for advice, for direction, and specialized services and support in the field of cybersecurity. I am a proud supporter of official languages, and I never failed to mention my support for official languages in my every statement in the House and on committee. And that's why I'm very pleased that Budget 2018 provides $400 million over 5 years for the Action Plan on Official Languages 2018 to 2023. I have met with members of the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities in Canada, and I know what their needs are. They were extremely happy when they learned of this funding, and the money will help them undertake many projects and fulfill their mission in the years to come. The money will be spent in different ways. Amongst other things, support will be provided to community organizations which provide services to people living in their community. The money will go towards welcoming new arrivals, new people newly arrived in Canada, and it will also go to early childhood education. The money will also go towards recruiting and retaining teachers of French and English as a second language. I myself, for 16 years, was a teacher of English as a second language in northern Quebec, and I also taught in the four polyvalent of my riding. So I know how important it is for people to learn both official languages. The mastery of French and English are today more than ever necessary for young people. Knowing both languages will help young people enter the labor market in the field of their choice. The budget also contained support for seniors, which was the theme of a coffee shop discussion we had on March 3rd in my riding. My constituents were interested in knowing how the federal budget would help them in their daily lives, and I care about my constituents, which is why I try to meet with them as often as I can. I also care about and want to do something about the welfare of seniors, and this is why I was happy to see $20 million over 5 years to fund community projects which will help people living with dementia and their family caregivers. This funding will help family caregivers and will help people suffering from mental health issues. I am also happy with the changes made to the Canada Pension Plan, which in 2019 will change in several positive ways. For instance, retirement benefits will increase under the improved measures for parents who take leave to take care of a loved one suffering from a severe and long-term disability. Survivors' benefits will also be increased for survivors who lose a loved one, or rather who lose their spouse and are under the age of 45. Additional pension benefits will go for disabled beneficiaries. And lastly, the death benefit will be paid out at its maximum value, $2,500 for all eligible contributors. These changes show that our government wishes to improve the lives of our seniors and wishes to improve their quality of life. Concrete measures are being taken, and our government will continue to ensure that people can retire in dignity and in security. We want to make sure that our seniors receive all the benefits they are entitled to and that they receive the quality care they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with pleasure to my colleague from Marc-Aurèle Fortin. I learned that he was a teacher, but I didn't know that he taught English as a second language in the 4 high schools in his riding. This might explain why he was elected. However, my question is as follows. As with him, I care about official languages, and the government must be able to provide services in both official languages. However, we learned a few days ago that there was an internet site where the French translation was not very good, to put it mildly. So I'd like to know what my colleague thought when he learned that the Canadian government had failed in its responsibilities to offer Canadians accurate information in good English and good French. The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Thank you to my colleague for his question. I would like to refer him to the amount of $400 million which the government will provide to community organizations for community and artistic events. The money will go to community radio station, to minority language communities, both in English and in French. The money will go towards maintaining English and French as a second language. Our 2 official languages are part of our heritage. We must protect it, we must keep it alive, and the money will help to that effect. Questions and comments?
For Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And he had mentioned seniors and the pensioners, and I'm just wondering, how does this budget help any of the pensioners today that are going through bankruptcy and losing thousands of dollars on their monthly pensions because of inadequate bankruptcy laws? He mentioned the Canada Pension Plan. That doesn't do anything for today. But the seniors out there are wondering how many more Sears, Wabash Mine, Stelco do we have to go through before any of these laws are being changed?
The
honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Our deficit is going down. It would hit $12.3 billion. Therefore, the debt to GDP ratio should fall to 28.4%. I would also like to remind you that Canada has by far the best debt to GDP ratio among the G7 countries. Questions and comments?
For Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member in his speech talked about seniors lightly, and I'd like him to highlight a little bit more on that, given the fact that seniors are growing in numbers as baby boomers are continuing to retire, and we're continuing to see the need to start to provide these services in advance for seniors. And in light of the fact that the member is so passionate about both of our official languages, I have the opportunity to sit next to him in our Defense Committee, and we occasionally, he will be teaching me French. So in light of that, je vais poser ma question en français.
So I will put my question in French. Can you tell us more about the measures taken by our government for seniors? The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Thank you to my colleague. His French is very good and it's improving, and we will keep up our lessons. In fact, the Canada's housing strategy unveiled in 2017 will be rolled out over 11 years, and $40 billion will be spent on housing. The Canada Housing Subsidy, which will come into effect on April 1st, 2020, will provide support for rental accommodations for seniors. As well, $6 billion were set aside and will be spent over 10 years. This money will go towards home care in the provinces and territories. This is a very relevant spending, and it will help seniors who want it and need it to receive care at home or in a community environment. This measure is additional support, also provides additional support to family caregivers. Resuming debate.
For Langley, Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A real honor to present and make comments today regarding the 2018 budget, and I appreciate your leadership. Canadians are looking with great hope that the government is going to be responsible in the spending, and that the focus and priorities of the government would be balanced, prudent, and careful with their tax dollars, because the budget is what do we do with the resources, the taxes that are collected by this government from Canadians, and are taxes going to be going up or down? Will things become more expensive, or are things going to become less affordable? Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the incredible member from Milton. This is a political place where we have very interesting debate at times, but it's important that we listen to some of the experts, and one of those experts is the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And so it's important that we rely on the unbiased professional critique of this budget. And we've seen that in this budget there are huge announcements. This is the third budget that this government has introduced. They have one more budget in another year. And so are they doing a good job or a bad job? Are they responsible or irresponsible? Well, we've seen that there are hundreds of billions of dollars of announcements that have been made over the last almost 3 years now. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer has provided an important critique. Just recently reported after the budget was presented that Budget 2018 provides an incomplete account of the changes that the government has made to their $186.7 billion infrastructure spending plan. The PBO requested the plan, but it doesn't exist. Roughly 1/4 of the funding that was allocated for infrastructure from 2016 to 17 to the 2018 to 19 will lapse. Money that was announced, wasn't spent, and poof, is gone. And the mystery for Canadians is, how can these announcements be made? How can we have a growing deficit, growing debt in Canada, and yet the money is not being spent? Where is this money going? So the Fraser Institute provided an analysis on this budget. They said, in the midst of serious concerns over Canada's economic prospects and challenges emerging from the U.S., the Finance Minister's 2018 federal budget does nothing to address these problems. In some respects, the budget makes things worse by continuing the government's self-destructive policies of chronic deficit financing spending and new taxes on entrepreneurs. Doesn't sound good, Mr. Speaker. Andrew Coyne said, once upon a time, the federal budget was about the budget of the federal government. It was an annual opportunity for Parliament and the public to examine the federal government's program of expenses and revenues for the coming fiscal year. All of that is now in the past. Sounds like what the Prime Minister had said at the beginning, that the budgets balance themselves. Well, we all know that they don't, but it's no mystery why we have this growing problem. John Iverson of the National Post said, the Liberals have proven over the past 2 years policies are adopted to get elected, not necessarily to be implemented. So We continue where announcements of hundreds of billions of dollars are made, and then no action is taken. I am particularly concerned in the budget there is almost no mention of seniors. My responsibility, Mr. Speaker, is I'm the Secretary for Palliative Care and Income Security for Seniors, and I listened intently to my colleague from the other side when he spoke about seniors. In the budget 218, there's no mention for seniors. He spoke on the housing plan, the National Housing Plan. That's reliant on the provinces buying into that plan. The provinces haven't bought into it. So again, it's a lot of big announcements, a lot of confetti in the air, but no substance in those announcements. Just as we heard from the parliamentary budget officer that the billions of dollars for a national infrastructure plan, that is fizzling. They're not getting it done. As far as seniors, Mr. Speaker, the mystery why there is no priority for seniors, we've heard announcements how important seniors are to this government, but in the budget document, it's missing. There is no mention of seniors and the importance of seniors except for one time. There is no minister advocating in the cabinet for seniors. There are actually in the shadow cabinet on this side, on the official opposition, we have 2 members of parliament appointed to deal with the issues of seniors. Why is that? Because we have a growing population, an aging population, and it is very important that we take care of our Canadian seniors. At least it is on this side of the House. And so we encourage the government, as do stakeholders across Canada, for the government to appoint a minister for seniors so there is that strong voice at the cabinet table. Because that voice is missing, we have seniors continue to be ignored. There were dollars in the previous 2 budgets, dollars appointed for palliative care. Palliative care is the end-of-life care that Canadians need. 70% of Canadians that need palliative care do not have access to it. And that's why with the passage of 277, this Parliament unanimously supported providing palliative care. But you have to have the dollars appointed to it in the budget, and that is missing. It used to be there, it's gone. And so, Mr. Speaker, hopefully the government will consider an amendment to their budget to include those dollars again for palliative care, because we will continue on a trajectory where we have Canadians not having palliative care that need it. The pilot project that was announced for the Healthy Seniors Pilot Project in New Brunswick on page 173, I would suggest that would be another amendment where they could include the West. Where are most Canadian seniors going to retire to spend their last years of their life? It's on the West Coast, in the Vancouver, Victoria area on the West Coast, where the weather, the climate is much more favorable, accessibility is better, and year-round. And flowers actually are growing right now in that area, and they've already started to cut the lawns. So spring is coming to this cold, white area, but that's where the seniors like to retire. And why were they not included in a pilot project? Well, because this is in the government's riding, a partisan appointment, dollars appointed based on politics, not on the needs of seniors. And, Mr. Speaker, I think I have about another 2 minutes. Is that about right? So the other issue is the Canada Summer Jobs Program. And we had a very sad vote here in the House yesterday. And it's mentioned on page 56 and 250. And sadly, from what we've seen now, and each of us as members of Parliament have received our list of applicants. And I'm going to be digesting that and going over it carefully, but it has really changed. It is not on par with the previous Canada Summer Jobs programs. I looked very carefully, and it's primarily for commercial applications. The not-for-profit organizations that provided job experiences are very important to bless our communities. It's all gone, it appears, and I'm really concerned that it's affected my opportunity to do my responsibility as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, every year for the last 14 years I've gone over that list, and because of government's discrimination against Canadians, because of their bias, they've introduced this new value test, and the quality job experiences for our youth have been lost. It's not fair. It's not equitable. There is going to be fewer job opportunities because of what the government has done. And it is not on par with previous years, and hopefully the government will consider an amendment to that too. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to pick up on my colleague and friend's comments towards the student summer program, a program that has virtually been doubled since this government has taken office. The Prime Minister and Cabinet and his caucus has recognized just how important young people are to Canada by enhancing that particular program, providing thousands of additional jobs to young people. And I wanted to bring to the attention of the member, because I'm sure that he would be aware of it, for those that are putting in the applications. If you take a look at the supplementary information, Mr. Speaker, and when you think of the attestation that they often refer to, there is supplementary information regarding that specific question. And it references the core mandate. This is the primary activities undertaken by the organization that reflect the organization's ongoing services provided to the community. It is not the beliefs of the organization, and it is not the values of the organization. Now, my question to the member across the way is, in the discussions that I've had with individuals, it is not preventing organizations, church groups, and so forth from being able to apply for student summer programs. Would he not agree that it's really important as we move forward with this fantastic program that provides thousands of jobs to young people, that we ensure that misinformation is not being circulated from members of this House?
Member for Langley, Eldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that I would agree with the member that misinformation on this important issue should not be disseminated from this House. And I would say that because of the misinformation that the government has provided on this issue, it's created a great amount of confusion. And Canadians need clarity. Canadians need fairness. And Canadians, our country, needs, particularly from Parliament, the lack of discrimination against Canadians. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, and those rights apply to all of us.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments. And in particular, he may or may not know, Mr. Speaker, that housing is a passion for mine. It's the reason homelessness and housing in my community that sort of pushed me to take that big step and put my name forward. And of course, here I am today. And I appreciated your comments, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's comments to really talk about the only new money in housing is the $11 billion that's going to go over 10 years. And the rest of the money that the government, federal government, often talks about is that money that is supposed to be coming from provincial governments. And we haven't heard any. We're almost sort of hearing crickets as far as where is that conversation. And communities are wondering when the government is going to start to act and pull that forward. Federal governments have pulled out of housing over the last 30 years. We're nowhere near where the investment was 30 years ago. So I just want to give my colleague an opportunity to just talk about the fact that the government says they're spending $40 billion, but we know half of that has to come from provinces, and we have not heard anything about those conversations today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her commitment on the issue of homes and the homeless. And we need to take care of vulnerable Canadians. And we need more than announcements, empty announcements. We need a government of action, a government that does what they say they're going to do. And announcements announcing what's going to happen in the year 2035 does not help Canadians now. If there's going to be an announcement, it has to be a real announcement with real funding for this year. And I'm really saddened that there were so many homeless people, homeless Canadians that need help and would have received help through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. But because of the government requiring these organizations to bow the knee, and these organizations said we cannot bow the knee, and therefore homeless is a group that were hurt through the Canada Summer Jobs Program.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Milton.
Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to stand up today and discuss the budget that's put forward by this government. And I think it would be remiss for me to point out the fact that there has been a stunning rejection of this budget by everybody who has been watching the financial situation of Canada, indeed of my constituents in Milton, Ontario. Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at the issues from a higher level, and oftentimes here in the House of Parliament, that's exactly what we do. We think about the bigger picture, the financial health of Canada, the security of Canada. And if we argue on that basis alone, this budget is incredibly failing, just like this government has been such a failure to Canadians, middle class or otherwise. If we take a look at what their record has been and where we're going in the future, what we see is this. We see that there's no plan to balance the budget for 25 years. We see as well that there have been material hikes on personal income taxes for people in the past 2 years. We've seen an introduction of a national carbon tax. We've seen an aggressive attack on small business. And we see associated risks around NAFTA. These are the things that are being spoken about in places like the Financial Post, and Mr. Martin Pelletier had a very good article this morning talking about the fact that while this government may beat its chest and say what a great economy we have and how well we're doing, the reality is that there are storm clouds that are out there on the horizon, and this government's approach has been to do nothing but spend more, not saving, not putting the money aside like the province of Quebec has done, but spending more. And I would say this as well in the high-level picture of why it's important to ensure that we balance the budget. I give you the example of Ontario versus Quebec. The past number of years, the province of Quebec has shown fiscal restraint. And what do we have today? They're able to lower income taxes. They're able to pay down their debt since the first time since the 1950s at such an extensive level. And what do we have in Ontario? A government that has announced that it's going to continue to spend us into oblivion, tacking on even more billions in debt and deficit on my kids who live in Milton, Ontario, and on the kids that live all around Milton, Ontario. Now, this can all be boiled down to a fundamental difference, Mr. Speaker, between this government and how we believe on this side, and it's this. This government believes that it should be the be-all and end-all to everything in this country. They believe that they are there to actually create public sector jobs to employ the entire country. What they don't get, Mr. Speaker, is that true economic growth and true job growth comes from allowing and unleashing the private sector to create these jobs. That's what works in this country. It is a proven fact from the time we were in government that getting these jobs going is what makes it more prosperous in our local economies and as well in our country in general. So what do I see in this budget? Well, I see the promise that was made to constituents, my constituents and across the country, that we're going to do targeted infrastructure spending in order to spur on the economy. And that makes sense. We like infrastructure spending for the reason it does create those private jobs that are going to be jobs that will continue to spin off into the economy. Not a job created in Ottawa, a job created in Milton, Ontario. And what has Milton, Ontario seen of this infrastructure money? Not an awful lot, Mr. Speaker. And what I see in this budget is the fact that they are pushing off into the future $4.2 billion in infrastructure spending, and still showing deficits in the billions of dollars this year. So automatically my mind goes to, Mr. Speaker, well, what are they spending it on? What are they possibly giving? So Milton, Ontario, my home, is a growing community, the majority of which are small town families. It is actually our biggest proportion of the growing population was under 10 at one point in time. And you can see that from the schools that are newly being built and, of course, the portables that go with them to house how many children there are in Milton right now. Parents tend to work out of the riding of Milton. They tend to work in Mississauga and other places all around. There are some stay-at-home moms. There are some moms who go to work. There are some stay-at-home dads. There are some dads who go out of the house to work as well. It's a wonderful mix. And as I put myself in their shoes and I talk to them about what's in this budget for them, I actually don't see a lot in there. What are they getting for their higher taxes? And what are they getting for these bloated deficits that their children, whom they're placing all of their hopes on, are going to receive? There's an interesting article Mr. Speaker, in the newspaper today, talking about the issue with respect to employment in the country. You know, there's over 400,000 jobs that needs to be filled. We hear about a labor shortage, a crisis, but we also have people who are searching for jobs. There's a mismatch in skills. There's nothing in here that's actually addressing the issue that we have people who are going into jobs, and we have employers who don't know what skills they need, and there's no communication. When we were government, we recognized that. We understood that, and we put resources into making sure that parents at least knew what the skills were going to be needed for the future, and what employers knew was what they were going to need from people, and interpret what the experience that they needed was going to help them in their company. Mr. Speaker, in the few minutes that I have, I did want to talk about one major funding announcement that was not in the budget this year, and it came very recently from the government, and it has to do with the deployment of our national forces to Mali for a peacekeeping mission. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is well known that the UN had asked the Prime Minister and this government at least 2 years ago to take part in the Mali mission. In November of this year, the Prime Minister was pressed when he had this this symposium, this conference in Vancouver talking about peacekeeping. He was pressed at that point in time, and he said, when are you going to be announcing the peacekeeping initiatives? And he said at the time that you have to take it seriously, you have to think about it, and that the decision would come because he recognized he would be putting soldiers and sailors in harm's way, exactly what his words were. I find it odd, Mr. Speaker, that knowing this decision was being made, that knowing that they were in the process, they did two things. Number one, they actually cut the money in the financial update in the fall that would be going to the military. They cut the amount of money that they would have for military equipment. And indeed, when I take a look at this budget in hopes, I always go to the table of contents, Mr. Speaker, because that's where you usually get the top line of who's getting what in the budget this year. So eagerly, I took a look at Part 3, Upholding Shared Values, and I scan it, and there's nothing in there for national defense. And then I take a look at Part 4, which is Security and Access to Justice, and I scan it. There's nothing in there for national defense. And why this makes me upset and angry and very concerned is this reason, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday in this House of Commons, I asked the Prime Minister, knowing that oftentimes in advice, you are given information about the risk associated with personnel deploying to dangerous war areas. This is a dangerous war area. There's been 162 peacekeepers lost since 2013. Last year, there are 220 incidents of attack against the Blue Helmets, which was more than that happened in 2015 and 2016 combined. It is not getting better, Mr. Speaker. It is getting far, far worse. And the targets are the men and women in Blue Helmets. The targets will be our Canadian forces. And that's recognized by this government, and it's recognized by the opposition. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, when I asked the Prime Minister yesterday, he gave the assurances to this House that he would have mitigation. He would have mitigation in the forms of the forces would have all the equipment they need and all the support they need. But where is it, Mr. Speaker? It's not in the budget. It's not in their budget within national defense because they haven't been given that money. They've had money taken away. Mr. Speaker, there is a big problem when you decide to send your men and women overseas without having the appropriate equipment and having the appropriate supports. And indeed, the way in which they announced it yesterday, with the minister saying one thing and the Chief of Defence Staff contradicting and saying another, I have great fears for this mission that they'll be undertaking. And the main reason being is we know this is a very dangerous place. This is a place that is dissolving in terms of democracy and has been for a very long time. There have been 2 coups in Mali, Mr. Speaker. There is insurgency not just in the north but in the central part of Mali as well. We have the situation where Blue Helmets are being targeted, and yet we are sending, as he said yesterday, the Prime Minister, happily accepting the UN invitation. I would hope the Prime Minister has a lot more to say as opposed to happily sending our men and women into a very dangerous place without having the appropriate equipment. I can't understand why he thinks that the most important decision that a Prime Minister ever takes about sending our men and women into harm's way is something that was a request from the UN that he happily gave. And on one last point, Mr. Speaker, is this. I've done much reading about the importance of women in peacekeeping, and I fundamentally believe in it. but I believe in it where you have communications and communities and where you're intelligence gathering. In this case, 80% of the forces is being used to protect the other forces. Mr. Speaker, my fear is that the Prime Minister has negotiated with the United Nations perks with respect to his desire for the security seat, and as a result, he has decided to send our men and women into the most dangerous mission in the world without support, without money, without resources, and without equipment, and we will hold him to account.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, as a member of the Defence Committee, I couldn't disagree any more than humanly possible with the comments that I've heard come from the other side of the aisle, in particular as it related to the latter part of the member's speech. The truth of the matter is that this government put forward a very ambitious and aggressive plan, strong, secured, and engaged, which focuses exactly on what she's being critical of, which is focusing on the people, which is focusing on the needs of the people and what they require in order to be participants throughout the world as we engage in various different conflicts. What we saw from the previous government was a scale back in our commitments to NATO, and a scale back in our commitments to the other aspects of how we get engaged. But what we know is that when Canada is engaged in other parts of the world in helping to build up other parts of the world, we end up becoming and are more successful and are more secure as a result of that. The minister was at our committee meeting this morning, and he pointedly said all aspects of strong, secure, and engaged are fully funded. Mr. Speaker, this is not a government that takes lightly its commitment to its military, and I reject the notion that's coming from the other side.
For Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I think both the member and I can agree on the fact that the Mali engagement is going to be a very complex one, and there's no way that the current defense budget has enough resources in order to support our men and women going on this dangerous deployment. And I fully expect that in the supplementary estimates, either A or B, we will see an increase in requests for funding. And I will invite the member then to describe to me exactly why he felt he could say today that they're fully resourced as they stand. Mr. Speaker, with respect to this mission, I think it's important to note that while the Prime Minister wants to raise his profile and he wants to say Canada's back on the world stage, is their point of view. That's fine. That's what he says to Canadians. The reality is that choosing where to go is a matter of the health and safety of our men and women in uniform. And that's where they've made this mistake of choosing Mali. The UN Under-Secretary General of Peacekeeping Operations has admitted to the Security Council, where the Prime Minister wants to have a seat, by the way, that this mission needs to be reevaluated, that it's too dangerous. It is by far the most dangerous mission that the United Nations has. I have great faith in the capabilities of our men and women, but they need to be sent into places where they can actually help and not be the ones that are put up there with targets on their backs.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. I want to know what she thinks of the lack of investments that the Liberals made in agriculture. We've heard nothing about those investments. Agriculture isn't really even mentioned. And our farmers are really concerned. It's why we often hear them coming to lobby here. There's no investments for local purchasing. There's no measure in the budget to facilitate the transfer of farms within families. And the farmers are really being left by the wayside here. So in rural regions, like in my riding, there could be an exodus if we don't intervene and if we don't do a better job of supporting our farmers. And of course, 1 out of 8 jobs is a farming job in Canada. So there are a number of producers, farmers, and so on who don't even know what to do now. There's also no compensation in the budget for all of the trade agreements that are being negotiated. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about what we should be doing to better support Canada's agricultural system.
And I really appreciate the comments. And Milton, Ontario, you would think because it's a suburb of Toronto, would only be an urban area, and it's not. We have some rural farming as well, so I know fully the importance of it to the community. Mr. Speaker, one glaringly obvious point is the fact that this government is tone deaf
when it comes to agriculture in this country and the importance of agriculture, and I'll tell you why. During the announcements that the finance minister, I would say cruelly, pushed out in July of last year, in his attempt at throwing a very wide net of grabbing as much tax dollars as he possibly could from small business, he also wanted to go after the small farmer, and he wanted to go after farm families. And I visited many cities and many constituencies in Atlantic Canada, which, as we know, are all held by the government, and the palpable anger in those communities about the lack of understanding of what a farmer does and how important a farmer is to their community and to their country and to our economic well-being was brought to my attention. I hope that this government would listen a little bit more carefully, because they have shown in their budget that they have no interest or appetite for anything in the agriculture industry.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Oakville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg Centre. Mr. Speaker, it's a great pleasure to rise to speak in support of Budget 2018. The measures proposed in Budget 2018 will have a substantial and positive impact on my riding of Oakville, and I look forward to seeing the benefits roll out in my community next year and for the years to come. Since coming to office, Mr. Speaker, one of our government's highest priorities has been growing our economy. Now, with the highest growth rate in the G7, we are taking steps to ensure that all Canadians feel the benefit of Canada's economic growth. Budget 2018 presents a message of equality and growth for Canada that translates into smart investments for Oakville and Halton residents. This budget proposes targeted, progressive projects that will build a more equal, competitive, and sustainable Canada. In the months leading up to the budget, I had the opportunity to speak with many people in my riding, constituency organizations, residents, Chamber of Commerce members, stakeholders in Oakville about their concerns and priorities for the upcoming budget. While the stakeholders came from all backgrounds and perspectives, many common themes emerged through those discussions. Oakville stakeholders voiced their support for investments in job creation and advanced manufacturing, investments in research and development, government action to further promote gender equality and enhanced environmental protection. Among the many exciting investments proposed in 2018, there were a few that I would like to highlight that in particular relate to my riding of Oakville. For many Canadians, being a parent and raising a family is the most important part of their lives. New families in Oakville rely on maternity and parental benefits for support during the critical period in early childhood when they need to take time off work to care for their children. Budget 2018 makes it easier for parents to share childcare responsibilities through a new EI parental sharing benefit. This encourages both parents to take time off through a use it or lose it incentive of 5 additional weeks. This encourages greater equality when it comes to the challenge of sharing childcare responsibility and helps distribute family and home duties between parents. I look forward to seeing Oakville families benefiting from this program. Our government has always been clear that we need to do more to protect our natural environment. Our quality of life rests on the commitments we make to protect Canada's parks and other natural wild spaces, both today and for the future. That's why we've proposed $1.3 billion over 5 years to implement a number of key measures, including the creation of a joint $1 billion nature fund. This will be done in partnership with corporate, not-for-profit, provincial, territorial, Indigenous, and other partners. The fund will make it possible to secure private lands and support species protection efforts. The fund also proposes to establish a connected network of protected areas with our partners. Another important aspect of the fund is that it will establish better rules for the review of major projects that will protect our natural environment and waterways. Oakville residents cherish our green spaces like 16 Mile Creek and Bronte Creek Provincial Park, and want to make sure that we're putting in protections to preserve them for future generations. These new measures will ensure just that. When I was speaking with my constituents, a key priority was increasing available funding for research and development. There's an incredible amount of innovation happening in Canada. It is vital to support our research and development to grow our economy and remain competitive on the world stage. Through Budget 2018, the government will provide an historic level of new funding in support of Canadian researchers. This package of research support was informed by the recommendations in Canada's Fundamental Science Review, and it's about more than just funding, Mr. Speaker. It's about moving towards a modern research system defined by greater collaboration between disciplines and researchers from across the globe. Budget 2018 is making an investment of nearly $4 billion to support the next generation of Canadian researchers, creating advancements in a wide range of fields. The Canadian Institutes for Health Research will be receiving $354.7 million over 5 years to support advancements like new technology to diagnose diseases earlier or new medicines to treat patients. Mr. Speaker, as chair of the All-Party Health Research Caucus, I have the opportunity to hear firsthand from many Canadian researchers who have been worried about their job security and the future of their research projects. They will benefit immensely from this new funding. And as someone who used to review grants on a CIHR review board, it was often challenging to deny projects that we knew would be a benefit to Canada because of limited funding. This funding is a much-needed shot in the arm for Canadian researchers and our research institutions. We're also looking to increase support for collaborative innovation projects involving businesses, colleges, and polytechniques, such as Sheridan College in my riding, by proposing $140 million over 5 years through the College and Community Innovation Program. Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Oakville, home to Ford Canada, and as the chair of the Liberal Auto Caucus, I also want to highlight how Budget 2018 will support the automotive industry in Canada. Driven by the operations of 5 global automotive manufacturers and over 660 diverse automotive suppliers, the automotive industry is Canada's largest source of manufacturing exports and trade. As part of our pre-budget submission, the Auto Caucus called for continued investments in this sector. Canada's auto sector and advanced manufacturing will benefit from the $1.26 billion Strategic Innovation Fund, which will offer both repayable and non-repayable contributions to firms of all sizes across all of Canada. Budget 2018 is giving this vital industry more opportunity to invest in Canada, driving economic growth and job creation in the advanced manufacturing sector in Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I can't speak in support of Budget 2018 without recognizing the effort and consideration that's been taken throughout its proposals to address gender inequality issues in Canada. Budget 2018 offers more ways to ensure equal and full participation of women in Canada's economy. We are changing parental leave benefits, as I previously outlined, to help mothers transition more easily back to the workforce. We are taking pay equity seriously by implementing an historic, proactive pay equity legislation so that Canadians receive equal pay for equal work. And we're making unprecedented investments in women in business through establishing the Women Entrepreneurship Strategy in a $1.65 billion investment over 3 years through the Business Development Bank and Export Development Canada. We are expanding Canada's strategy to address gender-based violence, providing funding to projects including preventing violence and teen dating and supporting rape crisis and sexual assault centres. $1.8 million in funding is also proposed for programs that engage men and boys on the importance of gender equality and speaking against violence against women. Events like our local Halton Women's Place Hope in High Heels, which I was pleased to co-host and bring to Parliament Hill last November, raise awareness to this issue. These are initiatives that I believe are necessary and will make a significant impact on our country's future. I have said many times, violence against women is a male problem, and the solution must include men and boys. I am so proud to stand here as part of a government that is not only taking gender issues seriously, but providing meaningful and thoughtful ways to address those challenges. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to speak about a topic included in the budget that is near and dear to my heart. It's a priority in my riding of Oakville and across Canada. A highlight of the budget is the creation of a National Advisory Council on the implementation of National Pharmacare. As many of my constituents and colleagues in the House know, this is one of the main reasons I decided to enter federal politics. We are the only country in the world with a national health care system that does not also have a national pharmacare program. When 1 in 4 Canadians can't afford to fill or finish a prescription, something must be done. When a single mother of 2 has to choose between medication for a sick child or food on the table, something must be done. When a senior on a fixed income can't refill a required medication, or when our nation's young adults can't afford medications for chronic illnesses like insulin for diabetes, something must be done. This is an issue that I've been advocating for since I was elected. One of the first things I did after elections was work to initiate a study into National Pharmacare program by the Standing Committee on Health. We've heard from 99 witnesses in order to prepare an in-depth report to Parliament on what a program could look like and how it could be implemented. And I look forward to this report being tabled in the House in the near future. The National Advisory Council is the next step to achieving this goal. I am beyond proud that our government has commissioned this council to further investigate how this should be implemented, and I will continue to work both in Ottawa and at home in Oakville to further the health of Canadians. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2018 is supporting targeted progressive projects that will build a more equal, competitive, and sustainable Canada. I am proud to support these initiatives, and I look forward to seeing the benefits roll out in Oakville and across our great country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his address today. He listed a number of different projects that are receiving different amounts of money, millions here, millions there, but one number he failed to mention, Mr. Speaker, is on page 319 of the budget, where the summary of all of the expenditures are, and it shows a $26 billion payment simply for interest this coming year, and that grows, Mr. Speaker, to $33 billion by 2022. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand that my colleague has a wide and deep experience in running businesses, and I'm just wondering if he would answer the question as to how is it possible that any business, whether that's a private enterprise or a government agency, could continue to spend billions of dollars or even millions of dollars more each year than what they're taking in? What kind of long-term sustainability would that company have, Mr. Speaker?
Well, member for Oakville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Mr. Speaker, to me it's about debt, declining debt to GDP in that ratio. If you are increasing spending and raising GDP more than the cost of the deficit financing, then you are making a substantial investment in the Canadian economy, and you are building capacity to repay that debt. Canada has very strong fiscal fundamentals. We've been anchored by a low and now declining debt to GDP ratio, so our government can go forward with confidence to make investments in our future that will strengthen and grow the middle class, lay a more solid foundation for the next generation of Canadians, and at the same time increase the GDP by a greater amount than we're increasing the debt cost.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He ended by saying that the committee should oversee the implementation, a committee should be struck to oversee the implementation of pharmacare. So we're far from reaching the goal. There's a report supposed to come out any day on this issue, and really, is there any need for another report, yet another report to look into the advisability of having pharmacare, a nationwide pharmacare program? So the question is, why is this promise only being made today when the Liberals have repeatedly promised to study the question? So why should we trust our colleague today? Why should we have any confidence when he says that this national pharmacare is finally going to see the light of day? Why should we have any confidence in that promise? The honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his comments. So, as I mentioned, the Standing Committee on Health has been studying national pharmacare for a period of time. We've heard from a number of witnesses, and a report will be forthcoming to the House in the near future. But that just goes part of the way, Mr. Speaker. There's much to be done with the provincial level, the territorial level. There's further consultation, discussion that needs to take place to make sure that national pharmacare can be implemented in a way that is supported and is part of that great Canadian framework of collaboration between provinces, territories, and the federal government. So that's why a National Advisory Council is required. It's additive to the work that the committee has done. The committee's report, I think, when it's tabled, you will see there's directions set and strategies for how to move forward with national pharmacare if the government so chose, but that they would still need to work through with this National Advisory Council. And that's why I'm so excited to see it in the budget, because it's a very strong indication of the next steps to come to move all of Canadians forward to proper coverage of pharmacare. No Canadian should be denied access to prescription medicines because of affordability. this is our window of time to fix that. Thank you.
Debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm very proud to be here on Algonquin territory. Ottawa is the meeting place of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, but it is also the home and the capital of all Canadians. And I'm very proud to be here today to offer my comments and my thoughts on Budget 2018. My mother is an example. She worked hard day in and day out in her life. It was a life of sacrifice for her 2 children. She was a single mother. She earned minimum wage, often in various precarious employment. She often even delivered newspapers at 5 a.m. And then I would help her in the evenings delivering other newspapers. And we weren't always able to pay the rent because it was very hard sometimes to get ahead in society. It was hard to make ends meet, to make sure that we could actually provide the necessities. I remember going to the supermarket and counting out dollar and penny by penny. And even if we found a penny on the ground, it was something of value because it might add up enough to actually be able to buy some milk for that day. I'm very proud of the government and the work that we're doing. The new budget in 2018, the government proposes to strengthen the Working Income Tax Benefit, the WITB, by making it more generous and making the benefits more accessible to people like my mother, to make it so that they can get the resources and the tools they need to be successful in life. This strengthened benefit will be named the Canada's Workers' Benefit and will take effect in 2019. In Budget 2018, the government proposed to increase maximum benefits under the CWB by up to $170 in 2019 and increase the income level at which the benefit is phased out completely. The government also proposes to increase the maximum benefit provided through the CWB Disability Supplement by additional $160. This enhancement is expected to directly benefit about 68,000 Manitoba workers annually. 68,000 people in Manitoba, and many of them can be found in Winnipeg Centre, the riding that I have the opportunity of representing here. As a result of these recent enhancements, a low-income worker earning $15,000 a year could receive up to nearly $500 more from the program in 2019 than they received in 2018. Now, moving forward, the government will continue to work with interested provinces and territories to harmonize benefits and help support the transition from social assistance and into work. And I hope the provincial government in Manitoba will take this opportunity to really strengthen the situation and the condition of many of our poorest workers. At the same time, the government recognizes that not all low-income workers are receiving the CWB payment that they're entitled to. The government is proposing amendments that will allow the Canada Revenue Agency to automatically determine whether these tax filers are eligible for the benefit. An estimated 300,000 additional low-income workers will receive the new CWB for the 2019 tax year as a result of these changes. Specifically, the government estimates that approximately 13,000 additional low-income Manitobans, Mr. Speaker, will receive the benefit for the year 2019. An additional 13,000 low-income Manitobans. Once again, many to be found in Winnipeg, but also rural areas and on many First Nation communities. The CWB enhancement, combined with new investments to make sure that every worker who qualifies actually receives the benefit, will mean that the government is investing almost $1 billion of new funding for the benefit in 2019 relative to 2018. That's investing in people who are going to invest in the economy, people who aren't going to put that money in the bank, saving it for a rainy day, people who are actually going to spend it on their children, buying the bread and the milk that their children require today. And the government estimates that these enhancements and improved take-up in 2019 will directly benefit more than 2 million working Canadians, many of whom were not benefiting from the WITB before. This will help lift 70,000 Canadians out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. Now, I have seen the estimates, and Manitoba low-income workers will be provided with about $114.5 million more in benefits under the new Canada Worker Benefit in the 2018-19 to 22-23 period as a result of this budget. and I'm very, very proud of that. This is not all that we can find in the budget, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, I had the opportunity of having a meet and greet at the Yafa Cafe, which is a Palestinian cafe that I can find in my riding just off of Portage near the airport. And I had a young lady that came in from Brandon. She drove 2.5 hours to visit with me to tell me her story about how she had lost her children to the child welfare system, how they had been taken from her, how she had complained about the abuse she was suffering at the hands of her partner, and how instead of the system helping her, making sure that she could keep her newborn baby, they took that child from her because they said that she was also at fault, that she needed to prove that she was going to be a good parent. She's also Indigenous. And so I'm very proud that the government decided not to continue fighting in the Human Rights Tribunal the child welfare case that was before them for a very long period of time. They could have done that. They could have taken it out over many, many years, probably another decade, gone through the court system all the way to the top. But instead of doing that, we are providing $1.4 billion in new funding. $1.4 billion in new funding over 6 years. And I'm very proud of the government and the ministers and the people all across this chamber, even our colleagues on the other side, especially from the NDP and the Conservative parties, who I believe support this. Because this is something important to ensure that this young lady who drove from Brandon for a 15-minute, 25-minute period, the chance to speak with me to talk about her issue that was so important to her life, where she spoke from the heart. And it is important because it's that which makes the difference in that person's life. The budget is not alive here in this chamber or in the stats. It's alive in the lives of people and Canadians. Now, this is not the only investment that the government's doing, because we recognize not only is it important to reform the child welfare system, but we also actually have to invest in families. And in this case, there is another $1.5 billion over 5 years to invest in Indigenous families, making them stronger, because we know there have been many, many issues over many years. Now, I can list off multiple stats here: $498 million with $97.6 million per year ongoing to sustain access to critical medical care and services, including 24/7 nursing stations in 79 remote and isolated First Nation communities, $200 million with $40 million per year to enhance the delivery of culturally appropriate addictions treatment and prevention services in First Nation communities with high needs. Now, this one is extremely important. I had a town hall on our constituency week where I had a gentleman come in from Saskatchewan. His name was Mr. Johnson, a lawyer, an Indigenous man, trapper, hunter. He had worked in the mining camps for many years, and they told him that he was stupid, that he, as an Indigenous person, could not succeed. And to prove them wrong, he went to law school. And he got his law degree from the University of Saskatchewan. And to prove people wrong again, he went to get a master's degree from Harvard in law. And not only was he successful in this, that he eventually became a Crown prosecutor. But one of the things that he raised was the level of addiction in many communities across this country that we fail to recognize. He talked about the impacts of alcohol. He talked about what we need to do to eradicate this which is destroying many people, about all the deaths it causes, whether it's cancers, whether it's FASAD children, whether it's about drunk driving. These things are so important to address, and we had 100 people at this town hall who listened intently over the noon hour on a Wednesday afternoon, discussing addictions. He estimated that 95% of all the court cases in northern Saskatchewan are alcohol-related. And we talk about opioids and meth addiction and other addictions, but we often fail to recognize the addiction which is among us each and every day, and even in this chamber, and even in this building, the center block. So I know I don't have a lot of time left, Madam Speaker, but I appreciate it, and I hope and I'm looking forward to the questions. So tapuaki ki tuam hai hai.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague opposite. As he is an Aboriginal, the Liberals have promised for many years to break the 2% glass ceiling with regard to post-secondary education for Aboriginals, but there was no mention in the budget, so that issue is still open. And we know that Aboriginal youth are the fastest growing segment of Canada's population, so Aboriginal youth require investment to access post-secondary education, but they're capped at 2%. It doesn't make sense. It's unfair. And this limits access to post-secondary education for young Aboriginals. Should the budget not have broken that 2% platform, ceiling, the Liberals have been promising to lift that cap in the last 2 years, but there is no mention of it in the budget. Yet the Liberals like to talk about reconciliation and nation-to-nation negotiations. It seems that the government should invest more in public education and in education for all, but the budget is silent in that regard. Thank you very much for that question. Education, Madam Speaker, is extremely important. I certainly believe in it. I have a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD. I am a registered Aboriginal, but I've never received any funding to pursue my education, though I know many young Aboriginals do if they wish to pursue post-secondary education. However, not having the money doesn't prevent individuals themselves from going forward and doing those studies. However, the government should still invest in education. Manitoba signed an agreement with First Nations to create a school board dedicated to First Nations. This school board has formed partnerships with First Nations, and they will decide to give funding to ensure that younger Aboriginals in grade and high schools have the same opportunities as everybody else in Manitoba. But these young students will have their own curriculum and their own teachers. They will have their own schooling system to make sure that young Aboriginals succeed. And they will succeed with specialized education. I know that more needs to be done, but I hope that in future, more will be done. But nevertheless, our government is still doing much today.
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my friend and colleague from Winnipeg Centre, I'd like to ask him, I'd like to ask the honourable member about the benefits of the Canada Workers Benefit that we are introducing in this budget 2018, and how that will help alleviate poverty from coast to coast to coast, and help literally millions of Canadians, including thousands of Canadians potentially in his riding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Winnipeg Centre.
The member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, actually, it's an interesting comment. I already talked quite a bit actually about it during the speech, but what I will actually talk about is supporting Métis Nation priorities. In this budget, I had the opportunity of just last week as well speaking with Mary Meadmore, who is an elder, who set up back 50 years ago the Canoe Housing Association, which talked about self-reliance, ensuring that people could look after themselves, and doing it in a communal way. And this budget proposes to help the Métis Nation to invest $560 million over 10 years, including $500 million over 10 years to support a Métis Nation housing strategy, with $10 million in 2018-19 to support Métis Nation post-secondary education, and $6 million over 5 years to support the Métis Nation in gathering health data and developing a health strategy. There is an awful lot in this budget. There is so much that we could talk about. And I am really excited about this, and I know when I talked to David Chartrand, he was over the moon about what we are doing for the Métis Nation across this country, trying to build on the dream of Louis Riel to ensure that all of us are successful. This is an investment in people and for the future.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will share my time with my colleague, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. And without much further ado, I will speak to the issue at hand, which is the government's 2018 budget. This budget lays out the government's directions for the coming year. It covers many topics, many areas. I will limit myself to the most important ones. However, this budget is completely disconnected because it was created by the two main artisans of this government, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, who are disconnected from reality, at least from the reality of most Canadians. So this budget is disconnected from the reality of Canadians, and it does not have my confidence. In a vote, I would not support it. So, one of the main reasons I cannot support the budget is because the fiscal framework is completely lacking. This fiscal framework it's basically missing from the budget. It omits many elements, including sources of revenue. So the fiscal framework as presented doesn't hold water for me, for others, and even for the parliamentary budget officer. He said that in certain areas where program spending has been forecast for the public service, well, these forecasts have not even taken collective agreements into account. So there are huge holes in the spending forecasts. And I think this can lead us to believe that there will be a time of reckoning, a time of austerity, which is slowly creeping towards us. It does not bode well for the future. And I'm not saying this, it's the parliamentary budget officer. This budget also lacks a great deal of courage. It does not, as most Canadians feel, it does not help people, ordinary Canadians, except those who benefit from the current system, like corporate leaders, companies who will benefit from lower tax rates, as opposed to ordinary Canadians who pay their full share of taxes every year. Ordinary Canadians don't have stock options or other such benefits. Multinationals are also going to keep on benefiting from lax tax measures. These companies will still be allowed to repatriate profits tax-free from abroad, and that is not going to change. This budget is not going after these multinationals which are taking advantage of Canada's tax system and the international tax system, and who will keep on evading paying their fair share of taxes. Facebook, Google, and other such giants are cases in point. They're not paying their fair share of taxes. The Minister of Heritage and the Minister of Finance know this, but they don't have the courage of following other jurisdictions who have imposed taxes. But we are doing nothing to go after these web giants. Pension protections. My colleague opposite likes talking about Canadian pensions, but there again, the budget is lacking. Today, companies like Sears take advantage of the system. They do not live up to their obligations towards their former employees as well. This budget is full of half measures. It pretends to be doing things, and to me, this is certainly not enough to receive my support. Successive governments have always engaged in the same ploy, which is to promise the world before an election and to act very differently once they're in power. So these governments should actually deliver the goods before an election, but that's not happening. Pharmacare, only a half measure. I put a question to my colleague. Again, the government is promising to create a new body to study pharmacare, and yet the Standing Committee on Health is just about to conclude a long study on pharmacare. Again, this shows that this government, which had promised pharmacare in 1998, hasn't done anything about it for 20 years. It's an empty promise which lives on. This government seems to continually need studies to move forward, but if you just take electoral reform, well, we see what happened with that. So again, I have no trust in this government. I'm sharing my time with a member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, who will talk about pay equity. But can we really trust what the government is saying? Will it actually pass legislation or include legislation in the Budget Implementation Act to actually bring pay equity about? It's a promise, but the money isn't there. So how are we, for instance, going to close the pay gap within the federal public service? Again, a huge black hole in the fiscal framework. And again, it's something I cannot support as it completely ignores many key elements. An announcement was made which local media, an announcement of $50 million was made to support media and local media. That is a drop in the bucket. In Sherbrooke, we have a local paper, La Tribune, which also said this is not enough to save local papers. Then there is the issue of household debt. You constantly read about it in the papers. We've read about it recently. Household debt stands at 171%. So for every dollar earned by Canadians, they owe on average $1.71. There's nothing in the budget to help these households, and yet this is an issue which has been ongoing, and household debt keeps on increasing. Every time StatsCan produces a new study, it points to the debt to the income ratio of Canadian households, and this ratio only seems to be going up. Again, nothing in the budget to address that situation. The Minister of Finance is turning a blind eye to the situation. And in fact, this situation is a huge threat to Canada's economy as well. The budget is a slap in the face to the Finance Committee. I took part in the pre-budget consultations. The Finance Committee made 92 recommendations in its report. Of course, I can't go through every one of them, but you will understand that of those 92 recommendations, most were actually ignored by the Minister of Finance. They were not included in his budget, but I'll mention a few of them nevertheless. Psychotherapy.
I tabled a bill to include psychotherapy under a list of health services that was not subject to tax. But there's nothing in the budget about that. I had given my colleague, the Minister of Finance, the opportunity to include the proposals of my bill in the budget, but he didn't, even though the Finance Committee recommended doing so. Recommendation 24 of the Finance Committee's report. Let me just find it here. It says we should examine the Social Security Tribunal and try to restore it as part of an attempt to restore the EI Tribunal and the Pensions Appeal Commission. That was recommended by the Finance Committee, but there's nothing in the budget about that. And as you know, Madam Speaker, this is a system that is really deficient and is not working properly. I think that most of my colleagues have files that are active in their riding offices, and they know what I'm talking about. They know what the problems are with the Social Security Tribunal. And there's recommendation 26 We talk about inclusive, high-quality childcare programs. Again, the government didn't follow up with that recommendation. Nothing about particular clean energy project recommended. Also, recommendation 65 and 66, air transport, nothing on that. Rail transport in my riding, nothing on that. Recommendation 91, simplifying and improving the infrastructure program to ensure that it really serves communities like Sherbrooke, nothing in the budget. So I would ask the government to fix this situation if they want my support, because clearly this budget doesn't deserve my trust. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments today. He touched on a whole host of issues, but the one I guess I'll focus on is with respect to pharmacare. And I know that he and the NDP are concerned that what the government has proposed in terms of pharmacare isn't enough. And I question how they will have been able to do more while at the same time balancing a budget, which is what they committed to doing during the election. But nonetheless, these are complex issues when you have a country that has the independent provinces like we do, and you have to have proper negotiations between them. You have Ontario that's already started its own pharmacare program, free drugs to anybody 25 years and younger. You have Quebec that also has a similar program for public partnerships with providing pharmacare. These are complex problems that need to actually be looked at. You have to figure out the way in which you're going to do it. So I respect the fact that the member is not happy that we're doing enough, but can he at least acknowledge that we are moving in the right direction and we're moving towards pharmacare? He said that that the Liberals had committed to doing it in 1998 and hasn't done anything for 20 years, but I'm sure he doesn't forget the 10 years that the Liberals were not in power. Can he comment on how he sees at least the progress and that we are at least going in the right direction on this?
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's really not a sufficient response to my critique here. He says that it was brought up in 1998. Well, they had until 2006 to take care of it, but they didn't. Of course, the Conservatives were in power after that, but now it's been 3 years. In October, it'll be 3 years that they've been in power. And still, there's nothing. Still, there's no bill. There's no framework that would allow us to implement a pharmacare program. So, Madam Speaker, I understand why people can be cynical about the government. They're cynical about how long it takes to implement new measures. Because, of course, when they see the Liberal government dragging its feet, it's just not acceptable. Now, if they really had the political courage to implement a pharmacare program, it would have been done by now. Perhaps it even would have happened before they were elected in 2015. So, once again, I have the impression that they're just trying to buy time. And I can guarantee you that at the next election, the national pharmacare program will not be put in place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for drawing attention to the increasing consumer debt that Canadians are taking on. In fact, Madam Speaker, a recent study indicated that consumer debt has risen by 6% since the fourth quarter of 2016. And yet, this budget document in the preamble, in the introduction, says for Canadian families, this means greater financial security and greater peace of mind. Well, it certainly doesn't be bearing out in the consumer debt levels that Canadians are taking on. So, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague is concerned about the increasing, spiraling amount of money that we're paying just on interest to service our national debt. This year alone, it'll be $26 billion. By 2022, be $33 billion a year just on interest. And, Madam Speaker, a 1% rise in interest rates, just a 1% rise in interest rates, would increase this amount by billions per year. Does my colleague share my concerns about the increasing amount of money that we're spending just on interest to service our national debt? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an excellent point. I didn't get the time to really get into it in my speech, but it's true that the government is continuing to talk about the debt to GDP ratio, but intentionally, they never mentioned that the debt servicing costs are going to increase over time. And we're talking $28 to $32 billion per year that are paid out to finance the debt. Who makes money off of that? Well, big bankers and financiers. It's not average Canadians who have who are going to get that money. It's big bankers who are going to get that 28 to 32 billion. And if the Bank of Canada is correct and interest rates increase, well, then debt servicing will also increase. The cost of that will also increase. That's not taken into consideration in their fiscal framework, and that's another gap there, and that's why we can't support this.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I am glad to be standing here, standing up for women in Canada who honestly have gotten the raw end of the deal. Our Status of Women Committee over the last year has been hearing from countless witnesses about how far women in Canada have fallen behind. The women who are burdened with university debt and have a very difficult time making it forward in the workplace, the lack of access to childcare, the lifetime of earnings that are comprised either by precarious work or by the lack of pay equity legislation, elderly women who are living in deep poverty, professional women who worked all their lives, but in my riding, Nanaimo Ladysmith, finding themselves accessing homeless shelters. I mean, it's terrible. And so, for all the good words of this government, with the majority that it has, with the mandate it had to implement real actions on feminism, and the long list, shopping list that women's organizations and witnesses at our Status Women Committee have been giving, I honestly expected so much more in this budget. So I'm going to run through some hits and misses here. The first one, and we heard this from women's organizations across the country, was the failure to fund a universal affordable childcare program. We have had funding announcements in the past, but they are way pushed into the future. Women cannot wait 10 years to get access to affordable childcare spaces, and there are still 0 new childcare spaces funded in this budget. It's a major missing piece. It's the #1 thing that the government could have done to have helped affordability, prosperity for women, to get them into the workplace. And because of the experience in Quebec, we know that investments in this area are good for the economy. The Quebec model has almost paid for itself by virtue of 70% of women who want to be in the workplace are working. They are earning more money. They are spending in their local economy, and they are being taxed. It's a good investment. So said the International Monetary Fund, talking about Canada specifically. So last week did say the Conference Board of Canada and the Bank of Canada governor. I mean, these are straight they are in addition to the fantastic NGOs who have been carrying the torch on this for so long. Canada would be in very good company with the rest of the developed world, and it certainly would have a lot of allies if it actually put its money where its mouth is and funded affordable childcare. Pay equity was another big piece. I was so honored in this House, the NDP's very first Opposition Day motion to stand with my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Jonquière, to get consent of this House to have the Liberal government agree that, yes, they would implement pay equity legislation. That was 2 years ago. It was a big win for us. But it was the same promise that had been made by Pierre Trudeau 40 years earlier. So we did, we're still waiting. And again, to have in the budget the announcement that there would be legislation was really kind of a sore consolation prize. Women have been waiting so long, and the gap is real. So we're glad to have the announcement, the re-announcement that there will be legislation. That's a check mark, but still, it's certainly still very overdue, and we haven't seen the legislation yet. The big hole was no implementation budget at all. Last year, the alternative federal budget put together from NGOs by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives recommended $10 million a year to implement pay equity. That didn't happen. The Canadian Labour Congress recommended at a bare minimum that the government fund establishment of a commissioner and some of the machinery that would be needed. The adjudication process, again, 0 for that. So how you could say that we're still committed to pay equity but put $0 into the budget, to me, represents a great timidity on the part of the government and a failure to put its money where its mouth is. A win that we did get in the budget was better support for sexual assault centers on campus. There is funding in place for development of policies to prevent campus rape. And this was a recommendation that arose from an earlier Status of Women study where we asked the Liberal government to lead national coordination of policies to prevent campus rape. My colleague, the Member of Parliament from Salle-Albury-sur-Loire, who's the NDP's youth critic and also the Deputy Women's Equality critic, and the critic for post-secondary institutions. We've all been hearing from women on campus. If you are born and raised, say, in Vancouver, and your big sister goes to UBC, and you hear through the grapevine about what the structure is for dealing with sexual assault on campus from her, but then you go across the country and go to university at Dalhousie, you're away from your family for the first time. There may be alcohol involved. It is your #1 most vulnerable time to sexual assault, those first few weeks on campus. And if the policing, the justice system, the level of support is different, it is the worst. Now, Canada's got a coordination problem about sexual violence. There's no question with the territories and provinces and municipal governments. But this is the first thing the government should have done. It took them several years to agree with us, but we're glad to have seen some money. Sadly, and this is a theme, the money will not appear for 5 years, and women should not have to wait to be safe on the campuses of our higher institutions. Another very sad point was insufficient investment in public transit. This past week, I've been at the United Nations hearing about the level of commitment of countries to implement their United Nations obligations around women's equality. And this focus was rural women. We heard again and again about the role of a safe, accessible, affordable transit system for them to be able to get to work, be able to get to medical appointments, to be able to accept jobs that they're offered, and absolutely to avoid more highway of tears. In northern BC, women hitchhiking because there was no other alternative. It ended their lives again and again. My colleague, the Member of Parliament for Saskatoon West, has been raising the alarm on this, of the loss of the public transit system, long-standing and successful transit system in Saskatchewan. This is a role for the federal government, and we really would have liked to have seen significant investment in rural public transit. That's a big missing piece. A win, though, another one, paid domestic violence leave. Many provinces have started to implement, and especially New Democrat government in Manitoba implemented paid domestic violence leave. If you're a woman who has to leave your husband because of violence in the home, and if you have the assurance from your employer that you're going to be able to take a few days paid leave while you resettle your family, rent a new house, you know that your job will be waiting for you when you come back, let alone having a little bit of coverage. Now, to our disappointment, the Labour Minister's offer last year was 3 days unpaid. Cheap for a government that's willing to spend on all kinds of things. That was mean-spirited. And because of the pressure of my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Saskatoon West, when she was in her role as our Labour critic, and the Labour movement in Canada, we're very glad that the government was persuaded in this budget to fund 5 days paid. It's the least we can do. Few women will take it up, but those who do, it will make a big difference to them and their families. Use it or lose it, parental leave was another win, I would say. It's been shown in other countries that when men take parental leave, it locks them in early to some of the domestic care issues. They're changing diapers and looking after the home. And if they don't take that leave, then it's gone. It's not the kind of thing we have right now where the father and mother can split the leave. A former NDP leader, the member for Outremont, and I had written to the Prime Minister back in September urging him to take this on. We're very glad that he took our advice, and we think it's a win for families. However, it is tempered by the fact that the budget did not fix the employment insurance parental leave benefits. When working families cannot earn enough hours to actually be eligible to take that unemployment and that paid parental leave, it means that once again, the better off middle-class people that the Prime Minister loves to support, they get that access, but the poorest people who need it the most just cannot get a foot in the door. It's unfair. We've registered this with the government many times, and that they still have not closed that gap is a problem. Same with unemployment insurance for precarious part-time work. We've heard from committee witnesses again and again that women are more likely to work part-time. You may well be a full-time teller or a cashier, but that is not going to get you enough hours each week to be able to qualify for unemployment insurance, let alone benefits and a pension. And this is the nature of the working world, the Prime Minister tells us. Get used to it, he said to young people. So honestly, if he's admitted that this is a for sure thing, we must fix our unemployment insurance system. And I know, given the government's commitments, that it should want to do that. I have a feeling that I'm almost at the end of my time. One more minute. Great. Then with that, I will say the government's got a mandate. It's got a great amount of goodwill. It talks a good talk on feminism. We would really like to have seen more action and the government putting its money where its mouth is on women's equality.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I tend to disagree with my friend across the way. I think there's many examples that have been given in terms of just how seriously this government takes the idea of issues related to gender equality and moving forward in terms of the important issues such as pay equity and so forth. But the question I have for my colleague across the way is more so with respect to the NDP's former position. And I say this with all seriousness. Coming into the last federal election, part of the election platform that the NDP had was that they would have a balanced budget. I am very much curious, under the new leadership, have the NDP revisited the issue? What is their actual position on balanced budgets?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The New Democrat leader, Jagmeet Singh, has been very strong in his way of describing taxation and spending, that where we can show that investments in a strong social safety net will benefit the people that need it the most, those that most need a boost, and have been discriminated by successive Conservative and Liberal policies, that we should make those investments. And we have got a lot of evidence, especially, for example, in the Universal Affordable Childcare, as the International Monetary Fund, Conference Board of Canada, and the Bank of Canada Governor are all saying, invest here and it will pay dividends. But I will note another win that we got in the budget that we do credit the government for. We've been asking for years that Status of Women Canada be made a full ministry. That was in the 2011 and the 2015 NDP platform to make it a full ministry. And our colleague, the Member of Parliament for Elmwood Transcona, had been pushing for it in this Parliament very actively, and we're glad to have seen the government finally take our advice.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her advocacy for women on the Status of Women Committee and for an excellent speech. I noticed that even though the government is got a deficit of more than $18 billion this year, their priorities don't seem to be for women. I mean, if I look at the amount of money that's been spent in other countries for infrastructure in Asia and climate change in other places and a bunch of these other initiatives, and we compare that to the amount of money that's in the budget for women, it seems really small, especially on the subject of pay equity, where I was happy to serve on that special committee. And the recommendation that the government agreed to was to introduce legislation. So coming out in this budget and re-announcing that and putting $0 in it seems like not the right priority. And would the member agree?
The honourable member for the Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you. I was discouraged in this budget to see an awful lot of window dressing kind of, we're going to do a corporate award. We're going to fund a corporate award for the best performers who hire the most women. We're going to establish a think tank We're going to do a 2-year conference. We're going to do what we can to encourage and inspire women to move more into the STEM industries. What we were hearing at committee is that all of that fancy stuff, which honestly feels like kind of elite feminism to me, doesn't do anything for the women that need the help the most on the ground. We are hearing from women in universities saying, look, we're in STEM, but our student debt is impossible. We can't get affordable childcare, and as well, the government has failed to, in their infrastructure spending, which they keep delaying. But anyway, they haven't put equity hiring provisions. They haven't put in place the conditions for anybody that gets a contract for infrastructure to say, we will hire a certain number of apprenticeships, we'll hire a certain number of Indigenous people, certain number of women. That's where the government could use its spending power to make a difference and get some of these people their first jobs, and then they can carry on in construction and engineering.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Assuming all the questions are done, Madam
Yes.
Speaker, yes. I rise on a point of order to respond to a question of privilege raised by the Honourable Member for Durham on March 2nd, 2018, with respect to the divulgation of sensitive information. Tough word there, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague in his statement argued that his freedom of speech and his freedom from obstruction or interference in the fulfilment of his duties were inhibited, as was the collective rights of Parliament to collectively to institute inquiries, call witnesses, and demand information to this chamber. The member went so far as to mention a cover-up, which I would say is an unfounded accusation. In his argument, the Honourable Opposition Member refers to Speaker Milliken's decision from April the 28th, 2010, concerning the Afghan document decision, going as far as quoting a section pertaining to the government censoring the information provided to Parliament. What should be noted, Madam Speaker, is that not much links these two cases. The April 2010 decision pertaining to the production of documents required by an order from this House. As such, the reference is inadequate to the question currently being debated. Looking at the previous Speaker's ruling on June 13, 2012 on the government's cooperation with regard to access to information, it states that, and I quote, Madam Speaker, in the 2010 case, however, the circumstances were quite different. There had been a House order and a committee orders requiring the production of documents. So it was the responsibility of the chair to ensure that the orders of the House were obeyed. In the case before us, there are no such orders, and in their absence, the Speaker has neither the authority nor the power to compel the production of information. End of quote. Madam Speaker, considering this, I would ascertain that, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member was in no way impeded in his duties as a member of Parliament. On the topic of the National Security Advisor's statement to the media, I will refer, Madam Speaker, to the decision given by your predecessor on December the 4th, 2014, regarding House's access to information. And again, I would quote, "The release of and accessibility to information is, of course, a matter of importance to all members, since it touches the role of members as legislators." End of quote. He then further stated, Madam Speaker, again I quote, "This role should not be trivialized. In fact, we should take every opportunity to underline its significance in our system of responsible government." That is not to say, however, that every proceeding or activity related to the delivering or accessing information by members implicitly involves their parliamentary duties. End of quote. On the same subject, Speaker Perron's decision on October 9th, 1997, regarding the alleged denial of information to members states at page 688 of debates that, and again I would quote, "Activities related to the seeking of information in order to prepare a question do not fall within the strict definition of what constitutes a proceeding in Parliament." and therefore they are not protected by privilege, end of quote. Madam Speaker, furthermore, Speaker Bosley's ruling on May the 15th, 1985 at page 4769 of debates states, and once again I would quote, "I think it has been recognized many times in the House that a complaint about the actions or inactions of government departments cannot constitute a question of parliamentary privilege," end of quote. Madam Speaker, I do not agree that there is any conspiracy trying to prevent members of this House from fulfilling their duties. Consequently, I respectfully submit that this is a question of debate and as such does not constitute a prima facie question of privilege.
The honourable member for Durham is rising on the same point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker. In fact, the point of parliamentary privilege that the Deputy House Leader from the Liberal Party raised was mine. I don't believe I used the term cover-up in my suggestion, Madam Speaker, but I quoted the Milliken decision with respect to the ability of parliamentarians to see all information. And I would remind that member that information are not just is not just provided through the production of documents. Witness testimony and the ability to question witnesses is part of the obligation of parliamentarians to fulfill their duties unfettered. And that was supported by the Milliken decision, which supersedes both the Bosley and Perron decision. It should be unfettered. National security interests can be addressed if there are some. But those were waived in this case, Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister's office asked the National Security Advisor to brief members of the press gallery who do not have the same privileges as members of Parliament. The Prime Minister's office compelled the National Security Advisor to provide briefings to the media, and the Public Safety Minister in his press conference before the House rose suggested that the National Security Advisor could provide that information to the media, but could choose not to provide that information to parliamentarians. That is fettering the privilege of parliamentarians to fulfill their obligations in this place, Madam Speaker. That is supported clearly by the Milliken decision, which did not just in spirit relate to production of documents. It is information and evidence that parliamentarians need to fulfill their duties. I would also suggest, Madam Speaker, that the member's response to my matter of privilege also highlights the fact that the Eggleton decision would apply to the circumstance where the Government of Canada has provided two possible responses to a diplomatic incident. The response that the member from Surrey Centre was responsible for the invitation of Jaspal Atwal, which the Prime Minister has acknowledged, which the member himself has acknowledged, and the member was disciplined or resigned from a role. The Prime Minister has also suggested, Madam Speaker, that the Indian government is somehow complicit in the Atwal invitation or the scandal related to Jaspal Atwal's attendance at the Prime Minister's events. Very similar fashion to a previous ruling of your chair, Madam Speaker, the Eggleton decision, where two positions of the federal government can't possibly be correct. This is something that the House has been trying to probe at, and the information that the National Security Advisor has provided to members of the media is required for parliamentarians to discern which alternative is true. They cannot both be true. Even Mr. Atwal, Madam Speaker, himself last week or a week ago refuted the Prime Minister's suggestion that the Indian government was responsible. So, the key element of the Milliken decision, which my friend, the Deputy House Leader for the Liberals, glossed over rather craftily, is that parliamentarians' privilege shall be unfettered to fulfill their obligations to hold the government to account. And my privilege as both a member of this place and as the shadow cabinet minister doing my parliamentary duties to critique the minister and the government on foreign affairs matters is curtailed by the fact that the government has provided information to the media through the National Security Advisor, the most senior civil servant advising Cabinet and the Government of Canada. They're not allowing parliamentarians, including myself, to have that same degree of information and access. And a request by parliamentarians
to have that same degree of information at Public Safety Committee, I would suggest to the Chair, Madam Speaker, is the same as a request by this House to have documents related to Afghan detainees, which is the subject matter of the Milliken decision. So my friend is trying to be somewhat cute in the fact that suggesting that there's not an order for the production of documents is somehow different and can be distinguished from requests from parliamentarians to have evidentiary testimony from the most senior civil servant responsible for security when that very information was provided to non-parliamentarians, Madam Speaker. It's a preposterous position for the member to take. I would ask the Chair to look at both my presentation from 2 weeks ago, but also my rebuttal here today, and the Eggleton decision, which recognizes that the government can't have two positions on one issue. And I would ask for an expeditious review of this point of privilege, Madam Speaker, because parliamentarians are clearly having our ability to perform our function fettered by the government's unwillingness to provide parliamentarians the same briefing and the same degree of access to the National Security Advisor that the Prime Minister provided members of the media in order to explain away problems with his trip to India, Madam Speaker. Those are my submissions in right of reply to my friend from the Liberal Party with respect to this matter of privilege.
Is this still on the point of order?
So I just want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader and the member for Durham for the additional information that was provided. We'll certainly take it under advisement, and the Chair will include it in the information that's already been provided. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with my colleague across the way, the member from Joliette. Where to start? This is a good news budget, Madam Speaker. It's a budget that continues on from the previous two budgets, which really helps build Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and those that really need to be given that helping hand, Madam Speaker. I look across the way, and I've been listening to a lot of the Conservatives stand up and critique this wonderful budget, and one cannot help but think, what is the difference between the Conservative Party today than it was 3 or 4 years ago? I would think that Stephen Harper is in fact still leading their party, Madam Speaker. I don't think Stephen Harper has gone or left Parliament Hill. Yes, they do have a new leader, but I listen to the criticisms, and I try to distinguish what is the difference between Stephen Harper and this current leader, Madam Speaker, and I don't see much of a difference. In fact, I would suggest to you that they are still one and the same. And I have to comment by saying, if you listen to what and how the Conservatives are critiquing this budget, one would think that they're not listening to Canadians. In fact, I would suggest to you that they are out of touch with what Canadians really want government to be doing. We had a good sense of that in the last national election, when you had one party talking about investing in Canada, protecting Canada's middle class, doing the things that are necessary to advance our economy and our society. And we had the Conservatives and the NDP saying, no, we have to have a balanced budget. We have to have cutbacks and so forth. That was the unholy alliance back then. And I'm starting to see a little bit of division amongst the NDP and the Conservatives. And in fairness, I don't want to say that the NDP are fully in line with the balanced budget model that the Conservatives often talk about today. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I believe that proof is in the pudding. And I would like to suggest to my friends across the way that a lot of good things have happened in Canada as a direct result from the change in government that we witnessed back in 2015. I remember the slogan quite well of real change. Canadians wanted change, and Canadians received that change when they voted for this government, Madam Speaker. And we will continue to work with Canadians from coast to coast to coast to build a stronger, healthier economy. And one of the biggest selling points to just how success Canadians and this government have been is take a look at the job numbers. Over 600,000 jobs created, Madam Speaker. It took the Conservatives a decade to get that type of numbers. In less than 3 years, we have accomplished that, Madam Speaker, with working with Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And you ask, well, what sort of policy initiatives have we actually taken to support that type of growth? I'll bring it right back to the first piece of legislation. The first priority in terms of legislation from this government was, in fact, dealing with that cut in taxes for Canada's middle class. Hundreds of millions of dollars that was put into the pockets of consumers. Those consumers were able to spend that money helping cultivate the economy. More money being spent. It's the middle class, Madam Speaker, they're the great consumers that purchase the items that we need and increase the production, cause all sorts of wonderful job spin-offs. That tax cut was critical to what we are seeing today. We did, and I remind members that we also did put the tax on Canada's wealthiest 1%. That was an additional tax that was assigned there. So there was that tax increase. But it's interesting, the Harper Conservatives, or I should say under this new leadership, it's the same, but they actually voted against that particular tax cut, you'll recall, Madam Speaker. Other initiatives that we had taken included the thing known as the Canada Child Benefit Program. I have often talked about the benefits of that program. Bottom line, Madam Speaker, thousands of children were lifted out of poverty. Millions of dollars were put into, the pockets of Canadians, thereby increasing disposable income once again. You know, in Winnipeg North, every month, we get millions of dollars that is coming from the Treasury, the National Treasury, going into Winnipeg North, into the families, the children that really need that support. Every month, millions of dollars. That is something that I believe is really helping our economy and strengthening the lives of so many people. In this budget, what we've seen is recognition that it's not only good enough to have established that Canada Child Benefit Program, but we needed to ensure that it would continue to receive increases. So we are going to see that in the future, Madam Speaker. So when the cost of living goes up, that the money allotted to that particular program will also be going up, Madam Speaker. I talk about tax cuts. We talk about money in the pockets of Canadians with young children. I should also talk about the increase that was provided to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, our senior program. And we continue to support seniors in whatever way that we can. I heard a lot of discussion about pharmacare. Pharmacare is a fantastic idea that I suspect will get good support from Liberal members, New Democrats, the Greens, even some of the Conservatives might ultimately support a national pharmacare program. It is an ambitious road that we are on, and we need to recognize that the national government has to work with our provincial counterparts and territorial counterparts. We will also work with Indigenous people. If you look to the NDP, they'll snap their fingers and say, make it happen yesterday. It just doesn't happen that way. There has to be negotiations that take place. You know, it's interesting. My daughter, who's an MLA in the province of Manitoba, and I had a wonderful story about the pharmacare program, and my daughter said that she wants to see a national health care program, but until then, the province of Manitoba should be prepared to go alone, if necessary, because she believes so passionately in the program. Interesting enough, now the provincial NDP, after being out of government, they were in government for 15 years. 2 years ago, they were booted out of office. And now they finally say, oh, yes, we should have a national health care program. When in fact, the NDP back then in the province of Manitoba could have led the way. But they chose not to do that. Now we have a standing committee on health who has recognized the importance of pharmaceuticals or the cost of medications. And they are coming up with a report, or the report has been brought forward, I should say, Madam Speaker. And I think it's a step forward for all of us. And I hope that there will be an opportunity or someday in the future that we will be able to say that we have that national pharmacare program. I know the residents of Winnipeg North would love to see that happen, Madam Speaker. You know, the Canada Workers Benefit that's being established with this government, I think is one of those programs that will greatly enhance opportunities for our working class, in particular our low-income workers. My colleague and friend from Winnipeg Centre talked a great deal about that program and the thousands of Manitobans and Winnipeggers that will benefit from it. Bottom line is, from coast to coast to coast, Canadians will benefit by that initiative, and I think this is one of the types of initiatives that demonstrates very clearly that we have a Prime Minister and a government that genuinely cares, believes in bringing in good, solid, progressive programs that are going to have a profound, positive impact on the future of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for sharing with his views with all of us today in regards to the budget. In the tail end of his speech, because most of the speech focused on previous budget and previous initiatives by the government, but he did mention the changes to the working benefit. Many of these changes were brought in by Minister of Finance Jim Flaherty, originally proposed there would be and enhancements and whatnot. Now, in last year's fall economic update, the Minister of Finance in this government announced that there would be further changes, but those checks that they actually basically put out, Madam Speaker, as saying the checks are ready to come, won't actually go out until 2019, almost at the end of this government's mandate, when we are looking to have an election. Now, I'm not saying that checks coming out in an election year is anything short of what a Liberal government will do, but for him to be saying that this budget will help those people, it seems to me that this government makes a habit of announcing and basically ragging the puck until either it's near the end of their mandate or after. So does he believe that the Minister of Finance needs to do a better job working with provinces like Manitoba to get those checks out to support working families faster than what this budget proposes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think consistently over the last three budgets we have seen a Minister of Finance present to this House many different progressive policy changes that are having a very positive, profound impact on Canadians as a whole in all regions of our country. When we take a look at what used to be what was the working income tax base and how that's being converted to the Canada Workers Benefit Program, what we're really witnessing is, let's say, the individual that has that job of in around $14,000-15,000 a year will benefit by an additional $500, which is a significant amount of money. And, you know, we can always look at ways in which we can improve the system. But I think that what Canadians will appreciate is that we have a government that is consistently, through its budgetary Secretary measures brought in progressive steps that will enable a healthier, stronger middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. And I think that is probably a theme from day one of this government. And I hope and trust that we will continue to see that theme being carried through so that we will have a healthier, more robust economy into the future. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I was very interested when he said that the government will support seniors wherever they can. And I think that's a very important statement. But however, Madam Speaker, in 2009, the Liberals then promised to change the bankruptcy laws. That was in the leader then outside of this House about a big rally. Again, they did it in 2015 on election time, and yet we're in 2018 and nothing's still been done. The budget has referred to it, stating that they're going to have consultations with evidence-based. But my question is, Madam Speaker, is how much more evidence does he need, or does the government need, to find out that thousands and thousands of workers and retirees have been shortchanged on their pensions, and yet they're still looking for a way to avoid the situation of correcting it, as we said many times in this House? What concrete measures has the government taken to ensure that pensioners will not be ripped off in the future?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 1 minute to respond.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can assure my friend across the way that when we take a look at the issue of pensions, what we have seen is a government that has taken action virtually within the first few months of governing Canada. All one has to do is take a look at the guaranteed income supplement, where it was significantly enhanced to the tune of up to $900 plus for some of the poor seniors, lifting literally tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty. We can talk about the CPP, where we have a historical agreement with the Minister of Finance and this government with the different provinces and territories to ensure that individuals that are going to be retiring, many of those seniors, in fact, are ones in which we are all concerned. And I shouldn't even say seniors. What we're talking about is those individuals, let's say, between the ages of 25 to 50 plus, where they're going to have better or more resources when it comes time to retirement. Does that mean everything's done? No, Madam Speaker. There's always room to do more.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for Winnipeg North for sharing his time with me. Madam Speaker, this budget has nothing revolutionary or even ambitious. The only thing it contains is money, a sprinkling of money for everyone without going back to a balanced budget. It's a good pre-election budget. But again, Quebec is forgotten. Quebec is not a priority for this government. The 2018 budget is, in fact, unfair for Quebec. Do you want any examples? Well, look at the new handout for Irving. With 4.5 million acres, the maritime forest belongs to Irving, or is Irving. The Liberal government gave $75 million to the Maritimes, so to Irving, to fight the spruce budworm. Quebec received nothing, even though the part of Quebec affected by the spruce budworm is bigger than the entire province of New Brunswick. It's a joke, and we're the butt of it. Also, the Davie shipyard has been ignored. 800 jobs were lost before last Christmas because this government had nothing for Canada's largest shipyard, and yet the two shipyards which received all of the contracts, Irving and Seaspan, are behind on the construction of their vessels. They're always behind in any case. The Davie shipyard could build a second icebreaker and supply ship, which are necessary for the St. Lawrence, but there's nothing for Davie in the budget. In fact, all of these shipbuilding contracts should be redistributed. I have a small free tip for the government. When you have bad suppliers, you change suppliers. The Davie shipyard delivered the Asterix supply ship on time and within budget, yet Davie is languishing due to a lack of contracts. But again, there was nothing in the budget for Davie. Quebec Liberal MPs are asleep at the switch. This government could have been more fair by giving contracts to Davie. When I say that the major measures in the budget ignore Quebec, well, that's not an exaggeration. For years, Quebec has asked the federal government to do its share in the healthcare system. Quebec nurses work so hard they are burning out. To simply maintain the system, health transfers should be increased by at least 5% per year, but nothing at all is happening. The Liberal government is ignoring our needs and creates programs which already exist in Quebec. For instance, the Liberal government said it would look at creating pharmacare, but Quebec already has its own pharmacare program. The Liberal government is creating parental leave. Quebec has had parental leave for the last 12 years. The federal government said it will pass pay equity legislation. Quebec has had such legislation for 22 years. Last year, it earmarked money to create childcare centres, but nothing for Quebec because we already have ours. So this budget completely ignores Quebec. It's strange to have a federal government that ignores Quebec's demands, but doesn't stop copying Quebec's programs. And yet Ottawa has ignored us for far too long. For years, we've asked for infrastructure money for regional infrastructure like airports and ports, but we've received nothing. There is infrastructure money. However, the program is so strict that no money is flowing. Again, nothing new. The budget also had nothing with regard to the EI black hole or the waiting period. Real people are suffering because this government refuses to do anything. Despite the unanimous request of the National Assembly, the Liberal government continues to benefit internet giants instead of taxing them. It has not done so, which gives the web giants a 15% advantage over our companies. Amazon doesn't create jobs at home. Netflix doesn't create jobs at home either. The government has chosen to help wealthy American corporations rather than its own citizens or its own companies. Really, it is acting in a very imperialist way. Tax havens. Quebec has asked Ottawa to delegitimize tax havens. However, the government has just done the opposite by signing agreements with 2 new tax havens. This policy has a price. Between $7 and $8 billion will be lost each year to tax authorities, including Quebec's. It's very clear in this chamber, Quebec's place is worth less than the Bay Street lobby. Desjardins and the Banque Nationale are not tax havens. In Toronto, the 5 charter banks will hide their profits in tax havens, whereas the middle class, which works and pays taxes, will keep on paying those taxes. That's exactly what's going on. The money hidden in tax havens is the reason why we have such a large deficit. There was something else in the budget to make Bay Street banks happy. Liberals, Canadian banks will not have to fall under Quebec's consumer legislation. Well, let them just try, because we are not going to go back 40 years in time when Bay Street banks had the high hand. Even though the government makes nice speeches, there is nothing for our dairy farmers. In the new Trans-Pacific Partnership, the government did not renegotiate quotas. In fact, it chose to give up some of these quotas, even though the United States are not part of the TPP anymore. The National Assembly and even the Prime Minister of Quebec unanimously asked the federal government to defend their rights, but Ottawa has forgotten Quebec. With the environmental commitments contained in COP21, we expected more subsidies for making public transit electric and subsidizing consumers who choose to buy electric vehicles. In conclusion, even though the budget focuses on women, on Aboriginals, and on other minorities, which is a good thing, well, these are paper promises. At the end of the day, this budget does not help Quebec in any way. It does not meet the needs of Quebecers. Quebec has never been as weak in Ottawa. It's very clear in this budget. The federal government doesn't even pretend to care about Quebec. It completely ignores the province. For my colleagues who are members of the Parliamentary Group of Quebec and myself, our job is to defend the interests of Quebecers. That will always be our priority. Since the budget ignores Quebecers completely, Madam Speaker, you can be sure that we will vote against the budget. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech in which he claimed to care about Quebecers and to defend the interests of Quebec. I myself defend the interests of all Canadians. I have a question for my honourable friend. Does he believe that this Liberal government is centralizing powers, ignores the provinces, and does he feel that we have the Liberal government is a unitary government, that there is only one government which gives marching orders to the provinces? Does he perceive the situation this way? Madam Speaker, thank you. And thank you to my colleague for his question. I completely agree with him. We have a centralizing imperialistic government which is infringing on all areas of provincial jurisdiction, including those of Quebec. This federal government can't do its job. Its job is to redistribute tax revenues the right way. Quebec is getting nothing but peanuts, and this is unacceptable. This government cannot even pay its own employees, so it should not give Quebec lessons on how to do its job. Our colleague talked about defending the interests of all Canadians. Well, we on this side are interested in defending the interests of all Quebecers. In the last 2.5 years, I've noticed that we have two different societies in this place. There are two different segments in Canada. Ottawa's economic policies work against Quebec because we are too different. We don't have Ontario's auto sector. We don't have any oil and gas. We have a good high-tech sector, and our forests are different from those in British Columbia. Quebec needs more support for its high-tech aeronautical and computer sectors. Our pharmaceutical sector has crumbled because there was not enough support, and the same applies to our manufacturing sector. I would like to thank my colleague for his observations, but what I'm interested in is women in the workplace. I'm very proud of this budget because, in fact, my oldest daughter is taking part in a synchronized swimming competition. Yet in Canada, 41% of young women between the ages of 3 and 17 are not involved in sports, and 84% of young female adults are not involved in sports. However, this budget has set money aside for equality for men and women in sport. So can my friend tell me whether this money can help women and girls in his riding participate in sport, and can it also help families? The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
I have an 8-year-old daughter myself, and I think it's important to look at these measures, including sports. But I thought that this was really much more of an election promise that would allow government members to make announcements all year long and to go around and have more visibility. So to me, this measure is really just a way for them to hand out gifts to people. what I see in the budget is that there aren't real structural attempts to develop the economy, like the economy of Quebec. There isn't real vision. There's just a lot of window dressing. But the question of gender equality is a very important issue. We always need to work toward achieving it. There's a proposal to have a federal bill on pay equity, but we've already had that for 22 years in Quebec. So you guys are lagging by over 20 years.
Prise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Straight off, before I forget, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my speaking time with my very honourable colleague for Lac Mégantic, a very beautiful riding, which has a very beautiful lake. Mégantic-l'Érable. Oh, sorry, that's right. I forgot about Érable. Now, I always want to speak to my constituents, the ones that I meet in community centres or when I'm going door to door. And, dear citizens, today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the reality of Budget 2018. I'd like to draw a parallel, dear citizens, between the Prime Minister's trip to India, this disastrous trip which caused so much despair, and then my view of this government. So this is a trip that didn't really have any real substance, where the Prime Minister wore some ridiculous costumes. Now, I'm not saying that those costumes are inherently ridiculous. I'm saying it's ridiculous for the Prime Minister to wear them instead of wearing appropriate clothing for an international meeting. He went all around India making a joke of himself and making Canada a laughingstock. The international media covered this. And then he came back to Canada with nothing to announce. But you know what? This trip is exactly representative of what we see from this government every day in this House. And it really reflects their budget as well. It's just a lot of virtue signaling, a lot of nice words, but no real concrete action. You know, the Liberal government and the Prime Minister love to brag about being democratic, transparent, not cynical. They say they want to really restore people's trust in our democratic system. Well, one way to ensure that Canadians trust the political system, I think, is that the government should keep its promise, even its most basic promises. But the government has broken many big promises, like electoral reform, for example, which they didn't do. But they also broke structural, very basic promises that they had made in 2015. First, the Prime Minister said that he would run a deficit of no bigger than $10 billion a year. He said that in 2018, the deficit would be no more than $6 billion. Well, what did the government announce not just only 2 weeks ago? They said that the deficit for 2018-19 would be $18 billion, so 3 times more than the initial promise they made during the election. Second broken promise. This is a significant one. And I'm going to talk about balancing the budget, which they said they would do by 2020. Like my colleague, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, always says, never has a Canadian government run deficits without being at war, like in World War II, or without facing a significant economic crisis, as was the case for us when the great Prime Minister Stephen Harper was in power. So, in a favorable economic situation, when we're not at war, we have a Prime Minister who is running significant deficits and who has no plan to get back to a balanced budget, Madam Speaker. It's incredible. Now, talking about the Parliamentary Budget Officer, I'd like to quote an article here. The watchdog of Canada's finances says that on the question of balancing the budget, the government is in contradiction with what Bill Morneau said. And the PBO said that the Prime Minister has to ensure that our fiscal framework is sustainable, that the budget will be balanced by 2020. And then in this article, it also says that Ottawa has abandoned
its attempt to balance the budget by 2019, and Ottawa confirmed 2 weeks ago that not only will they not balance the budget this year, but it won't be done by 2023 or 2045 either. Also, when it comes to infrastructure, now, this is just a great joke. This government is so proud to brag about having the greatest infrastructure plan in Canada's history. $180 billion, Madam Speaker. But now, and I'm not the one saying this, it's the Parliamentary Budget Officer saying it, and this has been covered in the media as well, they've already spent $10 billion, and all of the money that should have been spent by 2019 will now be pushed back to 2022, 2023, 2024. And when the Prime Minister promised that he would run a deficit of no more than $10 billion a year, he said that those deficits would be created in order to fund infrastructure, not climate change, not international development in the third world, not for handing out money to various interest groups in Canada. He said that money would be for infrastructure. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that the Liberals still don't have a plan explaining how the government will spend the remaining infrastructure money over the next 12 years. This Liberal government always brags that it's going to have a plan for climate change targets. But they don't have a plan for that, just like they don't have a plan for infrastructure. That was one of their key promises. In fact, it was such a key promise that it was the one that all the other promises were based on. And yet they're running these deficits. Now, dear citizens, imagine what's happening for you. A, your taxes are going up. Under the Conservatives in 2015-2016, the average Canadian family would pay about $200 less per year in taxes than now. So there's an increase in CBP contributions. There's carbon taxes, so several $100s per year. And then the tax changes for families. Now, this affects my citizens. For all of these families who have children in sports, for example, like my daughter, for example, on Sunday mornings goes to music lessons to a really great school in my riding, which I'm pleased to mention. But they canceled tax credits for school textbooks, and they increased CBP contributions. And I haven't even mentioned the disastrous tax reform proposed by the Minister of Finance, when he himself has already hidden some of his income from the Canadian tax authorities. And this level of debt is only going up. In 3 years of power, the Trudeau government has increased the debt by over $60 billion, and according to the PBO, the budget will not be balanced before 2045, which will add $450 million to the debt. I had a colleague across the way who was talking about girls of 3 to 17 who don't have access to various things, but I would tell her 100% of those girls will be paying this government's debt 30 years from now. That's one thing I know for sure, Madam Speaker. It will be men and women who will be paying this government's debt, and it'll be a lot higher in 30 and 40 years because of this government's current mismanagement of Canada's finances. Even more incredible, this government boasts about having a fantastic management of public finances, but that's not the case. We know that the current growth is essentially due to improvements in the oil sector. So it's not due to any good management by the Liberals. There's also increase in housing, which allowed for additional revenue. There was increase in oil and gas revenue. The Canadian dollar was lower, and so was interest rates. And so all of those factors together meant that there was strong growth in Canada. But what do you do in this type of situation, Madam Speaker? What do you do when the economy is doing well? You need to look at the issues and ensure that you have money for potential crises like aluminum and steel, like the possible end of NAFTA in a few months, like a worldwide economic crisis that could hit at any time. That's what you should do when the economy is doing well. You should prepare for future crises. This government is being reckless, and I want my citizens to know that. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. What strikes me when I hear the Conservatives talking is the following. First, I hear them say, you're spending too much. You should lower taxes. You should balance the budget. And then, and here's the other side, unfortunately for you guys, I hear, whether we're talking about military procurement, I heard the gentleman from Edmonton tell us yesterday that we don't have a plan for Phoenix, even though we've spent $400 million to solve their problem. I always hear them saying, you're not doing enough. So they want us to correct all the mistakes that they made for 10 years when they were underfunding everything. So they're telling us to spend more, but also to spend less. It seems to me that that's contradictory. So can the member tell us, in as much detail as possible, where he would like us to cut? So which programs, which services, which things that we are doing? And can he be specific about which cuts he would like us to make? The Honourable Member for Bhopal-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, the reality is that never in Canada's history has a government invested so much in its own bureaucracy instead of investing in Canadians. We're not saying we need more money for this or less money for that. We're saying spend the money intelligently. Address the most essential needs. Now, there was a Senate report on national defense. My colleague knows it well. And under Mr. Harper's years, if you look at the proportion of spending on national defense compared to GDP, well, it was the highest it had ever been. It was around 0.8% of GDP. Under Mr. Chrétien, it was 0.3, 0.4. So as my colleague for Charlebourg always said, they spent huge amounts of money on new equipment for our brave men and women in uniform while balancing the budget, while having a $3 billion surplus, which we left to the Liberals. And not only did we do that, we also lowered taxes for Canadian families while balancing the budget, and by leaving a $3 billion surplus to the Liberals. They are digging Canada deeper into debt. They are helping interest rates rather than real Canadians.
Des commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to acknowledge my colleague's dynamic approach. He's someone who understands a lot about Canadian history. He always impresses me with his knowledge. And when he says that no other Canadian government has invested so much in the bureaucracy as this one, well, I think he's the best person to tell us that, Madam Speaker, because he really knows Canada's history. And I would like to know from my colleague whether he thinks that the money that taxpayers give to the government could be better used. The Honourable Member. Well, the answer is yes, absolutely. And honestly, Madam Speaker, in the last 3 weeks, everywhere I've been in my riding, including in red areas, I can tell you that people are they just can't believe what's happening. I met so many people who voted Liberal who said they would no longer do so because it just doesn't make sense. They're just spending and spending and spending in all sectors without having any real vision of what's going to happen, without any real reason beyond trying to please interest groups and taking disastrous international trips. So, you know, the development of the welfare state in the 30s, 40s, and 50s was a noble enterprise, but now we've just taken it to a ridiculous extreme. Canadians want the government to work for them one day and not the other way around. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And once again, I want to acknowledge my colleague's excellent work and thank him for his speech. I'd like to continue in the same vein. And I'd like to speak directly to some of the citizens of my riding who are also very disappointed by this Liberal government's last budget. Madam Speaker, never has a government spent so much to accomplish so little. That is what the Leader of the Official Opposition said after the budget was tabled. And the budget really is more of a public relations document than anything else. And a lot of financial analysts said the same thing after studying the budget. Honestly, the budget is really just a way of hiding some of the Liberal government's bad decisions that they've made over the last few months. Madam Speaker, I am the Shadow Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food. And in this Liberal government's public relations document that they call the budget, they did not acknowledge how essential agriculture is for Canada. It's really not a priority for them because there is nothing in the budget about agriculture. Absolutely nothing. No plan to compensate farmers following the signing of the TPP. No increase in funding for the dairy sector. And allow me to quote someone from the Wheat Growers Association who said the following.
Something that farmers are used to, but refuse to accept. We contribute a huge portion of the Canadian economy. On peut les croire. On peut les croire.
And that's true. This is the president of the association. Another member, Jim Nickett, said,
themselves, and wheat doesn't plant in itself. If the federal government really wanted to help farmers, they would remove trade barriers and ensure that we can move our products to market rather than face transportation delays that cost us both time and income. Simple, facile.
Simple. You know, that's very clear. Everybody can see it clearly. It's clear that the Minister of Agriculture didn't have any input in this budget. Is there even a Minister of Agriculture in the cabinet? We might wonder. Now, we discovered something in the last few weeks. There is a Minister of Agriculture in India. We know because he's the one who met the Prime Minister when he came to India. So we saw him. And, you know, we're laughing, Madam Speaker, but it's not that funny. Instead of promoting Canada's exports in India, the Prime Minister endangered them during his trip. We've potentially lost $587 million in trade with India. It's 75% of some of our exports. Now, I understand why the Minister of Agriculture was happy to meet the Prime Minister when he came to India, because he was helping his industry, but it didn't help Canada's industry. The government's plan is deficits for everyone, millions in losses for farmers. Agriculture wasn't even in the table of contents of the budget. After the budget was tabled by the Minister of Finance, well, you know, this public relations document didn't contain anything about agriculture. I tried to find out why. I tried to ask the Minister of Finance why there was nothing about farmers in Budget 2018. And you know what he told me? Well, he just went back to the talking points of Budget 2017. He told me that the answers to my questions about Budget 2018 were actually to be found in Budget 2017.
Unbelievable, as though nothing had changed in agriculture in Canada in the last year. But that's what we were given. An empty, hollow document. This public relations document that simply hides their bad decisions. So this is a public relations operation that is a real failure for the Liberal government. And they're really not working for the middle class. The Prime Minister increased taxes for over 90% of Canadian families. He's going to add $98 billion to the debt, which is 3 times more than what the Liberals had promised in the 2015 election. And this is just an attempt to hide the Liberals' disastrous record. The most recent example of this is the Prime Minister's trip to India. Things like parental leave and pharmacare, well, that doesn't have any effect on Quebecers because Quebecers already enjoy those types of programs.
So we're not fools. That's a great PR exercise. Lots of nice promises, but the promises aren't getting kept. So I'd be worried if I was a resident of another province. And for Quebecers, there's nothing to begin with. It would be nice to see a real budget with funding for the Lac Mégantic rail bypass. That was promised. The Liberals promised that they would earmark significant amounts for that, but unfortunately there's nothing in this PR budget about that, about funding for that bypass. So once again, I implore the government to hear the cry of the people of Lac Mégantic. It's important. The same thing goes for the Christian Paradis Fund. That was a fund to help a community get through the asbestos crisis, and the Liberals proposed to ban the asbestos industry. So that industry will die, but the people, what are they supposed to do? They have to keep going on. There are people who worked in that mine for over 100 years. Is anybody going to help them? Help that community survive? There's nothing in the budget to support economic growth in our region following the ban on asbestos. But the government filled its pockets with taxes that it collected from workers and in other means from that industry. So the government did well off that industry, and now they're turning their backs on the people who supported it over all that time. And what about satellites? Satellites don't really work in mountainous areas. So what about internet access and cell phone access in regions, hilly regions? What about cannabis too, Madam Speaker? The government has proposed public education around cannabis, a certain amount of money, $12 million a year. That's less than $1 million a year per province and territory. So how's that money supposed to be used, and what's it actually going to accomplish? But we know that nothing will be in place by the time legalization arrives. It's scandalous, Madam Speaker. They've got $10 million over 3 years for studying the mental health impacts of legalizing cannabis. What's the point? It's going to be legal. There's no backing up. There's no backtracking. And that's not all. $10 million over a 5-year period to research cannabis use in Canada. Madam Speaker, why couldn't that have been done before? They make decisions, they decide to legalize without any information. On the basis of what? If they don't even know the facts, why are they forging ahead? It's incredible. There's a school in my riding that I visited last week, and absolutely nothing has been done in terms of outreach to young people about this drastic change. Nothing for school boards, for municipalities. There's nothing to help the people who are going to experience the full consequences of legalizing marijuana full steam ahead overnight. What about small business? They're the job creators. They're the backbone of the Canadian economy. They're of crucial importance. But the government keeps putting obstacles in their way and hampering their growth and productivity. The neighboring government has just passed aggressive tax measures so that our small business owners will be actually encouraged to move south of the border. But that's incredible. We want the growth here, Madam Speaker, here in Canada, on our side of the border. The government's PR and Facebook initiatives, that's all this budget is about. And our role will always be to serve up a budget that serves Canadians, not our own party, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
And comments? The honourable member for Malpak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make some comments on one part of the member's speech. I mean, he must have read a different document than this budget document that talks about equality and growth, because he's certainly off the mark on so many of his points. This budget is all about growing the economy, assisting small businesses, assisting researchers, increasing exports. That's what the budget is all about, and it's kind of equal across the country. But the member kind of, laughed a little bit about the Minister of Agriculture. Well, I'm a little bit insulted by that, because this Minister of Agriculture has been the ones that have been strongly supporting supply management, which is key in the province of Quebec. This Minister of Agriculture was in India, wasn't in India, but the negotiation was done where we enhanced our market opportunities in that market. And this budget actually increases the research spending on agriculture institutions. And I've seen several announcements where funding was increased for researchers at agriculture research centres across this country, the very areas that your former government cut. And so what you're seeing is
I just want to remind also the member from Malpak that he's to address the questions and comments to the chair and not to the individual members. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, I wonder if the member opposite wouldn't be tempted to make his own speech, and I would encourage him to do so. I commend him on his courage because, Madam Speaker, when the Agriculture Minister sat on his hands and said nothing, when the Finance Minister wanted to impose disastrous tax reforms on farmers and small business people, my colleague who's just given us a bit of a lecture, at least he had the courage to stand up and say so.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about agriculture. I would have also liked to see something in the budget about forestry. We have a problem in Quebec, which is the spruce budworm. It's a serious problem that's looming, and there's no specific budget, no amounts for Quebec to deal with that crisis. We have publicly owned lands and privately owned lands. And, of course, the spruce budworm doesn't distinguish between publicly owned and privately owned woodlots. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about this government's approach. Does he think that they're here just to talk about agriculture and forestry, or here to do something? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, I share my colleague's point of view. Yes, indeed, a lot of announcements were made in this budget, a lot of PR, but when you look deeper, you realize that there's really not much for Quebec. Nothing in terms of parental leave, nothing new about forestry. Of course, there's the spruce budworm problem, but apparently it's not a concern for Quebec. The people opposite should stand up a bit more often when it comes to finance and budgets. They should say, well, we have a problem in Quebec too, and we deserve to be heard by the finance minister when we make claims. Perhaps somebody should have stood up on the other side, but we've been excluded from the spruce budworm funding, as my colleague said, and yet it's so necessary.
For a very brief question, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. Ask the question right away.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for his work on things like agriculture. But I have a question about infrastructure funding. It's all backloaded to 2022. What does he think of that? A brief answer. A brief answer, Madam Speaker. It's like all this government's promises in 2015 to get elected. A small deficit, $10 billion, and then return to balanced books. And that money was supposed to be invested in infrastructure. That's what but instead they used it to feed the beast, the apparatus of government, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, and I just want to remind the member I may have to interrupt him before he ends his speech, and then it will continue after. Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, it might be difficult to stop halfway through.
Discussion on Budget 218. But before I do so, I want to share with the House a little more about my riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, which is in Nova Scotia. And it surrounds the two major cities, Halifax and Dartmouth. And we have about 95,000 people in my riding. And some are fishermen, some are farmers. And we have, of course, many young families, and we have many seniors. So this budget, as I will show throughout my speech today, will support not only Canada and Nova Scotia, but will directly support my community of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. I'll focus, of course, on families. I'll focus on veterans. I'll focus on the women support, and I'll focus as well on youth. But before I begin, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we look at the history, what our government has done in the last 2.5 years. And it's extremely impressive to see what we've accomplished thus far. We've created over 700,000 jobs. That's 700,000 jobs in just over 2 years. Very impressive, and most of those jobs are full-time jobs. That's something that the party opposite would have liked to have been able to share with the House in their 10 years of governing. But that, of course, wasn't possible. And the second thing I would like to share with the House is also the unemployment rate has dropped to 5.7. Guess what? That's the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. Whoops. That was the 10 years the Conservative Party was in power. It's included in there as well. So in the last 40 years, it's the lowest. Let's talk about the Canada Child Benefit. That is a program that's been extremely important for Canadian and young families. And everyone in this House should be thanking our government for that investment in young families. Because I can tell you there is not one member in this House that is not seeing major investment for each kids in that riding. I'll give you an example of my riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Again, in my riding, over 10,000 families are receiving extra support tax-free from the child care benefit. What does that mean to the citizens and families in my riding? Well, believe it or not, it means an investment in Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake of $5.6 million per month, tax-free, per month, yes. And that also represents $60 million per year. Now, I'm not the only one. Everyone in this House is seeing that investment in their young families across this country, which is extremely important. Now let's talk about, I just wanted to remind Madam Speaker that I will be sharing my time with the member from Avalon as well. Just wanted to add that as well. Now let's look at some of the investments that's touching Atlantic Canada, Nova Scotia, and my riding. I mean, the investment in the prevention of the spruce budworm is extremely important to our riding, as well to the province and to Atlantic Canada. And that's an investment that's important as forestry is extremely important to Nova Scotia. Also investments, clear investment in small craft and harbour. As I said, we have fishermen in my community, but right across the province in Nova Scotia and Atlantic Canada as well. Major investment in that area. Major investment in multiculturalism. Extremely important for Canadians as well as my riding. And the investment for black Canadians in black Canadian communities, as I have in Preston, and you may not know that today, Madam Speaker, but we have the largest black cultural centre in Canada. Yes, believe it or not, in Canada. And only a couple of weeks ago, I was able to celebrate with the African Nova Scotian community. As earlier in the day, the minister had launched, of course, the new $10 bill, which we have the first Canadian woman on the $10 bill, first Canadian black woman as well, and Viola Desmond, who was a leader not only for her community, but a leader for Nova Scotia, a leader for Canada, for civil rights. And this celebration was really touching because, as one gentleman described to me that evening, today we launched the $10 bill. Tonight we celebrate the $10 bill, and we celebrate Viola Desmond, and we celebrate our community. That was very special and important, of course. And I'd like to probably, I should add a quote on that, that we had from the Federation of Black Canadians, who indicated a historic first, equality growth, a strong middle class constitute the first time a federal budget explicitly acknowledges the unique and special challenges faced by black Canadians and commits to substantial investment to support that community group. Now that is something really impressive that we should be celebrating as well. I also want to talk about the investment in families. There's three main areas I want to touch on. The first one, of course, is the EI sharing benefit, parental benefit, where we've added 5 weeks. Now, this will create much more flexibility for families, which is extremely important, and we'll also see the extra support for adoptive parents or same-sex parents, couples, that will be able to benefit from this investment. The second one I want to talk about is the farmer care. Now, this is something that Canadians value. This is something that we've been talking about for many, many, many years. And we have done already quite a bit of work in that area. We've already worked with provinces to ensure bulk buying so that we've been able to lower prices and able to access drugs that much more for Canadians, make it more accessible, which was extremely important as well. And then we added, of course, the new Canada Workers Benefit, which will support low-income Canadians. And it's going to support directly over 300,000 Canadians more will benefit from this, which will move it over 2 million people benefit directly from this investment, which is, again, extremely important. The third one I want to talk about is veterans. Our government continues to work closely with veterans and support veterans. We've invested already almost $10 billion to support veterans across Canada. And that investment, I can tell you, that many, many veterans that I've spoken to throughout the last 6 months doing several town halls have indicated that there's a large number of benefits, and we need to communicate those benefits. We need to ensure that they're made aware and to support them in achieving that goal. And one area was the backlog. They said it was taking too much time. So again, our government, listening very carefully, came forward with an investment of over $40 million to help in that backlog and to get the information out, which is crucial. And let me quote as well from the Federation, the Royal Canadian Legion is encouraged by the commitments in this year's federal budget in the area which is important to veterans and their families. The investments outline the steps in the right direction, says Dominion President David Flanagan. Again, getting the direct support to veterans. And I also want to talk about, how much time do I have, Madam Speaker?
Je m'excuse. Alors, le député.
Order. The member will have
Le député aura 1 minute et 30 pour...
a minute and a half remaining after question period.
Members, déclaration de député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Madam Speaker, on behalf of my colleagues from the Québécois Parliamentary Group, I would like to wish everyone a good International Day of la Francophonie. French is a language which defines us. but it is also the tool that we use to open ourselves to the world. Above all, the Francophone world. We are proud to be able to establish ties with our partners because, as we recall, this was not always possible. Because in terms of international relations, countries speak to countries. The Canadian government in 1970 objected to Quebec speaking among countries when the International Organization of la Francophonie got started. It is the pressure of Francophone peoples throughout the world that allowed Quebec to be able to sit as a full member. We will not forget this solidarity, and we will carefully maintain these valuable links that unite us to Francophone nations on every continent.
For Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate all things Irish. Over 4.4 million Canadians claim some Irish ancestry, including myself, making Irish the fourth largest ethnic group in Canada. The relationship between our countries is historical, emotional, genetic, and economic. While every year we Canadians celebrate this heritage, on St. Patrick's Day, I look to the future with great excitement as the ties between Ireland and Canada grow stronger. Having been part of the parliamentary delegation that recently visited Ireland, I had the privilege to meet Canadian and Irish business leaders and see firsthand how these economic leaders are working together, creating new partnerships that will bolster the economies of both countries. I would like to thank our ambassador, Kevin Vickers, and his team for all the work they do, as well as Irish Ambassador to Canada, Jim Kelly. I'm also honored that so many Irish political leaders are coming to Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I feel like I'm spending more time with Irish ministers than I am with Canadian ones. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I had the honour to participate in a fundraising event for King's Kids Promotions in Fort McMurray. King's Kid Promotion is a ministry committed to sharing hope and love to the world through theatrical and musical presentations, as well as practical service projects, community and family events, and humanitarian aid. I would like to thank Rick Kirshner and King's Kid Promotion for their community building initiatives. As we see the many challenges in the world today, it has become even more imperative that we continue to invest in community efforts to provide positive programming that strengthens families and the next generation. Initiative of King's Kid Promotion is 91.1 The Bridge, a faith-based radio station with a unique approach to radio. Their mission is exposing hope through relevant music, talk, and action. More than just a radio station, 91.1 The Bridge is the heartbeat of the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, spring is coming. There's nothing more exciting or more delicious at this time of year than a visit to one of the many sugar shacks in Vaudreuil-Soulanges. From l'Auberge des Galants to the Sucrerie La Vigne in Rigaud, or the Sucrerie d'Anton Saint-Lazare, and the Cabane à Sucre des Pins in Les Cèdres, Vaudreuil-Soulanges has some of the best maple syrup in the world. Sugar shacks are part of our heritage, Mr. Speaker, and the heritage of several families, like that of Pierre Fauché and his son Stéphane, owners of the Sucrerie de la Montagne in Rigaud. Their sugar shack has served several generations in our community and is celebrating its 40th year in operation. I encourage all families in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges to get out and enjoy one of our many sugar shacks this spring. By doing so, we'll be supporting part of our rich heritage, and it ensures that it continues to be so for generations to come.
Speaker, the people of Grassy Narrows have suffered decades of lethal injustice from Canada. Since the 1970s, Ontario and Canada have ignored their legal obligation to clean up the Wabigoon English River system that was poisoned by corporate negligence and criminality. And people are suffering today a nightmare of mercury contamination. And one of the more insidious aspects is the refusal of the federal government to properly compensate and treat the victims of ongoing mercury contamination. They're hiding behind the Mercury Disability Board, which is rubber stamping denials at a staggering rate of over 70%. And they get away with this by using unfair, narrow criteria that's limiting the access of people to get treatment. Mr. Speaker, mercury poisoning is a horrific way to die. I'm calling on this government to end the obstruction and ensure that every person in the Grassy Narrows region gets the compensation and treatment that they deserve for this horrific corporate crime that has been committed against their people and their territory.
The honourable member for L'Avignon, L'Amitié, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank 3 exceptional women from my riding whose leadership is remarkable. First of all, Marie-Josée Lapointe, who is the leader of the Matane Hospital Foundation since 2011. Dynamic and devoted, she's the founder of Bon Goût Frais de la Gaspésie, and she's been involved for over a decade in the Cancer Association of Eastern Quebec. I would also like to thank Doris Ross, a woman of great generosity, owner of Les Jardins de Doris, which attracts tourists throughout the country every year. She has helped to reintegrate over 825 young people into society through her business. Her devotion to our youth is exceptional, and I would tip my hat to her. I would also like to thank Denise Gentil, a devoted woman who works for the well-being of the public. She was the first woman mayor of Matane from 93 to 97. She's the founder of Fondation Paul Pinot and the Maison J. Arthur Desjardins, who helps people affected by Alzheimer's disease and their loved ones. You are all remarkable examples.
Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Haliburton Highlands Chamber of Commerce recently hosted the 12th Annual Business and Community Awards Gala. The Chamber received a record 130 nominations in 12 award categories, which speaks volumes to the achievement and hard work being done right across Haliburton County. I'd like to congratulate all award nominees and recipients, including Andy Campbell, Highlander of the Year, Morgan Burke, the Young Professional of the Year, Chris Carl and Terry Matthews-Carl, Entrepreneurs of the Year, A Point in Time, Not-for-Profit of the Year, Kathy Mack, Customer First Employee Award, Masters Bookstore, Customer First Business Award, McKeck's Tap and Grill for Business Achievement, Abbey Gardens for Creativity and Innovation, Clothes Encounters of the Thrift Kind for New Business, Arborview Tree Care, Skilled Trades and Industry, Yours Outdoors for Tourism and Hospitality, and the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust for the Warden's Award. Finally, a special thank you to the sponsors, staff, board of directors, and General Manager Autumn Wilson for organizing the spectacular event.
Here, here. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge that 2018 marks the 40th anniversary of the Jane Finch Concerned Citizens Organization. As Director, Winston LaRose and the JFCCO represent just how vibrant the Jane Finch community truly is. With a mission that provides assistance to community members, as well as opportunities for youth in recreational programs, post-secondary placements, the JFCCO has been at the forefront of fighting for the rights of the disadvantaged for many, many years. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge all those, past and present, who have dedicated their time to this important grassroots movement of the Jane Finch Concerned Citizens Organization. Thank you all for your dedication to ensuring that the residents of Humber River Black Creek have a great place to continue to live in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
The citizens of Rio de Janeiro and people around the world are in mourning this week following the murder of Marielle Franco, a black lesbian Rio City councillor who served as champion for the inherent worth and human dignity of all people, of queer people of colour, and of women of colour.
It is with infinite sadness that we join hundreds of thousands of people today throughout Brazil and the entire world as we mourn the loss of this brave and articulate woman who tried to give a voice to the persecuted and disadvantaged and to defend their rights.
In the inclusion of all people in society, we'll redouble our efforts to ensure that Marielle's work lives on. Her spirit and the hope that she gave her community are being expressed in marches and tributes, and in the fitting hashtag that we now see being invoked around the world, hashtag Marielle Presente. Que tragedia continuaremos a combater a discriminação e a violência em solidariedade. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, I rise today to send happy 70th birthday wishes to Mr. Bobby Orr, where in my riding of Parry Sound, Muskoka, there is no debate that he is the greatest hockey player to ever lace him up. From an early age, it was evident that Bobby was a phenom. In rinks across Ontario, young Bobby would glide with ease from one end of the rink to the other, scoring goals for the Parry Sound Shamrocks at will, a scene that will be replayed many more times throughout his Hall of Fame career. While his hockey career is known to many Canadians, they may not know that his hockey prowess is also matched by his great generosity and humanity. He has given so much back to Canada and to his hometown of Parry Sound, including his annual Youth Awards, which I have had the honour of attending many times. Mr. Speaker, I call on hockey fans in the House today and across Canada to join me in wishing number 4, Bobby Orr, a happy 70th birthday.
Order. Considering that I have a print of Bobby Orr on the wall of my office in Nova Scotia, I have to say I think I have never heard a better statement than that one. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday I had the pleasure of attending the open ceremonies of the 2018 South Slave Arctic Winter Games. This week, the towns of Hay River and Fort Smith will welcome nearly 2,000 athletes to compete in 19 sports, from hockey and gymnastics to dog mushing and Arctic sports. The Games will also put significant focus on culture and will include Dene drumming, Indigenous dancing, and Métis fiddling, with teams from Alaska, Europe, Russia, and 5 provinces and territories. This is the largest sports and cultural event held in the Arctic. I would like to recognize the hard work of the organizing committee, the dedication of the volunteers, and the contribution of over $1.1 million from the Government of Canada for ensuring these games are a success. I welcome the circumpolar world to the Northwest Territories and wish them the best of luck, and go and Team NBT.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, celebrations seek to capture the essence of civilization. Nowruz, celebrated by Iranians and people of Kurdish, Turkish, Azeri, Baluch, Afghan, and Pakistani descent, is a moment of renewal and a marker of the passage of time. In Richmond Hill and across the GTA, we do our part to honor over 3,000 years of tradition with annual bazaars, banquets, acts of charity, and festivities. Throughout the month of March, I've had the opportunity to attend traditional fire festivals symbolizing the shedding of sin past and move into a better future, as well as privilege of bringing greetings of the Prime Minister to many festivities and events. Mr. Speaker, today at 12:45 p.m. our time, near 300 million people started celebrating Nowruz 1397 across the world. To all of those, Har Ruzatan Nowruz, Nowruzatan Piruz. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, whose riding includes Garrison Petawawa, I'm familiar with the financial stress on military families when a soldier is posted. Military families are the strength behind the uniform, so it's with disbelief and shared outrage with members of the Canadian Armed Forces that I found out about the new Liberal policy to tax posting allowances. Effective December 1st, 2017, the posting allowance will now be taxable. The Auditor General has clearly outlined the growing gap between the total number of regular force members who are needed, including the underrepresentation of women, and the inability of this government to recruit, train, and keep Canadians in uniform to fill that gap. Why is the Prime Minister so insensitive to military families? Why has the Prime Minister refused to consider this anti-family policy as a barrier to recruitment, retention, and gender equality? I invite all Canadians to go to cherylgallant.com/posting tax. Express opposition to this new tax on military families.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow marks the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination.
Celebrated on March 21st to commemorate the memory of 69 black people who were senselessly killed in Sharpeville, South Africa. They were shot for daring to stand up against the bigotry of apartheid. This year's theme is promoting tolerance, inclusion, unity, and respect for diversity in the context of combating racial discrimination.
As Canadians, we know our diversity is our strength. But as a government, Mr. Speaker, we know that combating racial discrimination takes more than words. It requires action and funding to support programming. That's why Budget 2018 commits nearly $50 million to multiculturalism, to supports for the black community, and to the collection of disaggregated race-based data. I'm proud that these commitments will allow us to develop a new national anti-racism approach and work toward the goal of reducing discrimination to build a stronger and more united Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The honourable member For Disnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank and to recognize the courage of Canadian Rangers from Fond du Lac Lake Patrol for their actions last December 13. At around 6:12 that night, a plane traveling from Fond du Lac to Stony Rapids crashed shortly after takeoff, seriously injuring 6 passengers and 1 crew member. Sadly, one of those passengers, Arson Fern Jr., passed away. The Canadian Rangers arrived on site, quickly and wisely put out a call to the community to bring blankets and to assist in the transportation of survivors. The Rangers worked through the night to bring people to safety, providing rescue and first aid in the dark and the frigid cold of a northern Saskatchewan winter. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of this House to join me in thanking the Canadian Rangers from Fond du Lac Patrol.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
I rise today for the Foothills groups who have had their application for the Canada Summer Jobs Program rejected because they could not, in good conscience, sign the Liberal attestation. These are dedicated organizations. In fact, one children's camp is now in risk of closing because the organization would not comply with the Liberal values test. Wow. One church group even rewrote the attestation to affirm it supports all charter rights, and that too was denied. Our faith-based groups are the foundation of many critical components of our social infrastructure. But instead of supporting these efforts, the Liberals are denying them funding unless they violate their deeply held convictions. Yesterday, the Liberals had the opportunity to do the right thing, and they did not. I urge the Liberals to reverse their ideological decision to impose a values test on Canada's summer jobs. Freedom of religion and expression are rights guaranteed by the Charter. They must be protected. Stop this values test.
Honourable Member for Whitby.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, 220 million francophones are celebrating the International Day of la Francophonie. I wish to recognize and commend the work of all the organizations throughout the country and the Canadian members, Quebec, Ontario, and New Brunswick. They all work with devotion. This year, the summit of La Francophonie will be held in Yerevan, capital of Armenia. Canada is working to move forward the strategy of La Francophonie for gender equality. This is an important step in the process of reflection undertaken by the International Organization of La Francophonie on its fundamental values. La Francophonie knows no borders and no color. It works to ensure a better world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on the 27th of February, the Prime Minister said in this House that he believed that the presence of Jasper Atwell during his trip to India was linked to Indian government factions. But later, the Indian government said that the Prime Minister's version was false. Someone is not telling the truth. Is it the Prime Minister or the Indian government? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, if we have a choice between believing the professional, nonpartisan members of our public service in terms of security or believing anyone else who says the contrary, we are always going to believe our professional, high-quality civil servants. The Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, on the 27th of February, the Prime Minister said in this House that he believed that the presence of Jasper Atwell during his trip to India was linked to Indian government factions. However, on the 3rd of March, the Liberal MP from Surrey Centre said that he was the one who had passed on the name of Atwell to the Prime Minister's cabinet. Someone is not telling the truth. Is it the Prime Minister or the Liberal MP for Surrey Centre? The Honourable Leader, Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, As you know, the Liberal MP in question took responsibility for his role in this, for having proffered the invitation. However, we know that our security experts, our professional and nonpartisan experts drew their own conclusions, and we on this side of the House respect the work of our public service, and we believe what our officials tell us. Mr. Speaker, on the 27th of February, the Prime Minister said in this House that he believed that the presence of Jasper Atwal at his trip to India was linked to Indian government factions. However, on the 9th of March, Mr. Atwal denied that the Indian government had anything to do with his presence during that trip. Someone is not telling the truth. Is it the Prime Minister or is it Jasper Atwal? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite can choose to believe whomever they wish to believe. However, we in the government, we on this side of the House, will always believe our senior non-partisan officials, especially when it comes to national security. Our senior officials are in a very good position to understand where the truth lies. And after 10 years of the Harper government, well, we in the government respect our senior officials.
On February 27th, the Prime Minister told this House that he believed that Jasper Atwal's presence on the India trip was linked to factions in the Indian government. But on March 11th, the Foreign Affairs Minister confirmed that she was taking responsibility, telling the Indian government that Atwal's invitation was an honest mistake. Now, Mr. Speaker, someone's not telling the truth here. Is it the Prime Minister or is it the Minister of Foreign Affairs?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, when it comes to believing our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our top civil servants in security matters, in MPs who take responsibility. On this side of the government, we believe them. We support the extraordinary people who work all across our government. The members opposite consistently discounted the advice of public servants, and even attacked public servants when they didn't find that they aligned with their political ideologies. On this side of the point of this aisle, Mr. Speaker, we trust the professionals in our public service.
Excellent. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister cannot have it both ways. These statements are mutually exclusive. Either there were factions inside the Indian government who corroborated to have this individual on the trip, or, as his Minister of Foreign Affairs and the member for Surrey Centre have said, they were acting alone. Someone's not telling the truth. No less than 4 different players have either dismissed the Prime Minister's conspiracy theory or directly contradicted it. So will he finally substantiate his claims, or will he admit that his conspiracy theory is completely baseless?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years under Stephen Harper, Conservatives ignored, belittled, diminished the work of our professional, non-partisan public servants. We committed to Canadians 2 years ago in the election that we would once again respect them, support them, and allow them to do their professional work with the integrity that they have always shown. We continue to support that public service, and unfortunately the Conservatives stay in the same bad habits that Stephen Harper established for 10 years.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, when Canadian men and women surf the web, they expect their data to be protected. And yet, a scandal has just exploded in Great Britain. The analytical Cambridge firm was able to access the private data of tens of millions of individuals who use Facebook on a daily basis. This is highly worrisome because the reaction of Facebook, which is simply downplaying the risk, is just as worrisome. What is the Canadian government going to do to protect the private data of its users? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we take the privacy of Canadians very seriously, and that is why our Minister of Democratic Institutions is looking into how our election system can be better protected and our democratic institutions to be able to protect them against any interference by external forces. And I am very pleased that the Privacy Commissioner has just said that there will also be a study here into these kinds of issues related to Facebook. The honourable member for Rimouski-Témiscouata, Les Basques. Well, this is an international problem, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of millions of people throughout the world are now, at this very moment, communicating with each other and sharing information and data. But web giants like Facebook seem to take the protection of their information rather lightly. Canadian men and women expect their private data to remain private. Will the Prime Minister commit in this House right now to raise the issue of data protection with his counterparts at the G7 meeting in June? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. I can reassure the member opposite that not only will we do that, we have already done that. Several times we have had these kinds of conversations at the G7 summit, and I've had these kinds of conversations with my counterparts, whether it be Theresa May or others, about the responsibility of web giants to respect privacy, to respect our democratic institutions. And we are working on this with the Minister of Democratic Institutions, but we will continue to work together in order to ensure that the privacy of Canadians is protected in this digital era. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, according to the Prime Minister, Canada has sold Jeeps to Saudi Arabia. But we now know that this billion-dollar sale includes a significant number of assault armored vehicles. Saudi Arabia attacks civilians in their country and commits atrocities in Yemen. So I am asking the Prime Minister, what does he think about Canada potentially being complicit in international human rights violations? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would propose, first of all, that my colleague ask the member for London Fanshawe whether this contract had to be respected or not, because this is a contract that was signed by the previous government, and in a democracy we need to respect contracts that are signed by previous governments. However, we do now have more transparent and more accountable processes involved when it comes to international sales, because Canadians expect a higher level of accountability than that was offered by the Conservatives for 10 years. Well, the new criteria do not respect international standards, let's just say that. The government refuses to publish its report on the abusive use of Canadian vehicles by Saudi Arabia. And this is a use that was confirmed by the Saudis themselves. The minister even stated that she would not reassess export permits that already were being used, despite human rights violations. How can one say that Canada has a foreign policy that is progressive and feminist when we are continuing to sell arms to Saudi Arabia? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we condemn all human rights violations. Our monitoring system is one of the most rigorous in the world. Permits are only approved if those exports comply with our foreign and defense policy, including human rights. Our approach is consistent with our international commitments and obligations, as well as with Canadian legislation. Once again, if the member has questions, perhaps she should address them to the member for Fanshawe, London, who had said that we need to respect contracts. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Order, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Parliamentary Budget Officer published a scathing report last week that confirms what all Canadians know. That is, that Liberals are just bypassing their promise to balance the budget and dismissing it completely, but they have no idea when they're going to return to a balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, the current government is acting like a compulsive gambler who's in denial of reality. So my question is this: when will we have a balanced budget? Give us a date. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, Canadians had a choice between the austerity of the Conservatives or the choice that we put forward, which was to invest in our infrastructure, in our communities, and in a fairer society. We have lifted more than 300,000 children out of poverty, and in the member opposite's riding, we have given money to families who are in need. That is the choice we made, and I can assure you that we are fiscally responsible and we are returning our debt to GDP ratio is continuing to go down. Well, I would simply remind the government of the facts. In the election platform, it clearly says return to a balanced budget in 2019. In the mandate letter to the Minister of Finance, it says a return to the balanced budget in 2019. And in the PBO's report, it says a return to the balanced budget in 2019. 1, 2, 3 times. So when will we return to a balanced budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would remind my honourable colleague the facts. Worst growth since Mackenzie King, worst creation of jobs since 1946, worst growth in exports ever. That is what happened under the Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. For 2 years now, we've been creating jobs, most of them full-time, 300,000 children that we have lifted out of poverty. We have the highest growth of the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hills.
Mr. Speaker, last election Liberals promised to run modest deficits of less than $10 billion to fund infrastructure. Instead, they're racking up much bigger deficits, but they're not spending the money on infrastructure. In fact, the PBO reports that 1/4 of the money promised for infrastructure will go unspent. That means millions of Canadians stuck in traffic and roads and bridges unrepaired. They also promised, the Liberals, to transfer unused funds into the gas tax fund. Where is the promised Liberal plan for infrastructure?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Harper government, we do have a plan. That plan is to make historical $180 billion to support our municipalities and provinces.
Order. Seems to me that the comments about the boys of summer got everyone excited about spring and summer and baseball, but we've got to settle down. We have to hear the questions and the answers. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure has the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have done more for municipalities in the last 2 years than the Harper government did in their decade. This week, we announced historic $30 billion investment in public transit only in one province of Ontario. And there's more to come for other provinces. We made a commitment. We're going to deliver on that commitment, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, that's not the case. According to the PBO, the budget provides an incomplete plan for infrastructure spending. And he asked for the government to provide a copy of the plan, but that doesn't exist. Now, before the Liberals continue to refer to that plan, can they give us a copy of that plan?
Mr. Speaker, Bonne Journée Internationale.
Mr. Speaker, Happy Francophonie Day.
We have approved more than 4,100 projects since coming into office, with a combined investment of $30 billion, Mr. Speaker. These are the investments that are creating jobs for the middle class, helping grow our economy, and building more inclusive and welcoming communities. These are the commitments that we have made to our municipal and provincial and territorial sector, and we are delivering on those commitments.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer is trying to ascertain where all this supposed infrastructure and now non-infrastructure money is going. And so he wrote this in his report just last week. Quote, Budget 2018 provides an incomplete account of the changes to the government's $186 billion infrastructure spending plan. The Parliamentary Budget Officer requested the new plan, but it does not exist.
Unbelievable.
How is it even possible to spend $186 billion without a plan?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member on the opposite would not understand what infrastructure plan is. because they never had one. We put forward a plan that is helping us build better public transportation system. The city of Halifax has purchased 20 buses with our plan, buses that are improving service in that community. First time in the history of Red Deer, we are investing in that community to improve public transportation system. Communities that have been ignored by the previous government, we're building those.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, I ask, what is the plan to spend $180 billion on infrastructure? And he says, we got 20 buses. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Now we know the Liberal plan. How much does that work out to per bus?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well,
Order. We've heard the question. I know members want to hear the answer, but we can't hear any answers unless we listen. Order. I know members are anxious to behave in a proper fashion in this House. Order. Or else we'll have a shorter question period. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition may find it funny, but it is very important for people in Halifax and people in Red Deer to understand that those buses are improving their quality of life. It is helping reduce gridlock on those communities. It is helping get students from home to university or colleges. It is getting workers from work home safely with their families. That is the importance of those investments. It is so sad to see that the opposition members don't understand how critical transportation infrastructure is for communities.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, I see everyone's in a good mood, but last week the minister finally said that everyone had been waiting for her to say for 2 years about web giants. That's great, but let's hope her boss agrees. Mr. Speaker, when the government decided to approve the sale of the Radio-Canada Tower, many were afraid their collections would disappear. There was a recent decision to destroy 150,000 records. That's no great reassurance. And what about everything else that Radio-Canada is responsible for? Now, knowing that Radio-Canada is an arm's-length agency, is the Minister of Heritage aware of how the collections will be disposed of? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague mentioned, Radio-Canada CBC is an arm's-length agency. However, we are always willing to support them in their initiatives to protect our heritage, and we look forward to having good discussions with stakeholders. The Honourable...
Notre culture francophone.
Mr. Speaker, our francophone culture is threatened by the web giants that the Liberal government refuses to apply the same rules to that it applies to Canadian companies. Our culture is also threatened by certain free trade agreements. The Liberals like to boast that they're standing up for our culture in their negotiations. But if that's the case, why is the cultural exemption in the TPP 2.0 agreement in a side letter rather than in the main agreement? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the cultural exemption is a priority for our government, and we have shown this throughout our negotiations on the TPP, contrary to the previous government. We have stood up for our cultural industries. We have obtained the unanimous consent to guarantee protection of our culture, and we will always stand up for our cultural sovereignty, including on the web.
Kirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the United Nations peacekeeping mission in Mali is the most dangerous peacekeeping mission in the world. 162 peacekeepers have been killed since 2014. The reality is that Mali is a war zone and there's no peace to keep. Now, General Romeo Dallaire said that back in 2016, I wouldn't touch Mali with a 10-foot pole. Now, he's talking from experience after living through the UN debacle in Rwanda with awful rules of engagement and bureaucratic chains of command. Will the Prime Minister come clean about the UN rules of engagement and the chain of command that our troops are going to be under in this dangerous mission in Mali?
Well, Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The safety of our Canadian Armed Forces members is the utmost priority. Anywhere we send our members, we make sure, one, I've always stated that we have, with the proper mandate, have the appropriate equipment, Mr. Speaker, the appropriate training, and the rules of engagement. The rules of engagement are set up by the Chief of Defence Staff, Mr. Speaker, and the right of self-defence was always there. We're proud of our commitment that we made yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Selkirk, Interlake.
Well, Mr. Speaker, General Dallaire is not the only person with major issues about this deployment. Now, Eileen Carroll, a former Liberal Minister of International Cooperation, stated that Mali mission is wrong-headed and folly, and that there's no peace to keep. Now, she understands the danger and the risk of this deadly peacekeeping mission. Now, will the Prime Minister admit that the UN deployment is more about his personal political aspirations than actually in Canada's national interest?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since the member opposite is quoting members like Romeo Dallaire, I had the privilege actually Romeo Dallaire and Louise Arbour to accompany me on my fact-finding mission to Africa to 5 different countries, where I got to learn from their experience, Mr. Speaker, and we've taken into account. We have also taken the account of experts, Mr. Speaker. We've also know that we cannot be secure at home if we are not engaged in the world, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Cher. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister decided on Friday when he was traveling in Florida that he was just going to improve his image and send soldiers to Mali. However, there's no peace there. There's a war there. Can the Prime Minister confirm that Mali is at war or not?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a long tradition of leadership, international leadership and peacekeeping. Canada can be proud of initiatives that Canada has taken to contribute to peace and security through its peacekeeping missions at the UN. That includes Canada's contribution to expertise and capacity where we can make a difference. And today we have decided that is in Mali. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, I'd like to thank the Minister of Global Affairs for her answer, but the question is what is happening in Mali. There is no peace there. It is chaos there, and there's chaos in the UN. And whenever the UN is in charge of military operations, it's chaos. So now what I want to know is, are we sending Canadian soldiers into a war zone or not? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I can assure all Canadians that the lives of our military members is precious. We made very considered and prudent decisions when we decided to take on this mission. And it is our intention to take the time to be conscientious in how we plan our deployment. We appreciate all the contributions of our military members, and the government will do everything in its power to ensure that Canadians can make a real difference to world peace as cautiously as possible.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, translation errors are piling up in federal government tender calls. Some examples? Well, imagine bidding on
Autochtone. Ou encore
or
entretien.
The Minister of Public Services and Procurement had promised to fix the problem. We're still waiting to hear whether the department will support the mandatory services from the Translation Bureau. Who does the minister trust? Google Translate or the Translation Bureau?
Service Public.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government takes its responsibilities when it comes to official languages very seriously. Bad translations are unacceptable, and we expect good quality French to be used on websites for the department. Our government acknowledges the importance of communicating in both official languages, and we support the legislation surrounding this. I have asked the department to review its internal processes and review the situation so this problem doesn't recur.
Transcona.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. A significant number of children outside Quebec have no choice but to go to an English school because the census only asks if French is their first language. But the Charter guarantees access to education in French to someone whose mother or father was educated in French, or their brother or sister. The National Federation of Francophone School Boards has requested that all of these questions be put in the census. Will the Liberals make the necessary changes? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our official languages are important, as are linguistic skills. This is important for our government. In the last budget, we announced $400 million for a new official languages plan for the vitality of the communities and access to service. These are our top priorities. I will have an opportunity to announce more good news in this House in the days to come. The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface-Vital. My community is one of the most vibrant in the country. Francophone communities, which are minorities, continue to work to ensure that everyone can live in French. Budget 2018 announced some $400 million to support the vitality of our official languages by focusing on priorities such as education and immigration. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage inform the House of the projects that this government is taking when it comes to official languages? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Boniface-Saint-Vital for his question, and I wish him an excellent Journée de la Francophonie. In my answer a few moments ago, I said that on March 28th, we will be disclosing our new national plan on official languages. After 10 years of inaction by the Conservative government, we are going to take tangible steps to support minority linguistic communities, and I hope that all members in this House will join me and my colleagues, because we want to put forth an important...
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, we learned this morning some troubling news regarding public safety. There are about 1,200 individuals who, because of breaches in public safety and security, have been ordered deported from our country, yet they still remain on our streets. This is a serious issue because there are a lot of individuals who actually are known risks to security in this country. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister can update us on his efforts to remove these people from the country, and will he pledge to do so expeditiously as possible?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the issue is a serious one, and we're applying all efforts to deal with the backlog. The backlog of people awaiting removal ballooned under the former government to over 20,000, and two-thirds of current cases date back to the Harper era. The Conservatives also cut nearly $400 million from CBSA in their last term. The total number of people awaiting removal is now lower than it was, Mr. Speaker, under the previous derelict government.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, many foreign citizens who've been ordered removed from the country for having committed crimes remain in the country. These are dangerous people living in our communities, and the numbers have shot up since in the past 3 years, and our border service officers can't cope. There are some over 1,000 people, and they represent a danger to the population. I go through you to the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. What is he waiting for to require these people be deported immediately?
For public safety. Mr. Speaker, in the last budget, the Minister of Finance made additional resources available to CBSA, and that effort will continue going forward. But the roots of this problem date back to the Harper administration. Two-thirds of the current cases date back to that era when they cut $400 million from CBSA. We are working very hard to repair the damage done by that very bad previous government.
Honourable Member for Milton. Order.
So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about something serious. There is, because clearly...
Order. The honourable member for Milton has the floor.
The pot shot from the member opposite was uncalled for, and that's what I was referring to. Mr. Speaker, Corner Brook Pulp and Paper is a company that employs about 500 people in Corner Brook, Newfoundland, Labrador. Unfortunately, they've been hit with serious tariffs. 32% tariff has been hit by the United States for the newsprint crossing the border. Even more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the U.S. Commerce Department has instructed that the duty be applied and taken over in cash deposit. I would like to know from the minister whether or not they have a plan, and please don't tell me the plan is to buy more buses.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
We absolutely have a plan in dealing with all actions by the Commerce Department against the Canadian forestry industry, and we have been demonstrating that on all of our forestry files. When it comes to uncoated groundwood paper, we are deeply disappointed with these preliminary rates. We know that the forestry industry sustains excellent middle-class jobs, including in rural and Indigenous communities. We are working very hard with our partners in Canada, with the Commerce Department, and with our fine trade litigators.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. After imposing countervailing duties on softwood lumber, now newsprint is being targeted by baseless taxes. Now this, if the minister doesn't know, represents $1.6 billion in exports, 25 mills affected, and thousands of Canadian families across the regions of the country who will be affected by these measures. Now the weeks continue to go by. The government is on the sidelines, and there's no agreement on the horizon. So what will the Prime Minister and the minister do to help the industry out of this mess and help Canadian families? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are profoundly disappointed in the preliminary imposing of unjustified taxes announced by the U.S. Commerce Department. We fully understand that the forestry industry in Canada provides good quality jobs for the middle class. We will continue to work with our partners to defend this crucial sector against these unfair measures and unfounded measures by the United States. Mr. Speaker, household debt has hit a record levels in Canada, and the burden is very difficult, especially for women. Liberals boast about being feminist, but they have no measures in place to ease the economic burden on women in this country. No system for affordable childcare, nothing to help them get back to the workforce, nothing to deal with the housing crisis. So when will the government translate its feminist appearances into real action? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to be part of a government that's working hard for the middle class and to ensure that more Canadians are part of the middle class. In particular situations where women have an important role. We have put in place over the past 2 years major policies that transform quality, accessibility of childcare services. There's the benefit for children that benefits women across the country. We will continue to work very hard in this perspective.
The Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the Canadians are bearing a huge economic burden, and it's increasing. Half of them have said they are a mere $200 from being unable to pay their bills, and their debt levels keep going up. At this time, we have the Minister of Finance who said that the economy is doing well. Well, clearly, him and his friends are the only ones who are benefiting from this economic growth. How can the Minister of Finance assess the health of the economy for Canadians if he doesn't even have a tool to calculate and assess the impact and the dangers of household debt in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, if the member of opposite looked at our record over the past 2 years, he would see support for decreasing inequality so that families have more at the end of the month. There was a Canadian work allowance under the past budget to lift people out of poverty. There is the child tax benefit as well that benefits a number of families, 9 families out of 10. It puts additional tax-free money in their pockets, and this is what we're working on to ensure we have a good society.
Mr. Speaker, 8-year-old Olivia Little from Port Elgin, Ontario, has been rejected by Health Canada twice for access to the life-saving drug Cystagon through the Special Access Program. Luckily, Olivia has her family to fight for her and fight government bureaucracy every 3 months for access to this life-saving medication. Why is the Liberal Health Minister making access to life-saving medications difficult for most vulnerable Canadians?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Health.
Canadians having access to safe, effective treatment for rare diseases such as cystagon. We are committed to improving the affordability, accessibility, and the appropriate use of medication and have proposed amendments to the patented medicine regulations in order to prevent excessive prices for patented drugs, including those of rare diseases. Health Canada's Special Access Program continues to consider requests for access for treatment for patients with cystinosis when marketing drugs for not medically suitable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Minister, it's supposed to be people before government.
Yeah. Exactly.
Order. The member, I think, I'm sure knows that to address our remarks to the chair and not to people across the way. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd still has the floor.
It gets worse, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of Canadians, including 10-year-old Evan Palmer in my riding, suffer from spinal muscular atrophy, a life-threatening rare disorder. Now, bureaucrats have approved Spinraza, but only for the most acute cases, using one clinical trial study of one subgroup. Now, most children who suffer from SMA are being denied. Vulnerable Canadians with SMA are at the mercy of bureaucrats and the health minister who are ignoring the evidence. So will the minister commit to overruling her bureaucrats so that Evan and other SMA patients can get the medicine that they need?
Minister of Health.
To safe and effective therapeutic products, including products to meet the patients' needs with rare diseases. Spinraza was reviewed as a priority and approved for treatment for patients with spinal muscular atrophy in the summer of 2017. As with all medications, the responsibility for decisions regarding funding and reimbursement lies primarily with provinces and territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, a 6-year-old child in my riding came back from the Caribbean with ankylostomes, while 3 doctors, one in Sarnia, London, and at Sick Kids in Toronto, said that the young girl needed albendazole. The request was turned down by the Special Access Program. This is not an isolated case. Why is this government ignoring vulnerable Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has committed to improving access to medication and to ensure that products on the Canadian market are of high quality. To this end, the department has recently launched an initiative to review medications, a major reform to look at the availability of prescription drugs, including ones for rare diseases. This initiative will provide access to the necessary therapeutic products to better respond to needs and to better respond to have a better, more responsive healthcare system.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Miramichi-Grand Lake and across the Atlantic and Quebec, people are working in seasonal industries and they're facing what we call the EI black hole. We know that the government supports seasonal workers and that it reversed the changes put in place by the previous government and announced targeted funding in Budget 2018 to support affected seasonal workers. Could the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development explain to the House how committed this government is to help these vulnerable Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the member for Miramichi-Grand Lake and all members in this House who've worked very hard in recent weeks on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, this morning we signed an agreement with New Brunswick to support seasonal workers, to offer assistance in terms of income support, professional training, work experience, for the benefit of them and their families and their communities. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to support Canadian families and those working very hard to join it. Thank you.
Honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Liberal Fisheries Minister of Newfoundland and Labrador, this minister's Arctic surf clam decision is, and I quote, far from reconciliation. It is pitting First Nation against First Nation and community against community. He and numerous Indigenous groups are demanding a full review of the whole process and transparency in all the bids. For the sake of transparency and confidence in the process, will the minister commit to tabling all the surf clam bids and the criteria he used in selecting his colleague's brother for the winning bid?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, let me first of all welcome our colleague back to the House of Commons. It's great to see him with us in good health. As he knows, Mr. Speaker, our decision to introduce Indigenous participation is consistent with our government's commitment to developing a renewed relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples. The selected proposal was one submitted by the Five Nations Clam Company. It was selected because of its inclusion of Indigenous communities across Atlantic provinces and Quebec, allowing the benefits of this lucrative fishery to flow to the greatest number of people. And he understands that tabling the commercial confidences that our department received by competing bidders would be inappropriate.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, data belonging to 50 million Facebook users was used by a British company. We're not talking about a minor breach. This is huge. For years, the NDP has been pushing for better protection for Canadians' personal data, but the Liberals have refused to act. How long will the Liberals wait before they protect Canadians and their data? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, protecting the foundations of democratic industries in Canada against cyber threats and foreign interference is a top priority for our government. We are collaborating with platforms to ensure that they fulfill their responsibilities when it comes to privacy protection, the integrity of our democracy and elections.
Saga Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président, comme plusieurs d'entre nous.
Mr. Speaker, like many of you, I watched the Paralympic Games in Pyeongchang, which wrapped up on the weekend, and we can say that greatness is rare, and that was their slogan for the Games. I can also say, like everyone who watched the Games, that this is magnificent. Can the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities give us an update about the performance of our athletes in Pyeongchang?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to be in Pyeongchang to see our Canadian athletes give their best, and it is an experience I will never forget. Our athletes did an amazing performance with 28 medals and many top performances. We are very proud of our Paralympians. They are a source of inspiration for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Now, Davy has exclusivity over for the sale of 4 icebreakers. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The Prime Minister himself. That was in Quebec City on January 19th with his entourage. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've learned that Public Works is now negotiating for 3 mid-sized icebreakers. Why has the Prime Minister broken his promise? And what is he waiting for these shipyard workers to get back to work? What about the Aivik, which is an icebreaker that will help the Coast Guard to fulfill its mandate? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we continue our discussions with Davy to address the requirements of the Coast Guard when it comes to icebreakers. We will inform the House when the discussions and negotiations have concluded. We continue to work with Davy.
The
Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, on March 13th, the Quebec National Institute for Public Health revealed that 2,232 young Quebecers between 12 and 24 were hospitalized for alcohol intoxication, 214 per month, 7 to 10 per day. Now, the minister knows that sweet, high-alcohol drinks are dangerous. So, can she use her common sense and suspend the sale of these drinks until she puts in place new regulations? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of Canadians is a top priority for us. And our thoughts are with the family of Ms. Gervais. We will be taking immediate measures, and we are proposing a reduction in the alcohol content in these sweet drinks. We will be meeting with our provincial partners to discuss measures with the provinces and territories when it comes to advertising and marketing and the availability of these products for our young people. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Act enables the Minister to act immediately. It's a question of political will. It's as simple as that. Now, we've gone to corner stores in our ridings over the past 24 hours, and many of those brands are still available to our young people. Why is the Minister refusing to act responsibly? Why doesn't she suspend these products until they're regulated? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Taking action on this specific project is more involved. I am very concerned by the availability of high sugar content alcohol drinks which are being consumed. And for these reasons, I've asked Health Canada to hold consultations immediately within the next 45 days to make a decision on this very important matter.
We'll conclude question period for today. The Honourable Member for Milton is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, in reference to a question that was answered by the Minister of Public Safety, I have in my hands a report from the Canada Border Services Agency from November of 2017 that said the number of deportations has declined dramatically in the last 5 years. 18,992 in 2012 with the good government, 7,364 in 2016. I'd like to table the document.
Order. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to table the document? No, there is no consent. The Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd is rising on a point of order. Order.
Mr. Speaker, in exchange through you with the Minister of Health that I had just prior, we're sent here on behalf of constituents to get answers for them on issues that they're facing in their dealings with the government. So on behalf of Evan Palmer, the 10-year-old suffering from spinal muscular atrophy, I'd like to table in this House the letter that he sent to me, as well as the letter from Kira and Justin, his parents, explaining all the difficulty they've had with dealing with the Minister's Department. I'm asking for unanimous.
Is unanimous consent for the Honourable Member to table the document? No, there is no unanimous consent. I would encourage honourable members to take their conversations into the lobbies, and I would ask members to assist me in getting a little quieter here by saying shh. Thank colleagues for their assistance. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on February 26, 2018 by the honourable member for Abbotsford,
concerning briefings held by the Minister of Environment and Climate Change in relation to Bill C-69, an act to amend the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Je tiens à remercier le député d'Abbotsford.
I would like to thank the member for Abbotsford for having raised this matter, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Government House Leader, and the member for Berthier-Maskinongé for their comments.
For Abbotsford explained that within an hour of having introduced Bill C-69 in the House on February 8, a briefing on the bill was offered to the media and to stakeholders. This briefing was more than 5 hours before members of Parliament were offered the same. With members unable to respond immediately to media and stakeholder inquiries, he contended that this was a profound act of disrespect on the part of the minister that constituted a contempt of the House. Le secrétaire parlementaire n'est pas du même avis.
The Parliamentary Secretary disagreed, saying that the minister had not deliberately tried to impede members' access to information on the bill and would offer additional briefings if requested, noting that the bill was not debated in the House until days later and that departmental briefings are beyond the purview of the chair. The Parliamentary Secretary said that no breach of privilege had occurred,
and that this question of privilege was not brought up at the earliest opportunity. Members know that in determining a question of privilege prima facie, the Speaker must consider whether the two requisite conditions have been met. That is, whether the matter was raised at the earliest opportunity and whether, in the Speaker's view, it constitutes, at first view, a breach of parliamentary privilege.
With respect to timeliness, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states at page 145, quote, "The member must satisfy the Speaker that he or she is bringing the matter to the attention of the House as soon as practicable after becoming aware of the situation. When a member has not fulfilled this important requirement, the Speaker has ruled that the matter is not a prima facie question of privilege." End quote.
In this particular case, I note that between February 8, the date of the alleged contempt, and February 14, the date on which the member raised his complaint in the House, several sitting days had elapsed, during which the member was aware of the situation that gave rise to his question of privilege. This is cause for concern for the Chair, particularly as the member did not provide an explanation as to why the condition of timeliness was not satisfied. While I am prepared to be flexible on this point this time and not dismiss his question of privilege for this reason alone, it is a condition that must be taken into account in assessing the alleged question of privilege. Now, turning to the substantive elements of the member's question of privilege, there have been past instances where members have raised concerns about departmental briefings. Speaker Milliken, in a ruling on November 21, 2002, stated at page 1742 of the debates, quote, "It is very difficult for the Chair to intervene in a situation where a minister has chosen to have a press conference or a briefing or a meeting and release material when the Speaker has nothing to do with the organization of that. The same thing goes for those who are invited to meetings and for the way people are notified of meetings. Whether there is one meeting or 3 or 4 makes no difference. In my opinion, it is impossible for me to intervene in this case." Unquote.
It is equally important to understand that the House's right to first access to legislation was respected in this instance, since, as the member acknowledged, Bill C-69 was introduced in the House before either of the briefings in question took place. Thus, This situation cannot be characterized as one of premature disclosure of a bill, even if members were excluded from the first briefing, that of the media.
Members stated that a contempt may occur if, by diminishing the respect it is due, the House's ability to perform its functions is impeded. Speaker Sauvé, in a ruling on October 29, 1980, at page 4214 of the debates, said, quote, "While our privileges are defined, contempt of the House has no limits. When new ways are found to interfere with our proceedings, so too will the House, in appropriate cases, be able to find that a contempt of the House has occurred," unquote. This points to an essential truth that to constitute a contempt, it is necessary to demonstrate that a proceeding in the House or the ability of members to fulfill their parliamentary duties was in some way impeded. In response to a similar complaint, on December 4, 2014, at page 10168 of the debates, my predecessor reminded the House that, quote, "That is not to say, however, that every proceeding or activity related to delivering or accessing information by members implicitly involves their parliamentary duties," unquote. C'est en outre à juste titre.
He also had cause to state on March 3, 2014, at pages 3429 and 3430 of debates, quote, "When a situation is brought to the Chair's attention, it must be assessed within the somewhat narrow confines of parliamentary procedure and precedence. The Chair must assess whether the member has been obstructed in the discharge of his responsibilities in direct relation to proceedings in Parliament. A member who is preparing to participate in proceedings, whether through a technical briefing or some other means, is not participating in the proceedings themselves. While such preparation is, no doubt, important, it remains ancillary to, rather than part of, Parliament's proceedings," unquote.
That being said, as Speaker, I understand the member for Abbotsford's frustration and the sense of disrespect that he feels in not having had priority access to a briefing on such a complex piece of legislation. In fact, the Chair not only finds this matter to be unfortunate, but also entirely avoidable. While no parliamentary rules may have been broken or privileges breached, respecting members' needs for timely and accurate information remains essential. There is no question that the work of members of Parliament is made more difficult without expeditious access to legislative information. Given this reality, there is a rightful expectation that those responsible for the information should do their utmost to ensure members' access to it. Not respecting this expectation does a disservice to all. It is particularly disconcerting when the government gives priority to the media over the members of Parliament. Having examined the evidence and given the limited parameters of the Chair in this matter, I cannot conclude that the House or its members were unable to fulfill their parliamentary duties. Accordingly, I cannot find that the question raised constitutes a prima facie contempt of the House, and thus there is no case of privilege. Je remercie.
I thank all honourable members for their attention.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders. Budgetary policy, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Scheer. The honourable member for Sackville Preston Chesapeake has a minute and a half left in his speech. I thought I had 2.5, but you're giving me 1.5.
About the medical expense credit for service dog. This is something that's been very important to veterans for a long time. In my constituents, we have a member who, a strong advocate, Carrizo, who not only has worked hard and met with the minister and many people about the service dog and the tax credit, but he walked from my riding right to Ottawa here so that he could make his point. So I'm extremely pleased, as he is, that this was approved in our budget. Finalement, Monsieur le Président, je veux toucher.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about investment in minority situation communities. After 10 years of drought, not a single cent invested, and status quo, there's investment in official language minority communities. We've seen that our government invested $400 million to make sure that we have an action plan and a roadmap to ensure the vitality and the continuity of these official language minority communities. That's something these communities have been looking for some time, and which our party succeeded in providing.
Budget 218 is a very strong budget for Canadians right across Canada. Thank you.
I would never want to take time away from a member unfairly.
Well, member, oh no, questions and comments. Excuse me. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga, I think, has one.
Mr. Speaker, do I get 5 minutes for my question? Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his comments, and he's very optimistic and very glowing in his remarks about the budget. And I was just reading through some of the preamble, the introduction of the budget, and it talks here about our towns and cities are better, cleaner places to live, yet we know that just recently another 46 million liters of raw sewage was released into the St. Lawrence River from Quebec City. Earlier in their mandate, 8 billion liters of sewage into the river. So I don't see how we can say there's a better, cleaner places to live. It also talks about Canadians are optimistic about the future, about owning their own home. Well, Madam Speaker, just recently I've held a number of roundtables both in my riding and Sault Ste. Marie, and I can tell you that mortgage brokers, real estate agents, and home buyers are not optimistic about being able to own a new home. So I'm just wondering how my colleague can feel optimistic when some of the economic data that we're seeing on the ground in our communities is so negative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Chestnut. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to add something very important. This budget follows up on many other important things we've done. So, in number one, we had an opportunity to show how we're leaders. And we increased the number of jobs available over 2.5 years, 700,000 jobs actually, that provided positions in so many communities. And the unemployment rate went down to a record level in 40 years. So these are all points that show how successful our government has been throughout Canada.
Comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. Madam Speaker, last week on Friday, I was in Kenya with part of a Canadian delegation for Canada-Africa, and we went to learn about conservation. We heard about the last male rhino that was the last living male rhino alive. And last night we learned of that rhino dying, and the extinction of that animal is inevitable. Madam Speaker, during the budget, this government continues to talk about the Ocean Protection Plan. In British Columbia, in southern British Columbia, we are looking at a steep decline of the southern resident killer whales. We know they rely on our salmon for their existence. And Madam Speaker, the government doesn't seem to understand the sense of urgency facing our orcas and our salmon. They've funded nothing for the SOMAS, nothing for Clayoquot. We're getting no money from their Coastal Restoration Fund almost at all. Where is the sense of urgency for the voices that aren't able to speak, Madam Speaker? And that's our species that are at risk.
The honourable member for Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, my honourable member, for your comments. I'd like to remind the member that our investment in coastal waters and protecting our shoreline has been very predominant in the last 2 years, and our government has been working closely with the provincial government in BC to find ways to ensure that the safety of those species will continue to be a successful note. So we'll continue to work on that, and I'll bring that information as well to the Minister. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague. He started in his speech talking about the area where he's from, Preston, and I had the opportunity to visit Preston a little while ago and understand that there are some challenges that the community faces there, the Black community in particular. You could talk about land rights claims. You could talk about other issues. How important is it that this budget, for the first time in the history, has mentioned the Black community specifically and put resources towards ensuring their success in this country today and beyond?
I just want to remember the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that she's to address the questions to the Chair and not to individual members. The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, a very brief answer, please.
Thank you. I want to thank the member for her question and for her continued support, of course, of our community. And she's been there once, but she was also there a couple of weeks ago for the launching. And our community, the African Nova Scotian community, has struggled for years. And they have contributed tremendously to my riding, to Nova Scotia, and to Canadians. And they are extremely pleased. And as they said to me the night of the launching was in the afternoon, but the night they said, we are here not to launch, it was done this afternoon, we are here to celebrate. We are here to celebrate Viola Desmond. We are here to celebrate our people. We are here to celebrate our community. We are here to celebrate our country. That's what they are extremely happy. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would first like to start off my speech today by congratulating my former colleague, the Honourable Judy Foote, on today's announcement. As she has been named the next Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador. On behalf of all the Newfoundland and Labrador caucus and all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, we congratulate you, Judy, and are incredibly proud of your accomplishments. I'm so pleased today to stand to speak to our 2018 budget, a budget about equality and growth, a budget for a strong middle class. Madam Speaker, I was very proud when the Finance Minister tabled this most recent budget because it demonstrated our continued commitment as a government to making decisions for Canadians first and foremost. Budget 2018 is the most progressive and inclusive budget to date, going to great lengths to recognise our strengths as a country, but also recognise that there is still a lot of work to do as it relates to reconciliation, gender equality and overall inclusion. I want to focus my speech today on just some of the commitments made in Budget 2018 that will have the biggest impact in my riding of Avalon and, of course, in my home province. $250 million allocated to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Small Craft Harbours Programme. Madam Speaker, I can't begin to express how thrilled I was to see this commitment in Budget 2018. All but one community in my riding is bound by the ocean. They are coastal communities that depend on the commercial fishery, not just economically, but also culturally. Small Craft Harbours facilities in Avalon are essential to the fishing industry, and indeed this goes for small craft harbours across the country. This investment means that facilities that are in desperate need of repair and those needing expansion can get the work done and make sure that our fishers are safe and protected before they even go out to sea. I know many of my colleagues across the country will join me in applauding this critical investment for rural and coastal communities. Furthermore, Budget 2018 allocates $21.6 million over 2 years to renew the Sustainable Aquaculture Programme. As we know well in Newfoundland and Labrador, aquaculture is an ever-growing industry and is becoming more important and popular every year. We know that making sure that aquaculture is done safely and sustainably is incredibly important to the health of our wild fish stocks and ultimately of Canadians. Investing and continuing to invest in this program means that those in the aquaculture industry can continue to keep their farm fish well contained and invest in research for best practices for the future. In the 2018-19 fiscal year, there will be $58.2 million in new funding for the Atlantic Fisheries Fund. I was with my colleagues in Newfoundland at the Marine Institute when our government announced the Atlantic Fisheries Fund. And Madam Speaker, the response to this fund has been astounding. I've personally had conversations with fishermen in my riding who have recently applied for and have received funding through the AFF, and they are all so thrilled with what this funding could mean for them and their enterprise. This is probably one of the only times that individual fishermen have been able to apply for their own federal funding to invest in innovative equipment that will make their jobs easier and safer now and into the future. Stimulating the fisheries in Atlantic Canada, an industry that has been suffering recently, that's no question, is so critical for the vitality of rural coastal communities and the people that live in them, like many of mine in Avalon. I didn't say thank you to our fisheries ministers and oceans for his I didn't say thank you, but I certainly will, to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans for his continued faith and consideration for our fishers. Madam Speaker, Canadians look to the government to make strategic decisions and move forward on projects that will benefit them and their neighbours today and well into the future. Canadians were vocal in their support of a national farmer care program, and to see the announcement in Budget 2018 that our government will be moving forward on this initiative with an advisory council was fantastic. We know that taking on a project of this size and importance will require a lot of work and research so that we can get it right for Canadians. I am very excited to follow the work of this advisory council as they discover what farmer care plan will be the best for our country in the future. Madam Speaker, when I was elected in 2015, I quickly learned the value of the Regional Development Agency in Newfoundland and Labrador, ACOA, or the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency. ACOA is a vital resource for local businesses, community organizations, and innovators in my riding. I've seen many groups thrive thanks to ACOA funding since I've been elected. That is why I was thrilled to see that in this budget we have continued investment in the agency with an additional $48 million, $8 million of which our government has earmarked specifically to support women entrepreneurs. I am sure that not only my constituents, but constituents of many of my colleagues across Atlantic Canada are thrilled to see this commitment to support women in business. I believe that this builds on our government's promise to work towards gender equality and giving women more opportunities to achieve this goal. Investing in female entrepreneurs is not only the way that Budget 2018 has committed to giving women the opportunities they deserve to thrive in today's workforce. This budget commits to a new parental sharing benefit, which will give an extra 5 weeks of parental leave to new parents, provided that both parents share in that leave. This is a revolutionary change, as it incentivizes women and dads, women and men, to share the responsibility of maternity leave, giving women the opportunity to get back to doing what they love and are passionate about earlier. On this side of the House, we know that women are a force and strength in the workplace. They are leaders, innovators, and incredible minds, and are assets to any company or department. Simultaneously, we know that men can be compassionate and loving fathers who want to be a part of their children's early days, just as much as moms do. That is why this new parental sharing benefit not only recognizes the value of both women and men have as employees, but also as parents, giving them both equal opportunities at home and at work. We believe that our children are better off when they learn, grow, and develop alongside both of their parents equally. Each of us in this House know family members, friends, or constituents that would have loved to avail of this kind of opportunity for themselves and their kids. With this new benefit, we will have stronger families, kids, and workforces. I know many of my colleagues would agree with me when I say that I could go on and on in this House today speaking about Budget 2018. The continued investments are welcomed by me and my constituents, and the new initiatives announced by the Finance Minister last month in this budget are as well. The budget is proof, Madam Speaker, that our government is investing and making decisions with the best interests of Canadians in mind. I want to thank the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister for ensuring that the middle class and our most vulnerable Canadians are at the heart of this budget and all decisions made by this government. I am proud to stand in support of equality and growth for the middle class and in support of this 2018 budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, my colleague continues to list a number of investments, as he calls them, expenditures, but he fails to acknowledge the fact that these investments, this spending, is done at the expense of increasing deficit spending year after year after year, to the point where we're spending over $26 billion a year just on interest. Now, the platform of the Liberal Party, when they were running for election in 2015, clearly indicated they were going to go into deficit. We knew that. But, Madam Speaker, what they didn't tell us that it was going to be the size and the length of deficits that we've seen. They said $10 billion max, and they said by 2019 they would balance the budget. Well, here we are, Madam Speaker, with $18 billion more deficit and continuing growth of that deficit and no plan to balance the budget. So I'd like to ask my colleague, did the Liberal Party lie to Canadians when they said it was only going to be $10 billion, or are they just incompetent managers? And when will the budget be balanced?
The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga, and it's an area I'm quite familiar with. I have family that live in Kitchener and have visited there many times. I thank him for his question, but he started off by saying spending irresponsibly and a bigger deficit, not balancing the budget when it was first predicted. But I would like to remind the member that in not doing what they would like to see us do in balancing the budget, we've created over 600,000 new jobs in this country over the past 2 years. We've had the lowest unemployment rate that this country has ever seen since they started taking records in 1976. So I'll forego balancing the budget to create those kind of economic growth any day of the week, any year.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my friend from Avalon, who I know sits on the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. And I know he does care about coastal communities, and we've talked greatly about the importance of salmon and fish to coastal communities for culture, for the economy, for food security. We know under the last decade that we saw our fish stocks decline rapidly under the Conservative government. We had the Parliamentary Secretary from Burnaby North of Fisheries and Oceans come to my riding to look at the state of our salmon and travel to the SOMAS. And he was on the front page of the Alberni Valley News, Madam Speaker, and he said, in quote, "It means we're going to be able to deliver better science and better stock assessments." This is in reference to the Coastal Restoration Fund. He says, "For so long, communities have had a lot of good projects like the group here, West Coast Aquatic, that they've wanted to get done, but we haven't had the financial ability to move forward on because the federal government has been somewhat absent." Guess how much funding they got, Madam Speaker? Zero. There couldn't be more absent than zero. Even the Conservatives and their failure delivered some funding to this community. When is this government going to understand the urgency and the threat to our salmon? Our hatcheries haven't had an increase in 28 years, Madam Speaker. This is a desperate situation.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable member, and I know he sat in on some Fisheries and Oceans Committee meetings and did some travel in Atlantic Canada. I can't speak to the specifics of what's going on in his riding, whether it be with the salmon or any other species, but I can say that through various programs, I know the government are committed to a rebuilding program in just about every stock that's in trouble, whether it be in Eastern Canada or Western Canada, and that has been identified by the Commissioner, and it is underway to see a program established.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member opposite had mentioned that both coasts have a slightly different approach, and he didn't want to talk about the West Coast. I will say there was no $400 million for British Columbia for our fisheries, unlike the fund that he suggested earlier. So that's one of the main differences. But, Madam Speaker, I would just like to hold this member to task. He actually campaigned on a small $10 billion a year deficits, that the amount would go, the majority would go to infrastructure. That has been proven categorically wrong by his own finance minister's budget and also by the PBO. Is he satisfied that there's enough money being spent on infrastructure, and is he unhappy with his own government's approach to balanced budgets?
The honourable member has 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will say I am happy with the economic progress that this government has made. When he says that I campaigned door to door on a balanced budget, I'll call him to task on that, because the balanced budget never came up once when I knocked on doors. So don't lecture me on what I campaigned on and what I didn't campaign on.
Find the member, I'm not lecturing him, and he's to address his questions to the chair. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start, Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Laval-les-Îles. It's a pleasure to rise in this House today to speak on Budget 2018 and the impact it's going to have on my community and Canadians across the country. Budget 2018, tabled recently by the Minister of Finance in this House, outlines the government's next steps in our plan to support the middle class, strengthen and grow the economy, and promote equality for all Canadians. During the last two constituency weeks earlier this month, I had the opportunity, like many members in this House, to have meetings with constituents and local organizations on some of the announcements made in this budget. I also spoke at both Pickering and Uxbridge Town Councils, where I provided an update to constituents and local councillors about the work of the federal government and the positive effect this budget will have on our communities. Madam Speaker, to put the debate around this budget in context, I began my delegations to my councils by outlining the economic reality we face. Despite the negative spin coming from the opposition, the fact is Canada has created over 600,000 jobs over the past 2 years. We have a resurgent economy, the fastest growing among the G7. Our constituents have more money in their pockets, and families are better able to support their children because of an enhanced Canada Child Benefit. In my riding of Pickering-Uxbridge, families for 16,260 children are receiving CCB checks with an average payment of $520 per month for a total of over $4.8 million. Madam Speaker, I cannot stress enough how big of an impact this is having not only for families and children, but for our local economy. The CCB is driving business growth, consumer spending, and helping to create and maintain jobs both across the country and in my community. That's why I was thrilled to see that in Budget 2018, our government will be indexing the CCB 2 years ahead of schedule to ensure that the roughly 6 million Canadian children who currently benefit from the CCB will continue to do so in the long term. That means that starting in July, in my community and in communities across the country, families will be provided with even greater support for the cost of raising children, and will have extra help each month to pay for things like nutritious food, sports programs, music lessons, and school supplies. During my remarks and in my conversations, I spoke about Budget 2018's investments to support low-income workers. I'm proud to say that in a world and global climate where many feel they do not have the chance to succeed or are being left behind in the new economy, our government is investing almost $1 billion in new funding per year to help low-income workers get ahead. As part of that investment, Budget 2018 announced the new Canada Workers Benefit, a tax benefit that will allow more workers to keep more of their paychecks. It builds on the former working income tax benefit and will not only encourage more people to enter the workforce, but will also provide real help to more than 2 million Canadians, some of whom live in my community. Starting in 2019, the CWB will increase both maximum benefits and the income level at which the benefit is phased out. We'll also ensure that everyone who is eligible to benefit from the new CWB actually benefits when they file their taxes. That means that an estimated 300,000 additional low-income workers will receive the new CWB for the 2019 tax year. That's real results for working people, and it will help create a more level playing field for more Canadians. Madam Speaker, achieving equality and leveling the playing field are important themes in Budget 2018. How to create a more equal society and bridge the wage gap between men and women is a question governments around the world are wrestling with. Today, women in Canada earn 31% less than men on an annual basis, and on average about 12% less than the hourly wage paid for full-time work. There are a number of complicated reasons for this, but the facts are clear. Studies also show that by closing the wage gap, Canada's economic growth would grow significantly. I want to be very clear that this is an economic issue just as much as it's a social issue. Through Budget 2018, our government is leading by example and putting in place measures to address the gender wage gap by shining a light on pay practices in the federally regulated sector and taking the next steps to create a proactive pay equity regime for which legislation will be tabled later this fall. This robust pay equity regime will encompass businesses and organizations that are federally regulated, applying to roughly 1.2 million Canadians. Strong oversight and enforcement and the requirement of regular maintenance will be included, and it will take an innovative approach that we can ensure on average that women and men receive the same pay for work of equal value. This is an issue that so many have advocated passionately for over several years, and I was proud to see the commitments made in this budget and look forward to the introduction of pay equity legislation. I was also thrilled to see the announcement of a new women entrepreneurship strategy in Budget 2018. Supporting women-owned businesses is crucial, and this comprehensive approach will address the unique barriers that female entrepreneurs face in comparison to their male counterparts. Whether it's to help improve skills or connect female entrepreneurs with mentorship or networking opportunities, our government will invest $105 million over 5 years to regional development agencies to support the growth and prosperity of women-led businesses. Achieving equality in the workforce is a difficult task, and doing so requires this type of creative thinking. It also challenges us to address inequalities at home. That's why in Budget 2018, our government has introduced a new EI parental sharing benefit. This benefit will support equality at home and in the workplace by providing an additional 5 weeks of benefits when both parents agree to share parental leave. This measure provides greater flexibility for parents to return to work sooner if they so choose, with the knowledge that their family has the support they need. To conclude, Madam Speaker, Budget 2018 is a bold, innovative, and optimistic plan that puts people first and invests in a prosperous and shared future. It builds on the investments and commitments of previous budgets in infrastructure and affordable housing. Just last week, I had the privilege of making an announcement with my Durham colleagues for a historic investment of over $94 million to Durham Regional Transit. These commitments will make and have a real measurable impact on our communities, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to support this budget and the government's plan to ensure that all Canadians have an equal and fair chance at success. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite for her speech. Now, one of the campaign promises that was so familiar was that the Liberals were going to run a $10 billion deficit, and they were going to do that in order to build infrastructure, roads and bridges in municipalities all across Canada. But we've seen that that didn't happen. In fact, they took $15 billion away from municipalities and put that into the infrastructure bank, and now they're spending $500 million to build roads and bridges in Asia. And meanwhile, municipalities are suffering. I see in this budget they've also pushed out another nearly $5 billion worth of infrastructure spend. So why doesn't the government have a plan, and where they're keeping their commitment to Canadians about municipal infrastructure?
Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. In fact, we have been delivering for municipalities. One of the reasons I ran to be in this place was because I was so tired of the federal government under the Harper Conservatives not being a partner at the table. The investment in Durham Regional Transit is the largest that's ever been provided to Durham. This will provide bus rapid transit along Highway 2 in our community, connecting Durham region to the TTC in Toronto, to colleges and universities, from the University of Toronto to Durham College to UOIT. I guess the members opposite don't think that's valuable investments, but in my community, they do. We also see the infrastructure bank as being an opportunity for major investments that help more than one community across this country. So from my perspective, municipalities are very pleased with our government's plan.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Madam Speaker, and I just wanted to pick up on some of the remarks of the honourable member having to do with pay equity legislation, because of course that portion of her speech could very well have been delivered during the 2015 election, and of course we're about 2.5 years past that election. We're closer to the next election now. It was re-announced in the budget, and I mean, we certainly are glad to see that it hasn't fallen completely off the radar, but in the NEP, I mean, we've been pushing in this place over the past over 2 years, just in this Parliament, and far longer, over a decade, as my colleague has pointed out, to see that pay equity legislation not just talked about by the government, but implemented. And we also saw alongside this rehashed promise to bring forward legislation that there was no money actually allocated to the implementation of pay equity, because pay equity will not be cost neutral for the government. That's fine. That's money that belongs in the pockets of women who are doing good work for the government. But surely, if the government's serious about the implementation over the next year, there ought to be money in the budget. And I wonder what she thinks about that omission.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. And frankly, I applaud anybody who's been advocating for pay equity at all levels of government and in all sectors in business and Canadian society. But at the end of the day, the pay equity legislation only works if you get it right. And just speaking about it or implementing a pay equity system without having the checks and balances, without having the reviews, really doesn't move the issue forward. So, and in terms of the comments around just that our government's just mentioning it, that's the whole point of the legislation that will be introduced in the fall, something I'm very much looking forward to debating in this House.
Comments? I've got time for a brief question. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been difficult for me to get into this debate, but I hope the member for Pickering-Uxbridge can shed some light on why a budget in 2018 has no new climate programs at all, and previous budgets have not been as good in delivering climate action as the one delivered in 2005 by the gentleman who now serves this government as the Minister for Public Security. When he was Minister of Finance, we saw much better.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't speak for previous governments and previous budgets, but what I can say is we have seen investments in the environment. I think the government's commitment to the environment and the economy have been clear. I'll use one example in terms of the environment being woven into this budget across sections, and one of the examples is going back to the point about infrastructure, wastewater systems in my community. That's a very important piece of environmental protections that I'm proud our government's supporting.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Finance's third budget builds on previous budgets. These budgets have improved the performance of our economy, much more so than the economies of our G7 partners. Our Minister of Finance and our government are following a rigorous plan that is yielding excellent results for the benefit of Canadians. This budget, among other things, will help women and families, especially those who are the most in need. The budget will stimulate our economy through smart investments, namely in research and development, sustainable infrastructure, and above all, Budget 2018 prepares Canadians for the economy of the future. For Quebec, I'm happy to point out that we will be receiving $651.5 million in equalization payments. for a total of $11.7 billion. This is new money that will enable Quebec to respond to the needs of citizens. Oftentimes, we forget about the Government of Canada's share paid into the provincial health and social services programs. In this regard, Budget 2018 sets out $295 million in federal health transfers to Quebec for a total of $8.8 billion. In terms of social programs, Quebec will be receiving an additional $82 million for a total of $3.2 billion. In 2018-2019, Quebec will receive $23.7 billion in federal transfers, $1 billion more compared with last year. But there's even more in this budget for Quebec, Madam Speaker. There are a series of measures that people of Laval care about. The first is the REM, the Metropolitan Express Network, which will link the Montreal North Shore to Laval and to the Trudeau Airport, as well as to downtown Montreal. The investments in this project will be of the order of $1.3 billion, and those amounts were outlined in the last federal budget. $23.7 million will also be invested by the federal government to the Société de Transport de Laval, the STL, to enable the company to purchase buses that will help respond to the growing need when it comes to public transit in Laval. The funds will also be used to electrify these buses and to improve the reliability and effectiveness of the public transit system in Laval. The REM, like public transit, will improve commute times for people in Laval, improve their mobility, as well as have an important favorable impact on employment, the economy, and the environment in Laval.
Budget 2018 contains numerous positive measures, but I would especially like to draw attention to those that will impact women. As you know, we celebrated International Day of Women on March 8th. That day is not another Valentine's Day. It is a day on which we acknowledge women's struggle for equality. I am pleased to rise in this House to applaud the federal government's decision to make status of women an official department. Our government is taking concrete steps to make Canada a more equitable and egalitarian country on the world stage. Nous savons tous.
We all know that the challenges and obstacles women face on a daily basis are still a reality and are very present in our communities, Madam Speaker. Inequality, pay inequity, underrepresentation of women in some sectors of the labor force, and, sadly, violence of all kinds that sadly undermines our communities. I am happy, Madam Speaker, with the tangible measures that this budget proposes to advance gender equality. The new department, equipped with effective tools, will see them through. For example, a bill on pay equity will be tabled shortly. It will cover all federally regulated companies, requiring them to ensure there is equal pay for work of equal value. That is simply natural because Canadian women are among the most educated women in the world. An initiative of this type will remove barriers, preventing half of us from fully contributing to the wealth of this beautiful country. Other measures need to be mentioned. Currently, we all know, myself included, that women do more work at home than their male spouses.
Gives families an additional 5 weeks of benefit when both parents agree to share their parental leave. This measure will provide greater equality when it comes to child care and family responsibility. This flexible measure will empower women to more effectively return to work. Other measures included in Budget 2018 are work placement under the Canada Summer Job Program for young women who want to enter male-dominated trades like plumbing, welding, and gas installation pay very well. Women who want to train in these trades will receive financial assistance during their apprenticeship. The budget also contains measures to help women entrepreneurs grow their business. The goal is to grow their reputation worldwide. For Quebec alone, Budget 2018 provides $22 million for personalized support to women entrepreneurs in that province. Women will also be able to take advantage of their apprenticeship incentive grant for women, which encourage women to explore a new skilled trade and Red Seal trade. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, this budget contains several measures intended for women or that affect them. Every single one of these measures removes an obstacle and brings us closer to the ultimate goal that we all wish to reach: justice, equality, and fairness for all Canadian men and women. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. I enjoy working with him on the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee. He always does his homework. He's well prepared. Madam Speaker, I have a question that relates to some of the conversations we've had today and yesterday in this House. And in the preamble, in the introduction of the budget, it talks about, in glowing terms, about a country where differences are recognized not as a barrier to success, but as a source of strength. And yet yesterday, Madam Speaker, we saw almost the entire Liberal caucus voting against a motion that would have actually removed some of those barriers, which would have given equal access to summer students or groups who are applying for funding to employ those summer students, to give them the opportunity to access funds that they have paid into the taxation of our country. And yet now we have a system where to receive those funds, we have to sign. Not only can we not remain neutral, we can't just be silent, we have to actually sign an attestation saying we agree with this government. How, Madam Speaker, is that removing a barrier to success?
The Honourable Member for Laval-des-Îles.
I thank my colleague, who I really have a lot of respect to him, and to enjoy working with him in a committee. I would like to reassure my colleague on the other side that this government will not have barrier, will destroy barrier, will give access to young women, to young children. We encourage science, development, research, students. This is the way we could grow our economy. We could prepare our country for a better life for our future generation. This is the way we are doing and will continue to do. And I assure my colleague, this is the best way under this government. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
My colleague for his comments. Some time ago, the Status of Women Committee did a study on the barriers young women face in regard to entering the trades, for example, jobs that women are usually not seen in. And one of the biggest barriers, Madam Speaker, was the absence of childcare, because a young woman might very well qualify for a position in a business or a company, but because she could not access childcare, she couldn't get the position and she couldn't get the training she needed to remain in that position. And so, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask this member, in light of the fact that childcare was blatantly absent from the federal budget, how on earth all of this talk about encouraging women into business and into jobs can help if they can't access childcare and can't accept those opportunities?
The
honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
My colleague from other side, and I would like to assure my colleague and all the members in this chamber, she touches the spirit of this budget, how this budget is encouraging women here locally and internationally. You know, we have a program even to go further out of Canada to help women, to make their life better. Here we help women who are deciding or having the intention to go to a difficult job. We give them $8,000 for training, madam, in order to be entrepreneur, very qualified and very productive in our society here. We'll continue to do so, from student to worker to parental sharing. We are contributing a lot in this subject. Thank you very much.
We got time for a brief question. The honourable member for Central Okanagan's Milkamin Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll ask the very same question I asked earlier. Does this member, first of all, is he door-knocked, like many of his other colleagues, saying that he would run 2 deficit budgets of $10 billion and then return back to balance by 2019? This budget shows clearly there's no plan. And in fact, the reason for borrowing was originally for infrastructure. The Parliamentary Budget Office has said that 25% of the funds that they have proposed is going to lapse and that there is no plan. Does he feel that he has honored his constituents, and does he feel that government needs to do a better job in this area?
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles, a brief response.
This question, I would like to assure my colleague about the following. Madam Speaker, when someone needs to buy a house, if he doesn't have the money, he will go and make a mortgage in order to prepare a better life for his wife and for his children. And that's exactly what we are doing with this government. We are borrowing money in order to invest in our infrastructure, in our environment, in our family, in our students, in our science, in our research. And we keep investing and investing in order to pay the debt left to us by the previous government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to share my time with my honourable colleague from Sarnia-Lambton today. Now, there's many names that have been used to describe this budget. One, and I've heard, it's called the Peter Pan budget. Another one calls it the Seinfeld budget because it's about nothing. I've got a few other names for myself for it. Perhaps the Led Zeppelin budget, because it'll leave you dazed and confused reading it. Now, here's a quote about the budget from the Minister of Status of Women. The lens applied to the budget has been intersectional gendered lens because of our brand of feminism is based on the belief that feminism is as diverse as Canada itself. The budget itself says at the same time, men and boys also have gendered intersecting identities and experience inequality and are not homogenous group. This work will recognize that gender is not synonymous with women, dazed and confused. Now, you could call it the budget of broken promises. We've heard about it earlier today, the broken promise of small deficits at front. Now remember, the Liberals originally promised just $24 billion in deficit and then balancing in 2019. Instead, we're going to be looking at $83 billion in new debt by 2019 and no balance in sight. In fact, numbers from the Finance Department show we will not be in balance till 2045, 27 years from now. Now, the Finance Minister himself and the Prime Minister himself refused repeatedly to answer the question, when will the budget be balanced? The mandate letter, the mandate tracker that this Liberal government launched, a great fanfare, says on the budget, which remember the mandate said to balance the budget by 2019, their mandate tracker says it's underway with challenges. Yes. Now we could call it, dude, where's my infrastructure? $24 billion of infrastructure spending on the original debt and the promise, remember, but so much has been reprofiled and lapsed that even the parliamentary budget officer can't track it. Now the Senate did a study on the infrastructure spending. Now remember, this infrastructure spending was supposed to be the golden bullet. It was going to improve productivity, get us home to our families faster because of a shorter commute, make us happier, make the Maple Leafs win the Stanley Cup. You know what the Senate said of their study of the infrastructure? The only metric, it would make me happy, the only metric for success, for outcomes for infrastructure spending, is that the money got spent itself. Not that it would increase productivity, not that Canadians were getting good value for the money. The Senate, dominated by Liberals and independent Liberals, stated their only measure of success is if they spent the money itself. Now, these are all good names, but I want to go with a different name. It will be a sequel to Rick Moranis' film, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, except we'll call this budget the Honey, I Sunk the Kids budget. Why? Because it sells out our children and our grandchildren. It sticks them with billions and billions of added debt and interest. Now, how bad is it, Madam Speaker? $98 billion added over the next 5 years. That's $3,800 for every single Canadian taxpayer, just over 5 years. Now, anyone sitting at home around the table, perhaps, a husband and wife, one of their children are working, 3 taxpayers, that's $10,000 added debt for that one family in just 5 years. Over the next 5 years, we're going to be spending $175 billion in interest payments. Now think about that, $175 billion. That's $6,730 for every single taxpayer, just for 5 years. Now, if you have kids just graduating high school, like perhaps I do this year, or perhaps one of your kids is in first year university, like I do, when they're going to be entering the workforce, hopefully around 2022, 2023, that 1 year that they graduate from university into the workforce, they're going to be on the hook for $1,300 in taxes just to cover interest rates. Now, what could that $175 billion in interest we're paying to foreign banks and Bay Street billionaires buy? Well, it could get us 700,000 trips for the Prime Minister for his trip to Billionaire Island. 22,000 hockey rinks we could build on Parliament Hill. 525 sole source Super Hornets from Boeing, which then we could cancel because we don't like Boeing, and then we can go to Australia and buy Boeing Hornets. We could do 470 bailouts for Bombardier, and almost 2 million Twitter accounts for the Minister of Health for her to do her 2 tweets a day. Seriously, though, what could that money do? We could actually, with that $175 billion, we could build 15 brand new hospitals in each Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Edmonton, Ottawa, and Calgary. The Misericordia Hospital in West Edmonton, where my oldest son was born, needs to be replaced. They say it's $1 million price tag. We could replace that 15 times. Oh, and with the other money, we could build a brand new hospital in every single town or city in Canada that has a population of 20,000 or more. Now, going forward, let's look at the future. Now, both the budget and the PBO talk about upward and downward risks of the budget and the numbers, and the risks of the economy being higher or being lower than they're forecasting. On the upward side, they state we could have higher growth globally. We could have economic activity driven by unsustainable consumer debt or higher oil prices, but we know that we can't get the oil to market under this Liberal government, so it's massively discounted. So the only good news, the only way things could get better is relying on the world economy, higher oil, even though we can't get our oil to market, or more consumer spending. On the downside, we could have NAFTA crashing, and there's nothing in the budget that addresses the possibility. Higher interest rates or higher debt. So we don't have a lot of upside, but there's a lot of downside on this. Now, what does this budget do for Alberta? Well, let's see. Oh, nothing. It does nothing for Alberta. Now, we realize the Liberals don't care about Alberta. They only have 2 or 3 MPs left, depending on what the scandal of the week is. That being said, look at the vaunted infrastructure from this government. Now, we have the Minister of Infrastructure from Alberta based in Edmonton. So what do we get? Well, Alberta has about 12% of the population of Canada, but we get 9.5% of the infrastructure that's been spent so far. So even with the Minister of Infrastructure based in Edmonton, we're underfunded 18% by capita. Keeping in mind Alberta over-contributes because of a higher wealth to equalization, we get underfunded by 18% per capita. Now, what do we get from the spending so far that we've heard so much about? Well, we've got garbage and cigarette disposal units for our bus stops. Thank you, Minister. We've got 5 passenger shelters purchased for Alberta. We've got a review of transit feasibility, bus stop upgrades, and in Fort McMurray, from Edmonton to Fort McMurray, there's Highway 63. It's called the Highway of Death because there's been 150 people have lost their lives on that stretch. I used to work in Fort McMurray. I've driven that highway several times. Of all this historic infrastructure spending with the infrastructure minister based in Edmonton, what do we get? $29 million for upgrades for Highway 63. Now, it's an absolute disgrace what is going on with this budget. It provides almost nothing for Alberta. All it does for this country is drown us in debt. I want to summarize what it does. In good times, the government is spending like there's no tomorrow, driving up debt. When it's time, that should be putting away money for the future, for our aging population, for the possible downturn in the global economy, for higher interest rates. Instead, what they're doing when times are good with a strong global economy, they're racking up the debt, leaving us with nothing in the bank when things go down. Now, this diverts massive amount of taxpayers' dollars out of needed resources for hospitals, for the military, for infrastructure, and drives it into interest payments to foreign bankers and Bay Street elites. This is a budget for Bay Street elites. This is a budget for foreign financiers. It's not a budget for Canada, and it's not a budget for Albertans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, and through you, I was remiss when I heard some of the comments from the honourable colleague from Alberta about how this is a budget for certain groups. Madam Speaker, this is a budget for all Canadians coast to coast to coast. This is a budget that indexes the CCC, the Canada Child Benefit, 2 years in advance. This is a budget that introduces a Canada Workers Benefit. And I was wondering if my colleague across the aisle would comment on how the Canada Child Benefit benefits the residents of his ridings, whether it's a single mother, whether it's individuals that have 2 or 3 kids at home that may be staying home for a certain period of time, somebody that has recently moved to his riding from another part of the country or immigrated most recently. So I was wondering if the honourable member can comment about what the Canada Child Benefit is doing to members and residents of his riding in Alberta. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. And it's funny that the member brings up the benefit and indexation. He only brings it up because the government actually forgot to add indexing when they first introduced it, probably knowingly left it out so they could reduce the amount of payments. They only actually brought it out because to detract from all the scandals the government's been involved in. And regarding actually paying like single mothers I would love for the member to come to my constituency office and listen to the amount of single mothers who cannot access this because of the bizarre rules that the government has set up. We have mothers who have come in bringing their ID, letters from their ex-husband stating that they do not have, that they've given the full custody to the mothers. The mothers have brought the children in. Letters from the schools saying that the children exist. And what do we get from the CRA and the deafness from this government? We need more proof. So I would like to see the government step up and do its job and actually help single mothers and not just talk about it in this House. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague and friend from Edmonton West for raising the concerns and asking the question where this money is going. I mean, we've heard the government talk about their record amount of investments in infrastructure and job creation, but I'll tell you, in my community in the Alberni Valley, which has the highest poverty rate in British Columbia, we know that with that it comes with huge costs. Our criminal justice system, our healthcare system. Madam Speaker, we've put forward some really good proposals. One is for coastal restoration to bring our salmon back, which is really important to our economy and food security. We've put forward proposals for port infrastructure to create a good, strong marine economy where you can refit boats. We've put forward proposals for Firefighting School of Excellence and return to work policies through Pacific Coast University to help unlock the potential of 1.2 million Canadians that are injured in the workplace. But none of those proposals have got any funding. And would the member agree that if we're going to spend money, that we should put it in places where there is high amounts of poverty, unlock that potential and empower people? Instead, this government is making it a lost opportunity, Madam Speaker.
Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague from Port Alberta for his comments. I used to live in Vancouver Island. I've been to his area plenty of times. It's a beautiful part of the country, and it is a shame what's going on there. He's very right on misguided use of resources. There's lots that should be used there and the rest of the country. Instead, where do we see our money going? We see the government investing millions upon millions in the Chinese Infrastructure Bank to build pipelines in China, but not in Canada. We see money, billions and billions giving to foreigners for interest payments. That's money that should be used to help alleviate poverty, not only in Port Alberni, the Vancouver Island, but the rest of Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for, second here, Service Moose Mountain. Yep, that's it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and hopefully that won't detract from the limited time I have. I thank my I thank my colleague for his presentation and his comments. And very quickly, I know he's been involved in business in the past, and he knows a lot about small business, etc. And I'm wondering if in this budget he saw anything that was of any value or any detriment to small business businessmen of Canada.
The honourable member for Edmonton West, a brief answer, please.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Service Moose Mountain for the question. What we see with this budget is continual betrayal of small businesses. We've seen Dan Kelly from the CFIB continually call out the attacks on small business, how uncompetitive we are now with the U.S. Despite everything we'd like to say, the U.S. is still our greatest friend, our biggest trading partner, and will be for the foreseeable future. We are going to get crushed with this budget because of the changes that are being made down to this U.S. Whether we like Trump or dislike him, we're being made uncompetitive by this government, and they don't seem to care. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, 10 minutes to talk about budget 2018. When I first got elected, I would have thought that was a long time, but now it just doesn't seem like that much time. This budget did not get well received by most Canadians. I'm going to talk about health care. I'm going to talk about infrastructure and some of the spending. But because of the criticism that this budget has received, you know, I was always told when you're bringing a critical message, it's good to make a sandwich and to say something nice at the beginning and something nice at the end. So I am going to say something nice about the budget at the beginning and something nice at the end. And the thing I'll say at the beginning is I was pleased to see that the response for science to the Naylor report was a good response. As the former science critic, that was something that I was looking for, and that's something that I don't have anything bad to say about. Now, with respect to the other issues, le premier sujet.
The first point I'd like to raise is about palliative care. I was surprised to see that the term palliative is not in this budget. Despite the fact that this word was included in the 2017 budget, and despite the fact that there was unanimous consent on the part of the House of Commons and the Senate on my bill, C-277, on palliative care, the term was not included this time. In 2017, the federal government proposed investing $6 billion over 10 years for home care.
including palliative care, and $5 billion for mental health initiatives. These investments would improve home care in Canada, including palliative care. So what this means is $11 billion for mental health in the home, including palliative care. Now, Budget 2018 is proposing very different investments, all $11 billion over 10 years for the provincial and territorial governments to support home care and mental health. But there's no mention of the word palliative. It's absent. But this is a necessary and severely underfinanced service in our country. Excluding palliative care from the budget disregards the needs of a high number of Canadians who are desperate and require financial support to improve their lives and to also mitigate the pressure on our health systems. The second issue I'd like to raise is that of mental health and PTSD, as well as dementia. Like palliative care, there is a lack of investment in our mental health care in Budget 2018. As I mentioned earlier, only $11 billion were allocated for mental health, including home care, but that's not enough. Canada is still in crisis, and we must do everything in our power to help all those who require that help. If that were not enough, the federal government is only investing $20 million over 5 years and $4 million per year after that for Canadians living with dementia. More than 400 million Canadians live with dementia, including Alzheimer's disease. And this disproportionately affects seniors who are women. So it's not enough. We're seeing an aging of our population, and therefore we need to prepare and invest in high-quality programs. I'd like to acknowledge my colleague for all the work done in injuries and post-traumatic stress syndrome. I think it's thanks to this member that there is an investment in this area. Yet the government is I think it's thanks to this member that there was an investment in that area, and yet this government is only proposing to invest $10 million over 5 years to establish a pilot project. I think, though, that we have to do a lot more. Another issue I'd like to raise is the investment of $20.4 million and $5.6 million per year to improve support services and mental health services for federal correctional institutions. These funds will be specifically for supporting women in these institutions. Now, despite the fact that these are small investments, the government is also proposing to provide $10 million over 5 years to the Mental Health Commission of Canada for the purposes of assessing the effect of cannabis use on Canadians' mental health. The Liberal government is doing everything it can to control and limit the consumption of cigarettes. However, they're perfectly willing to legalize marijuana as soon as possible, knowing full well that there may be mental health effects. The $10 million investment shows that the government does acknowledge the dangers of cannabis, and yet it's continuing on its path towards legalization.
In this budget, or where the government put the priorities in terms of health. There's $80 million in the budget to get people to stop smoking. but there's $800 million in the budget to get people to start smoking marijuana. That seems like the wrong priority. At the same time, while people are dying of the opioid crisis across the country, there is really $40 million a year that's being put into the opioid crisis. Again, in comparison with the legalization of marijuana, it just doesn't seem to be the right priority at all. Now, I talked about my disappointment with palliative care not even being mentioned in this budget. I had approached the minister with a plan once the framework is put together to build palliative care infrastructure across Canada. So when we talk about the infrastructure spending that was promised by the government, at the beginning, that was the whole reason for going into deficit. But it doesn't seem like the money is flowing to municipalities. And what could be a better example than my riding? Now, most of you know that on January 11th, the Coast Guard decided not to close the channel, which they normally do when the ice flows are heavy. And the resulting push from the icebreakers crushed the Sombra Ferry Causeway, and that border has been shut since January. Now, I approached the Minister of Public Safety, and who's in charge of the CBSA, who makes $3.3 million of duty off of that crossing every year, to get the repair money to put that back together. No answer, no response. Finally, a denial. I approached the Minister of Transportation, who has the responsibility for the trade corridor funding. Again, refusal, no money there. I approached the infrastructure minister. Now, the infrastructure minister seems to be looking for a plan of where to spend $186 billion. I only need $2.5 million. So certainly he could spend it on the restoring of the Sombra Ferry crossing, but again, that was refused. Combat engineers in my riding came and said, hey, you know what? The Minister of Defense, if he decides it's in the national interest, can actually send us to repair the bridge. We did that at Laval. We've done it at Guelph. We could do it elsewhere. So again, there was a great opportunity, but the Minister of Defense turned me down. I've escalated this to the Prime Minister's office. Nothing has been done. So when this government comes and says, we want to spend money on infrastructure, and we want to spend that for the municipalities, it falls on really deaf ears to me and to all of my constituents who feel that there is no infrastructure money for the Sombra Ferry restoration in Sarnia-Lambton. Now, that said, I did promise that at the beginning I said something nice. I gave some commentary about the things I thought were missing in the budget, and I said I would say something nice at the end. So I have a couple nice things to say. The first thing I was glad to see is on the thalidomide issue. We know that there were people that did not qualify for their thalidomide claims because they couldn't produce the paperwork. I had brought this to the attention of the Minister of Health, and I'm very pleased to see that this has been put into the budget. Now, no dollars were associated, but I'm trusting that that money will be parceled out to those people who deserve their compensation. Other than that, the only other happy news is that most of the spending has been pushed out into years that'll be after this government gets defeated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Black Creek, Humber River.
Black Creek. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's good to see my colleague on her feet, which is not an unusual thing to see here in the House. So and great to hear your comments. And it was nice to hear you try to put some positive, because there's lots of positives.
Remember to address it through her questions and comments through the Speaker.
And there's lots of positives, and I'm glad that she decided to single out one or two of them. But knowing my colleagues in the House and their interest in women entrepreneurship and the steps that have been taken on that particular part of this file in the budget, I'd be interested to hear my colleagues' comments on whether she doesn't agree that that is going to be very helpful to the women of Canada.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Certainly, when I was the Chair of Status of Women, we were working on a study of the economic status of women and the barriers that prevent women from becoming entrepreneurs and from going into some of the higher paying positions like the trades or like STEM. And really, the key barriers came down to childcare available. I mean, you can appreciate if you're working construction and you've got to start at 7:30 in the morning and you work in overtime or whatever, the daycares that exist today aren't available during those hours. And so that can be problematic. And in other kinds of entrepreneurial careers, travel can be a real barrier. So I don't think that the government has come yet with a solution that meets the need for the childcare support that people would want. The other thing I would say is that we continue to see an inequity in pay and an inequity in the awarding of funding. So I was pleased to see some additional funding for women entrepreneurs, but there's more to be done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague from Sarnia Lambton for her speech. Madam Speaker, in this budget, the government made a promise, the Liberal government, in 2015 that they were going to close the stock option loophole for CEOs. And we know now that that stock option loophole benefits, 92% of the benefit goes to the 1%. So, I mean, we're being misled, both parliamentarians and the Canadian public, that this is good for business. In fact, I've met business leaders that are in the tech industry, and I've asked them, is this incentive the make or break it, whether you're going to do business in Canada? They said, no, it's about recruitment, affordable housing, making things more business-friendly, and the environment is really a priority. This stock option loophole isn't going to make or break it. So I asked the member, through you, Madam Speaker, if she supports closing a stock option loophole that, again, benefits, 92% of the benefit goes to the top 1%, if she supports closing that stock option loophole. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Certainly, he's very correct that the government is not at all good at keeping their promises. You know, we saw them break the promise about only a $10 billion deficit, breaking the promise to balance the budget in the 4-year term, restore home mail delivery, last election under first past the post. We can certainly go on. With respect to the 1%, this government has actually reduced taxes on the 1% and has increased taxes on the middle class, the very people that they claim that they're trying to help. So certainly I don't think this government has done what people were looking for to the 1%. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary, the government house leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Often I think Conservatives kind of close their eyes about the past. And a good example of that is when the member makes reference to infrastructure spending. This government has done more in terms of making a commitment to communities in every region of this country to invest in infrastructure. That means you also have to work with other levels of government in order to get some of those infrastructure projects off the ground. I'm wondering if the member could comment as to why it is she believes that she's critical of this government for infrastructure spending. What would she have said if she was in opposition when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister and he got virtually nothing off the ground on infrastructure?
Member for Sarnia Lambton has 40 seconds to respond.
Well, certainly, I would like to correct the misinformation there, because under the Harper government, there was a lot of infrastructure money spent, and I certainly received a large portion of that when I was a citizen of Sarnia Lambton. But as I always like to say, you cannot change the past, you can only change the future. And so if I look to my own riding, there's an opportunity in my riding for an oversized load corridor that will create 3,000 well-paying jobs. And this has been on the Liberal government's radar since I first got elected. It's $6 million I need federally. The rest has been given by the province and the municipality, and I have yet to get this money approved. So once again, no infrastructure money coming out of this Liberal government.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Fisheries and Oceans, and the honourable member for Perth-Wellington, Interprovincial Trade. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have a moment to reference some of the good things in this budget. But before we begin, I must inform you that I will be splitting my time with the member from Parkdale High Park. So as I said to you, I'm very proud, Madam Speaker, of this budget 2018. And I think the title, Equality Plus Growth, equals a strong middle class. Well, this budget is a people-centered approach. By making substantial investments and real progress for the middle class, our government is demonstrating its commitment to all Canadians and especially those in need in most of our communities here in Canada. My riding of Humber River Black Creek is no different than anyone else. The government's plan to strengthen the middle class and grow the economy is clearly working. Since November 2015, our economy has created nearly 600,000 jobs, most of which are full-time jobs, not part-time jobs, full-time jobs. The unemployment rate, thank goodness, is near historic lows. And that's something that we can all be very grateful, because it means that many, many people in Canada that want to be working are working. Canada has had the fastest growing economy among the G7 countries, and Canadians are feeling far more optimistic about their future and their children's future. And that is what I am hearing from my constituents every single day. The introduction of initiatives like the Canada Workers' Benefit, Madam Speaker, which is putting more money in the pockets of low-income workers. For those who have heard me talk about my riding and the challenges that I have, I represent a lot of fine people who are new immigrants to Canada, who are struggling to finish their education, get their children into a good spot, and find a decent job and some decent housing. And they struggle every day with that. Low-income workers no longer live paycheck to paycheck, because we're trying to help correct that. The Canada Workers' Benefit will raise approximately 70,000 Canadians out of poverty by 2020. And I think encouraging more Canadians to join the workforce is of the utmost importance, especially in Humber River Black Creek. I can tell you how many people that come to me looking for employment opportunities, for jobs, over my many years that I've been here. And I really disagree with the idea that some people have that people don't want to work. I think everybody wants, if they're physically able, mentally well, they all want to go to work. It's a feeling of satisfaction as to how they're trying to build their own families and communities. So I think the job creation is really important for so many reasons. But there's even more good news than the 70,000 Canadians that will be out of poverty by 2020. For example, a single mom of 2 children aged 5 and 8 with a net income of $35,000, and I have many in my riding, is receiving $11,125 tax-free as the Canada Child Care Benefit payments in 2017-18. That's like $1 million to many of the single moms in Humber River Black Creek. That's an enormous amount of money for them to be able to make a difference in their lives and the lives of their children. $3,535 more than she would ever have received under the previous benefit system. The child care benefit is making a significant difference in the lives of mothers and families in the ridings of Humber River Black Creek. During a recent visit to the Yorkdale Mall, I was stopped by a new mother who thanked me for the support she was getting from our government, told me about the difference it was going to make at the end of the month in her ability to pay for the rental housing, put food on the table, and maybe just allow her children to be more involved in some of the sports activities that they wanted to. It meant that she was able to pay for things like better food, the sports programs that I mentioned, music lessons, and school supplies for her children. And there is nothing better than hearing directly from my constituents on how the work we are doing here in this House is making life easier for our constituents. It is stories like this, Madam Speaker, that allow me the opportunity to be so confident that our government is making the right decisions through Budget 2018. Overall, across the country, single mothers are receiving roughly $1.8 billion more in benefits under the Canada Child Benefit. $1.8 billion. It's a lot of money that's going into the pockets of the thousands of families across Canada. And that's an incredible investment. Most in Humber River Black Creek are benefiting from the Canada Child Benefit. They receive about $6,800 in child care benefits annually. And last fall, the government proposed to make the Canada Child Benefit even stronger so that it keeps pace with the rising cost of living. And as of July of this year, 2 years ahead of schedule, they will have it tied to the cost of living. So, Madam Speaker, I know as of late we've heard a lot about the Canada Summer Jobs Program, and I'd like to focus on the positives that are assisting the youth in my riding that are being hired for the first time through many organizations and businesses and nonprofits throughout the riding. This is their first job for so many people. And without this first experience, I'm afraid some of these young people end up going in the wrong direction, end up on the streets getting involved in criminal activity and so on. So the Canada Summer Jobs Program has been doubled from what it previously was and is employing thousands of young people with their first-time jobs. And at the end of the summer, when I often try to meet many of them, they're telling me that it completely changed their ideas about what work was going to be like and how having that paycheck at the end of each week really made them feel good and that they want to make sure that they go back to school and improve their education. So as another example, through Budget 2018, students will benefit from more job placements for youth, as I said, through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, and women will have better financial support to access apprenticeship in, of course, a male-dominated and better paid, doing red-sealed trades like plumbing, welding, and gas fitting. These are jobs that there are lots of women that want to do them, but they have to be encouraged and they have to remove the barriers that have prevented women from doing that. Our investments that we have done specifically in Ontario to create another 100,000 new childcare spaces as we work with our province by transferring funds between governments and working in cooperation with our provincial government. That's how you create those opportunities when we know that there's a big need for this. And this is a positive, Madam Speaker, not a negative. The youth of today is our future, and it is vital that we support them now. So there are still problems that have to be solved. For example, despite significant efforts by the government and those of many others, the number of opioid-related deaths unfortunately continues to rise. Through Budget 2018, the government is making further investments to address this crisis that has had a significant effect on many communities, including my own. Key measures include providing one-time emergency funding for provinces and territories to improve access to treatment services, a very important opportunity to give people a helping hand. Launching a public education campaign to address the stigma that creates barriers for those seeking treatment, and equipping border agents with detection and identification tools to intercept fentanyl and other substances at ports of entry. In addition, Madam Speaker, we as a government are also taking steps to keep cannabis out of the hands of youth and profits out of the hands of criminals. The government is working with the provinces and territories on a coordinated approach to taxing cannabis, keeping taxes low, and driving out the illicit market. As I said, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of good things in this budget. It's again part of our building Canada, making Canada stronger, and ensuring that the middle class have the support that's required to make Canada strong. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Humber River Black Creek for her presentation. At one point in time, her riding was actually a part of rural Canada, but it is no longer. But I'm wondering what she can comment on this budget when there's not a single word in this budget about agriculture. When we're dealing with 40% tariffs on chickpeas to India and 20% on canola to India, and after the Prime Minister goes and then comes back, all of a sudden it's 60% tariffs on chickpeas, doesn't do our rural Canadians any favor. And there's not a word in this document about agriculture. I wonder if she could comment on how that would have affected her riding when it was a rural part of Canada.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you to my colleague there. I have to say, in my many years here as an urban member, my colleagues from the rural part of our caucus and our staff. I actually had my previous employee was with me for 16 years, and he was constantly making sure that I, as an urban member, was sensitive to the issues that the rural areas experience. And I think many of the things that we have done in last year's budget as well, and expanding the broadband and the opportunities, our rural caucus and our rural members here speak very passionately and care very much. And it is important that we make sure that as we go through with a balanced budget, that we don't forget anybody and don't leave anybody behind.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague talk about jobs for young people through the program. There are many groups that have received funding, but when I looked at the figures this morning, what I noted was that there are groups that have requested 15 or 16 weeks while they're being given 6 weeks. A summer job lasting 6 weeks is just a month and a half for a student. That's not a good quality job. Maybe there'll be more students who will have jobs, but students who just get 6 weeks, well, that won't cover their university tuition fees or other fees. So it's not telling people the truth to say that there's been an increase or improved. The quality of Summer Jobs Canada has been improved by increasing the number of people getting jobs there, because the quality of the jobs as such is diminished.
Humber River Black Creek.
I say to the member that it depends on the applications from the various organizations. Some are doing summer programs and they're simply hiring for a 6-week plan. Others are doing it for 14 or 16 weeks. It all depends at the end of the day on the companies that are offering the employment opportunities for these students. I can go through many. I was going through my summer job applications this morning, and there's a lot of them that are offering 12 and 14 weeks, tying in with many of the university students that are seeking employment opportunities. And so at the end of the day, the application that's put in seeking a partner is what matters and how they match up the funds.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader has a brief question.
Yes. Madam Speaker, my colleague and friend has been a very strong advocate for people 55 plus, and I've seen her firsthand in terms of how effective that she can be on that. One of the things that I wanted to ask her thoughts on is, in fact, part of this budget we talk about putting together a committee, a group, an advisory group that will look at the whole issue of pharmacare, something that I suspect my colleague has given a great deal of thought to. And if she just want to maybe share with the House what her feelings are in regards to that, because for many seniors, the cost of medications is fairly high, and one of the reasons why they have a difficult time making ends meet.
Honourable Member has about 37 seconds to respond.
Thank you to my very busy colleague here in the House. I was very pleased to see that we're putting an advisory council together to, for once and for all, something that many of us as parliamentarians have talked to our constituents about their struggles, about whether they buy medication or put food on the table. Where the government is moving forward with the advisory group is to put a plan together that's going to end that struggle and that decision-making for seniors by being able to provide drugs for all of them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
In Budget 2018, I'm proud to rise today to speak in this House about what this budget will deliver for my constituents of Parkdale High Park and for Canadians right across this country. This budget is about access, Madam Speaker. It's about dismantling the barriers to success that many Canadians still face. In Budget 2018, we are investing in order to advance gender equality, Indigenous reconciliation, the growth of small businesses, and strengthening our nation's cultural diversity. These progressive investments will facilitate and promote positive economic growth across all demographics, not just for the wealthiest, but for all Canadians. These investments
will make it possible to ensure that the social and economic structure is in place to push all Canadians towards success.
Madam Speaker, there's no doubt that women in Canada continue to face significant barriers. They carry the majority of burden of childcare. They face gender discrimination and pay inequity in the workplace. They lack equitable access to a variety of male-dominated sectors. As a government, we are determined to facilitate real opportunity for women and overcome their barriers to success. Cela signifie
That means we need to put in place tangible projects, investing to promote equity and gender equality.
Burden placed on women, Madam Speaker, of both raising children and working full-time. Budget 2018 will invest $1.2 billion into the new EI parental sharing benefit, which means that there will be an additional 5 weeks of paid leave available for a second parent. This means that the primary parent can have the support of their partner while they transition back into the workforce. Another 5 weeks means that paid parental leave goes from 35 to 40 weeks of shareable time, split in any way that works for individual families. It's an arrangement, Madam Speaker, that empowers families, which will also benefit children, who have the opportunity for more direct contact with both parents during that formative first year of development. Let's talk about pay equity and underrepresentation, Madam Speaker. Our government is also committed to ensuring that women receive equal pay for equal work. In 2018, women still receive on average 69 cents on every dollar earned by their male counterparts on an annual basis. That is an injustice, plain and simple, Madam Speaker, an injustice that calls for intervention at the national level. That's why in Budget 2018, we are targeting federally regulated industries, first by introducing proactive pay equity legislation, which will apply to about 1.2 million Canadians. We will also be providing an additional $1.65 billion in new financing for women entrepreneurs through the Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada. Our government will also publicly recognize the corporations that commit to promoting women directors in order to improve gender representation in corporate Canada, building on the measures included in Bill C-25. Madam Speaker, these steps are imperative, not only because they are morally imperative, they are imperative because they make good economic sense. En réduisant au minimum les
By reducing obstacles to success for women in traditionally male-dominated industries, we will be adding $150 billion into the Canadian economy between now and 2026. When we support access to the labour market for women, our society and our economy benefit.
Speaker, I want to turn now to reconciliation with Indigenous persons. I hosted a town hall in my riding of Parkdale High Park to discuss the importance and the work of Indigenous reconciliation. What I heard from my constituents loudly and clearly is that it is unacceptable in 2018 that there are still areas in Canada, including many Indigenous reserves, where people do not have access to clean drinking water. There is no reason why anyone in a developed country like ours should not have access to safe drinking water. We are a rich nation, Madam Speaker, but for too long that wealth has not been shared equally with Indigenous persons who have suffered under colonial policies and the institutional racism of the residential school system. That's why in this budget we've invested an additional $172 million on top of the $1.8 billion committed in Budget 2016 to get clean water on reserves across the country. Thus far, we have lifted 54 long-term drinking water advisories in Canada, and with these additional funds committed in this budget, we will be able to fast-track the eradication of the 81 long-term advisories that are still in place. By increasing this funding, Madam Speaker, we are committing to completing 25 water infrastructure projects by 2020, rather than by 2021, as was originally planned. This is an important, indeed I would say a vital step in the right direction, Madam Speaker. Without providing access to clean water, the broader goal of truly advancing Indigenous reconciliation could never be realized. Madam Speaker, I want to talk now about small businesses. After hearing the concerns of constituents and small business owners from my riding of Parkdale High Park, and indeed right around the country, our government has revised our approach to small businesses. First, we have lowered the small business tax rate to 10%, and we will further reduce it to 9% by 2019. Second, we have eliminated the proposal to tax capital gains on the transfer of a small business to a family member. Third, we have revised the proposal as it affects passive income. Madam Speaker, we heard loudly and clearly from business owners that invest in their businesses, that create prosperity in our economy, that employ Canadians and boost productivity. We heard from Canadians that they use passive investment income to save for a rainy day, a bad year, a sick leave, or a parental leave. These are the types of businesses we will help prosper. To ensure that tax reforms are targeted on only the wealthiest 3%, we are limiting our tax reform proposals to only those corporations that have more than $1 million in passive investments. This amounts to about 40,000 of the 1.8 million businesses in this country, Madam Speaker. It targets 3% of all Canadian corporations. 97% of all Canadian businesses will not be affected by these tax reforms. Madam Speaker, that's critical because we know those 97% of businesses are working to help the Canadian economy grow, are reinvesting, and are creating jobs. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about new Canadians and how they are layered into this new budget. In this country, we are strong, not in spite of our differences, but because of our differences. New Canadians contribute immensely to the vibrancy of our culture and undeniably to our economic success. But this economic contribution is not always attainable because of the many institutional and systemic barriers that newcomers continue to face. To overcome some of those barriers to employment that visible minority newcomer women face, Budget 2018 will invest $31.9 million as part of a 3-year pilot project to provide additional settlement support. That's a critical measure to setting newcomer women up for success, Madam Speaker. Success for themselves, success for their families, success for their new home, Canada. In addition, to ensure that newcomers have access to better supports in dealing with their immigration cases, $12.8 million will go to the Department of Justice to deal with the pressure currently on immigration and refugee legal aid. Madam Speaker, I want to speak about multiculturalism and combating racial discrimination. Madam Speaker, over the past few years, we have seen an escalation of division and intolerance in this country. Despite the fact that the majority of Canadians value our diversity and our pluralism, we've witnessed a rise in hate crimes, particularly those that target the Muslim community, and continued anti-Semitism. As a government, we know that it is not sufficient to simply talk about championing our diversity. We need to be vigilant in defending it so that we can move beyond tolerating difference and move towards celebrating difference. To this end, Budget 2018 commits nearly $50 million to programming that will advance Canadian diversity. $23 million is dedicated to multicultural programming that will enable our government to empower communities and build capacity. $19 million is dedicated to the Black community alone to address mental health issues, youth, and combating racism. $6.5 million is allocated to a new Centre for Diversity Statistics. For the first time ever, Canada will be collecting and disseminating disaggregated data to allow us to accurately pinpoint and thereafter address the obstacles faced by racialized persons in this country. As a Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism, Madam Speaker, I'm proud of this financial commitment of our government in Budget 2018. It will allow us to conduct nationwide consultations on the development of a new national anti-racism plan. Although the previous government abolished this plan and reduced funds to the multiculturalism program, our critical investment in Budget 2018 underscores our commitment to unifying our nation rather than dividing it. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned at the outset, the growth that we've been witnessing in the Canadian economy has not been shared by all. Budget 2018 is about overcoming barriers. It benefits no one when some Canadians are prevented from succeeding based on their gender, their race, their culture, or their socioeconomic standing. The progressive policies and investments contained in Budget 2018 are here to support all of us, to push us forward as a nation, and ensure that all of us share in the growth that is being created. I know that my constituents in Parkdale High Park want to see strong, socially conscious investment from our government because these types of investments benefit all of us. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. During his speech, he talked about we champion diversity, we value diversity, we'll defend diversity. In the introduction to the budget, it talks about a country where differences are recognized, not as a barrier to success, but a source of strength. But yet, Madam Speaker, we witnessed in these last number of weeks, and indeed yesterday at the vote for the Canada Summer Jobs Program, that this government has chosen not only to not champion diversity, but actually to clamp down on those who have different opinions or different beliefs than the current government. So how can my colleagues stand here today and say these things about championing diversity, and yet just yesterday we saw a situation where freedom of belief, freedom of opinion is being squelched? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I thank the member opposite for his question, and I share a completely different perspective on what was at issue yesterday and what is at issue in the Canada Summer Jobs Program. First, Madam Speaker, we have expanded the Canada Summer Jobs Program because we believe in it as an economic vehicle. We believe in empowering youth. So today in my riding and in my friend opposite's riding, there's more money available to employ youth. Second, the issue with the Canada Summer Jobs Program is that we believe all organizations that are employing youth should be able to do so as long as they believe in an inclusive program. That means any sort of religious institution that is running, for example, a camp that provides equal access to everyone is welcome to access Canada Summer Jobs funding. However, a religious institution or other organization that says, for example, LGBT youth are not welcome in the camp will not be able to access funding. Why? Because that contradicts the charter values upon which this country is based. Those equality principles are not principles that we will compromise with government funding. That's the principle upon which the Canada Summer Jobs determination was made.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. Now, we sat on the Heritage Committee and worked on the M103 motion. While I'm happy to see that in the budget there's some acknowledgement of the urgent action that is required to address the issue of the rise in hate crime and hate crime incidents, the budget, however, though, is going to embark on a consultation process. $23 million will be dedicated to that, to talk about, I guess, to consult about a national strategy to address the issue of systemic discrimination and all forms of religious discrimination. So, given the government's history on consultation, it doesn't give me a whole lot of assurances, I must say. We saw that with the electoral reform. The government embarked on an extensive consultation process only to decide that they would do whatever they were going to do in any event. And so what assurances can the Parliamentary Secretary give this House, and more importantly to Canadians, that there would actually be a real national strategy to address the issue of racial discrimination and all forms of religious discrimination?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for her question and also for her contributions at that committee and at the Immigration Committee. And I will say to her in all sincerity that what we are doing is we are not reinventing the wheel. This country had an action plan on racism that was implemented under Paul Martin that fell by the wayside under the previous government's tenure. What we are trying to do is not reinvent the wheel to drag out this process any further. The idea is to revisit the old action plan and modernize it. It is now 14 years old. It doesn't account for the acute rise in Indigenous discrimination. It doesn't account for the acute rise in Islamophobia. By consulting, what we will do is be able to take into account the reality of racism in modern-day Canada and implement it as fast as possible. That is certainly my goal, and I believe that is our government's goal. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
And thank the member opposite for his speech. Now, we talked about small business and the passive income part of the small business. And I know changes were made, which I do appreciate. But I've got a situation in my riding where I have, for example, a doctor who's trying to grow his LASIK surgery. He's spending $2 million on a building and a whole bunch of equipment, but he couldn't, he wouldn't be tax eligible to reduce that. So I wondered if the member would consider bringing forward a kind of change like that.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
So briefly, what I can say is with respect to doctors and other various medical professionals and professionals in this country, what we're trying to do is empower such individuals to grow their businesses. The mechanisms that we can put in place, we're open to exploring. Part of the mechanisms that we chose to implement include a reduction in the small business tax rate. That's available to the vast majority of businesses in this country, and that's the kind of mechanism that we're going to use to ensure that those businesses, such as the one mentioned by my friend opposite, can continue to grow.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cold Harbour.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to say in advance, I know we're going to run out of time, but I would like to share my time with the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I understand that we'll probably run out at about quarter after, but I am, however, delighted to start my speech today on Budget 2018. Madam Chair, this was a great news budget for all of Canadians, coast to coast to coast. It was. But being from the best coast, the East Coast, I was particularly pleased to see the strong funding and support for Atlantic Canada. I was proud to see a proposed historic investment of more than $1.3 billion over 5 years to protect Canada's nature, parks, and wild spaces. Historic investments in research, and much, much more. Madam Speaker, we know that for the past 40 years, lower and middle income workers in our community and right across Canada have had their wage prospects stall. And so many Canadians are working hard each day, sometimes working multiple jobs just to make ends meet. Many of these hardworking Canadians are struggling to support their families and to afford the basic needs. That's why our government has introduced the new Canada Workers Benefit, a strengthened version of the Working Income Tax Benefit. The CWB will offer help to more than 2 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. This new Canada's Workers Benefit will lift around 70,000 Canadians out of poverty and will be simple to access. Our government will make changes to allow the Canada Revenue Agency to calculate the CWB for any tax filer who hasn't claimed it. As long as those who should benefit from the CWB file their taxes, they will receive it. Madam Chair, psychiatric service dogs can play a very important role in helping Canadians cope with conditions like post-traumatic stress disorder, also known as PTSD. First responders and veterans in particular can benefit greatly from these specially trained service dogs. So some of you may have read about one of my constituents, Sonny Wicks, in the media when he made the news for receiving his special service dog, True. Sonny lives with PTSD, which has impaired his ability to function. But these PTSD service dogs are specially trained to recognize and react to their partner's triggers and to do their best to prevent anxiety attacks and more. You can see Sonny and True throughout the entire community of Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, and I've got a chance to learn a lot about the importance of these incredible dogs through this pair. Our government recognizes the importance of psychiatric service dogs, and through Budget 2018, we've proposed to expand the medical expense tax credit to recognize costs for these animals. We hope that more folks, like Sonny in Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, will be able to have their lives changed by these dogs. It's important to me, Madam Speaker, that our government continues to recognize the enormous contributions seniors have made and continue to make in our communities. We remain committed to working hard for seniors and will ensure that they enjoy the secure and dignified retirement that they deserve. That's why we've taken meaningful action to support our seniors and to increase their opportunities to maintain a high quality of living. We restored the eligibility age for the old age security to 65 after the previous government's decision to raise it to 67. We've introduced the Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up, and we reached a historic deal with the provinces to strengthen the Canada Pension Plan. As part of our commitment to help seniors live healthy, active, and independent lives, we've made investments in the construction and refurbishing of affordable seniors housing. And we're working with the provinces and territories and others to help communities become more age-friendly. And our government is committed to working with the province to improve health care for Nova Scotian families. That's why in 2017 we announced $130.8 million in dedicated mental health care funding and $157 million in home care funding for the province of Nova Scotia. The funding will help ease the burden on our health care system and make it easier for folks to obtain the services that they need. In Budget 2018, the Canada Health transfer to Nova Scotia is $996 million, an increase of $30.9 million over last year. Now, Madam Chair, I've heard from many constituents who have had to decide between paying for things like rent or paying for the prescription drugs that they need. Now, as many of you might know, I'm a strong supporter of the implementation of National Pharmacare in Canada, and I know that many Nova Scotians are counting on us to get this right. Many Canadians are counting on us to get this right. I was happy to see that Budget 2018 proposes the creation of an advisory council on the implementation of National Pharmacare in Canada. I've already been hearing positive feedback from folks at home on Canada's new parental sharing benefit. We've proposed a new 5-week EI parental sharing use it or lose it benefit top-up when both parents agree to share parental leave. This means greater flexibility, and particularly for new moms, should they wish to return to work sooner. The benefit would increase the amount of time for EI parental leave by up to 5 weeks in situations where the second parent agrees to take at least 5 weeks using the standard parental option of 55% earnings for 12 months. There are also options to extend parental leave as well. Madam Speaker, supporting equal parenting makes sense. Our government is committed to breaking down barriers to gender equality so all women and girls can participate and contribute to our growing economy. And speaking of women contributing to our growing economy, we know that skilled trades represent high-quality and well-paid middle-class jobs that are critical to Canada's growth. But we also know that women can face significant barriers to entry and advancement in these highly skilled fields. On a tour through the Halifax shipyard recently with Irving Shipbuilding, I learned about the work of the Women Unlimited Association and what they're doing to help change this. They are a not-for-profit Nova Scotia women's organization that is promoting full participation of women in trades and tech. They're working to address the systemic barriers that limit the participation of women in these fields. We must do something about the massive gender gap in apprenticeship training because women in 2018 are still only accounting for about 11% of new registrants for Red Seal trades. We're with Women Unlimited on this to encourage more women to pursue careers in these traditionally male-dominated and well-paying Red Seal trades. We're allocating $19.9 million over 5 years to pilot a new apprenticeship incentive grant for women. I see you giving me the signal, Madam Chair, to finish up, so I will do that and I will continue at a later time. Thank you.
It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the amendment now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur Morneau, appuyé par Monsieur Brisson.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Brisson, moves that the general budgetary policy of the government be now approved.
Scheer, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House rejects the government's budget statement because it fails middle-class Canadians, women, and business operators by A. Raising taxes on over 90% of Canadian middle-class families, en annonçant de nouvelles hausses d'impôts pour les...
Announcing new tax hikes on local businesses. C. Borrowing an additional $18 billion.
Future generations by choosing not to balance the budget by 2019 and spending so much to achieve so little. Is
it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those who support the amendment will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
question is on the amendment. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moved that the House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House rejects the government's budget statement because it fails middle-class Canadians, women, and business operators by A, raising taxes in over 90% of Canadian middle-class families, B, announcing new tax hikes on local businesses, C, borrowing an additional $18 billion, D, jeopardizing our future generations by choosing not to balance the budget by 2019, and E, spending so much to achieve so little. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Scheer. Ms. Finley. Ms. Finley. Mr. Blaney Bellechasse de Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Blaney Bellechasse de Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Fass. Mr. Fass. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Bernier. Mrs. McLeod Thompson Caribou. Mrs. McLeod Thompson Caribou. Mrs. Bloch. Mrs. Bloch. Mr. Clement. Mr. Clement. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Poulos. Mr. Poulos. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richard. Mr. Richard. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Straw. Mr. Straw. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Aboultaif. Mr. Aboultaif. Ms. Gladue. Ms. Gladue. Mr. McColman. Mr. McColman. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Sopa. Mr. Sopa. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound. Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nader. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Jenner. Mr. Jenner. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Madame Boucher. Mr. Trost. Mr. Trost. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Généreux. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Hobach. Mr. Hobach. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Clark. Monsieur Clark. Mr. Godin. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Yordega. Mr. Yordega. Mr. Diot. Mr. Diot. Ms. Leach. Ms. Leach. Mr. Calkin. Mr. Calkin. Mr. Leiper. Mr. Leiper. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shield. Mr. Shield. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mr. Mott. Mr. Mott. Mr. Benson. Mr. Benson. Ms. Cousy. Mrs. Cousy. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd. Mrs. Falk Battleford, Lloydminster. Mrs. Falk Battleford, Lloydminster.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Chigger.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Monsieur Lauzon, Janté La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Janté La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Nord.
Ms. Duncan et Nord.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eichmann.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jeffsnevsky.
Mr. Jeffsnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon-les-Métis, Matin Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon-les-Métis, Matin Metapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McConnell.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Holt.
Mr. Holt.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Pearl River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Pearl River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malkinson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Miss May Sanish Golf Island.
Miss May Sanish Golf Islands.
Yeas pour 84, 84, nays contre 214, 214.
Declare the amendment defeated. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising our point of order.
Monsieur le Président, il y a eu des discussions.
There have been discussions among the parties, and I believe that you will find that there is consent, unanimous consent for the following motion.
usual practice of the House, the hours of sitting in the order of business of the House on Thursday, March 29th, 2018, shall be those of a Friday, provided that any recorded division referred to or requested on that day in respect of a debatable motion other than an item of private member's business be deferred until Monday, April 16, 2018 at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. Comme il est 5
It being 5:57, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business pursuant to the order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate on Bill C-373, Federal Framework on Distracted Driving Act, in the name of Mr. Eels.
If I can have your attention, please. Order. Order. We're going to be resuming debate. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to rise today to speak to an issue I care deeply about. It is great to have the privilege to speak to Bill C-373 in this place today. It is our job to work hard to make Canada a better and safer place to live. We hear all too often about the tragedies that occur because distracted and impaired driving. This is a debate that is important to each and every Canadian. No riding is immune to devastating caused by distracted and impaired driving. We know that distracted driving remains frequent in Canada, Bill C-373 focused on handheld electronic devices such as cell phone, which is an important issue. However, it is not comprehensive of all factors that go into distracted driving. Distracted driving is not just an issue of texting behind the wheel, it is much more than that. RCMP defined distracted driving as a form of impaired driving as driver's judgment is compromised when they are not fully focused on the road. This including talking on the cell phone, texting, reading, whether that the books, maps, newspaper. Distracted driving also include using GPS, watching videos, movies, eating, drinking, smoking, and personal grooming. Even talking to passengers and driving while tired, either mentally or physically, can be a form of distracted driving. We need to focus on the statistics here because they are alarming. Drivers who use handheld devices are 4 times more likely to get into crash serious enough to cause injuries. Distracted driving is now the #1 risk on Canadian roads, contributing to 8 in 10 collisions according to CAA. Further evidence according to the Government of Ontario says that 1 person is injured in distracted driving collisions every half an hour. Even when drivers use a hand-free phone, they are less aware of traffic around them. They tend to react more slowly to a critical event, or they may not detect the danger at all. One study highlighted that 80% of collisions, the drivers had looked away from the road 3 seconds prior to the crash. The takeaway from all these statistics is simple. Distracted drivers is a serious issue that must be addressed when it comes to texting and driving. There are various statistics according to the Virginia Tech Transportation Issues. Drivers who text are 23 times more likely to be involved in a crash or near crash compared to the non-distracted drivers. Further, this study also highlighted checking a text for 5 seconds means that at the 90 kilometers per hour, you're traveling at the length of a football field without looking. An American study from National Safety Council published that about 26% of all crashes involve phone use. This is including hand-free use. The same studies estimate that including drivers using phone but fail to see up to 50% of the material on their driving environment. In my riding at the intersection between Highway 7 and McCowan Road, and that had 112 crashes in 2016. The government should be doing more to reduce driver fatalities in every instant. Since driving under the influence of drug or alcohol poses just as much, if not more, of a risk to Canadian driving with cell phones. In 2017, study created by MAD shows the canvas was the lead cause of fatal drug-related crashes in 8 provinces and was responsible for 530 deaths nationwide. We know drugs can affect drivers' judgment, reaction time, and decision-making skills. Canadians are not entirely aware of the risk that driving high poses, according to the Health Canada survey. Of respondents who had consumed cannabis in 2017, 39% admitted to driving within 2 hours of consumption, and 2% reported being stopped by police as a result of driving under the influence. I would like to touch on some further statistic to highlight the issue of distracted driving. Bill C-373 is an excellent example of where road safety in Canada can be improved, but why is it that is Liberals are addressing this one aspect while continuing to promote their plan to make marijuana legal without properly considering the effects. It will have a drug-impaired driving occurs. According to RCMP, drivers' distraction is a factor in about 4 million motor vehicle crashes in North America each year. Further, according to AAA Foundation of Traffic Safety, distraction was a factor in nearly 6 out of 10 moderate to severe teen crashes. Distracted drivers is a danger and hurting our children. The paradox I want to highlight here is that the government would like to consult with the law enforcement official to make recommendation and the issue distracted drivers, but they were fine ignoring the advice of law enforcement when it comes to developing an effective prevention and detention strategies to deal with drug-impaired driving. Both distracted driving and impaired driving poses a very real danger. Both should be taken seriously. This Liberal government's supported legislation, which imposed stricter fines and penalties on drivers impaired by alcohol, but failed to do so when it comes to some risks are posed by drivers impaired by cannabis. In testimony to the Justice Committee, Students Against Drunk Driving's community license Arthur Lee made the point that students told him the general sentiment among their peers groups was that driving under the influence of marijuana was, quote, better than being impaired by alcohol. How will this misconception ever change if the Liberal government consistently prioritizes road safety in every other aspect, except when it comes to properly dealing with the drug they intend to legalize? According to the Government of Canada, economic losses caused by the traffic collision-related health care costs and lost productivity are at least $10 billion annually. That's about 1% of Canada's GDP. According to the Traffic Injury Research Foundation, the economic and social consequences of road crashes in Canada is estimated to be $25 billion per year, including direct and indirect costs. C373 failed to mention or consider the territories in the text of currently written. At this time, it only consider and make mention of the provinces. The penalties for distracted drivers varies immensely between the provinces and the territories. A mixture of both demerit point and cash fines is at common standard by practice to deter Canadians from committing this offense. Nunavut is the only province or territory in Canada that does not have penalties put in place as measures to discourage distracted drivers. From all these statistics, we can see there is a definite need to address the concern of distracted drivers. The provinces are looking for federal leadership here, and we need to take this seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise tonight to speak on behalf of Bill 373, an act respecting a federal framework on distracted driving. Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank the member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley for tabling this bill. I sit on the Standing Committee for Veterans Affairs with the member. It's obviously a personal issue for him, and I applaud him for taking action to solve a very preventable issue. For our part, New Democrats support improving vehicle and road safety, and we understand and sympathize, Mr. Speaker, the pain experienced by the families and friends of victims of distracted driving, and we urge the federal government to provide better oversight of vehicle safety. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the occurrence of distracted driving in our community should be of concern to everyone. A distracted driver not only puts their own life at risk, but also those of their passengers, fellow drivers, and their passengers themselves, and pedestrians and cyclists, among others. And I do share the member's goal of making our streets safer. Indeed, I tabled a bill, sponsored a bill, Bill C-312, that would create a national cycling strategy. It's not that different from this this piece of legislation and seeks to make our roads safer for cyclists, among other provisions, and including side guards on trucks. And we know that all users of the road need to work closely together to create more safe cycling. I mention this fact to highlight to the member that I share this commitment to making our streets and communities safer. On Vancouver Island specific, where I'm from, Mr. Speaker, distracted driving is a huge concern in every neighbourhood and every community, and Vancouver Island is no exception. In a story published just yesterday, the Parksville Qualicum Beach News reported on a crackdown on distracted driving by the RCMP in Oceanside, and in that story, some statistics from the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia were presented. ICBC found that distracted driving is responsible for more than 1/4 of all car crash fatalities in British Columbia. Distracted driving is the second leading contributor of car crash fatalities in BC and results in 78 deaths each year on average. And distracted driving has moved ahead of impaired driving related fatal crashes. On average, 89 deaths occur in speed-related crashes and 66 in impaired-related crashes. And every year, on average, 9 people are killed in distracted driving-related crashes on Vancouver Island, all that could be avoided, Mr. Speaker. And in a separate story, the Comox Valley Record reported on March 2nd that the province of BC, along with ICBC, are rolling out tougher penalties for distracted drivers beginning this month as well, and we're grateful for that. And for Vancouver Island residents, this is both a timely and important that we're debating this today to coincide with those actions. So what this bill does, Madam Speaker, Bill C-373 would enable the Departments of Justice and Transport to develop a federal framework to deter and prevent distracted driving. More specifically, the Minister of Justice would work with the Minister of Transport and provincial governments to establish a federal framework to coordinate efforts in the provinces to deter and prevent distracted driving, especially the use of telephones while driving. And the framework prescribed in Bill C-373 must cover all of the following elements: the collection of information and statistics related to incidents that occur as a result of distracted driving involving the use of handheld electronic devices, the administration and enforcement of laws respecting such distracted driving, the creation and implementation of public education programs to deter distracted driving, the role of driver-assisted technology in reducing the number of incidents that occur as a result of distracted driving, the sharing among provinces of best practices regarding deterrence and prevention, and recommendations regarding possible amendments to federal laws, policies, and programs. It is difficult to oppose the idea of increased road safety and the reduction of distracted driving, but I do have some real concerns about this particular piece of legislation. And while this bill is not fundamentally detrimental to road safety, there are at least 3 main concerns that my New Democrat colleagues and I have about the bill. And we have concerns related to federalism and jurisdictional matters between the federal and provincial governments. Secondly, as well, we are concerned that such cooperation could be redundant given the significant level of cooperation currently between the federal and provincial governments through their Road Safety Strategy 2025. And finally, we're concerned that Transport Canada is already seriously deficient in the management of vehicle safety standards, and that this bill, if passed, could increase this deficiency. So on our jurisdictional concerns, in Canada, road safety is a shared responsibility of the federal government and the provincial and territorial governments. Distracted driving, such as driving while using a cell phone, is considered a regulatory offence in the provinces and territories. So depending on the circumstances, distracted driving can also be deemed a criminal offence under Section 249 of the Criminal Code. So if the court is convinced that that individual was driving in a manner that is dangerous to the public. So as such, it is the provinces and territories that are primarily responsible for road safety legislation. And New Democrats believe that they are best placed to identify priorities in this area. So on the possible redundancy, we must be reminded that, again, the existing goal of Road Safety Strategy 2025 is to standardize the improvement process across the country using best practices for specific issues. The main ones are as follows: raising public awareness and commitment to road safety, improving communication, cooperation and collaboration among stakeholders, enhancing legislation and enforcement, improving road safety information in support of research and evaluation, and improving the safety of vehicles and road infrastructure, and leveraging technology and innovation. So while the Road Safety Strategy 2025 and Bill C-373 use different language, and their scope is somewhat different, but looking at their provisions together, it's hard to imagine that the objectives of the latter would not find a good home within the work of the federal and provincial governments as they implement the former. So on our concern about the capacity of transport to effectively implement new policies, indeed, Transport Canada is struggling mightily to address the concerns raised by the Auditor General in his report titled Oversight of Passenger Vehicle Safety. And in that report, the Auditor General stated, quote, "We have found that the absence of long-term operational planning led to several decisions that affected research activities and other operations. We also found that the operating budget for crashworthiness testing was cut by 59% for the 2016-17 fiscal year, from $1.2 million to $492,000. So since Transport Canada is already failing to show the leadership that we're calling for in terms of cutting funding for existing safety programs, we have to wonder if it makes sense to further burden this department with additional new responsibilities. So those are our concerns. And I would hope that they are addressed in a meaningful way, and when this bill reaches committee. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member again for tabling this piece of legislation, and it's greatly appreciated. And I want to reiterate that my New Democrat colleagues and I share his concern and for making our streets and communities safer. And in spite of some flaws, which I hope can be addressed in the committee, I offer him my support for Bill C-373 at second reading. And I want to, again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour and a pleasure to rise today in support of this bill.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to participate in the second reading debate of Bill C-373, an act respecting a federal framework on distracted driving. On the whole, I fully support the federal, provincial, and territorial work that is already being done on the very pressing issue of distracted driving. And before I discuss the proposals in Bill C-373 in detail, I would like to acknowledge the commendable objectives and the hard work of this bill and express my gratitude to the honourable member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley, who introduced this bill in the House. And I'm not just saying that because he's my bench neighbour. I know that he has put in a lot of hard work and energy into this bill, and I commend him for it. At the outset, I think it's important to recognize that distracted driving poses a serious concern and risk to road safety, and those concerns are indeed escalating. The rate of motor vehicle collisions resulting from distracted driving has accelerated over the past decade due in large part to the widespread use of smartphones and other electronic handheld devices.
I will now discuss some specific proposals in Bill C-373. The bill would require the Minister of Justice, in collaboration with the Minister of Transport and provincial territorial governments, to create a federal framework that would implement measures to deter distracted driving involving the use of electronic handheld devices. The proposed federal framework would be required to address 6 key elements: the mandatory collection of information and statistics, enforcement measures, public education on the dangers of distracted driving, driver assistance technologies, sharing best practices among provinces, and recommendations for possible amendments to federal laws, policies, and programs. Of these 6 elements, 4 would implicate the use of both federal and provincial resources. The sharing of best practices among provinces would be a provincial responsibility alone.
The bill would also mandate a report setting out the federal framework. Tabling of this report in both chambers of Parliament would be required within 18 months of the bill coming into force. Within 3 years of the tabling of the first report, a comprehensive review of the federal framework would be required to be tabled in Parliament. This comprehensive review would need to be undertaken in collaboration with the provinces, territories, and key stakeholders.
As I have said, the objectives of the bill are laudable, but the government is unable to support this legislative initiative for a number of reasons. First, it is the provinces and territories who are primarily responsible for measures that respond to distracted driving. Virtually all of the provinces and territories already have legislation or regulations concerning the use of electronic handheld devices while driving. Nunavut's legislation will be coming into force later this year. Second, the criminal code includes a criminal offence of dangerous driving under Section 249. If a distracted driver operates a motor vehicle in a manner that is dangerous to the public, police already have the authority to lay criminal charges of dangerous driving. I would also note that in April of 2017, the government introduced Bill C-46, an act to amend the criminal code, offences related to conveyance, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This bill is currently being considered by the other place and the Standing Committee in the other place on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, which will reform the entire criminal code regime dealing with transportation offences by repealing all of the current provisions and replacing them with a modern, simplified, and coherent new part in the criminal code. It will also reform impaired driving laws to strengthen existing drug-impaired driving laws and create a regime that would be amongst the strongest in the world. During federal, provincial, and territorial discussions leading to Bill C-46, the issue of distracted driving involving the use of an electronic handheld device was raised. It was accepted that the current dangerous driving offence in the criminal code sufficiently covers distracted driving that rises to the level of creating a danger to the public and that should result in a criminal investigation and charge. A third reason why the government is unable to support this legislative initiative is that the bill would duplicate the actions and efforts already being coordinated by the Minister of Transport and Transport Canada. The Minister of Transport presently co-leads a distracted driving working group under the Canadian Council of Transport Administrators. The imposition of a new federal framework on top of an existing initiative is very likely to conflict in some ways and overlap in others. Provinces are likely to see federal legislation on this matter as potentially intruding in the areas of their jurisdiction and as an implied criticism or an expression of concern with regards to their efforts. This may undermine federal-provincial collaboration, which is already existing and going very well. Over the past year, the Minister of Transport has advocated for nationally consistent enforcement measures and higher sanctions for drivers who violate provincial or territorial laws by using a handheld device while driving. Provinces and territories have been encouraged to improve their data collection and to create harmonized rules across all jurisdictions. Many of those jurisdictions have responded favorably to these suggestions and have agreed to continue to discuss these matters through the federal, provincial, and territorial council of ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety. A fourth reason why the government is unfortunately unable to support Bill C-373 is that fully implementing the proposals in this private member's bill would have cost implications for both the federal government and the provinces and territories. It would not be surprising if provinces and territories looked to the federal government for assistance in funding some of the elements of the proposed federal framework. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, please be assured that the government is very supportive towards measures that address the serious problem of distracted driving. The CCMTA work that is being co-led by Transport Canada is an important demonstration of the kind of federal, provincial, and territorial cooperation that is already taking place on this issue.
Federal framework would not have a greater impact on deterring distracted driving beyond what is already being done at the federal, provincial, and territorial level. It would not significantly improve existing cooperative efforts and indeed could duplicate processes that are underway and potentially diffuse those initiatives. For all of these reasons, the government cannot support the proposals in Bill C-373, and of course voting against the PMB will ensure that existing federal, provincial, and territorial discussions will remain intact, constructive, and productive, and it will allow us to continue to focus on the exceptional work that is already being done to address distracted driving. But notwithstanding all of these comments, Mr. Speaker, I do want to end where I began by commending my honourable colleague for his efforts, for his energy, and for the passion that he brings to this important subject. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we resume debate, I just want to remind everyone in the House that their debate is going on, and if they have discussions, it just sounds like there's a little bit of a rumble that continues, people speaking to each other, and it makes it hard for all of us to hear the great speeches that are being given tonight. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to rise today on Bill 373. I think it's a great bill. It brings a lot of information, but as the last speaker said, it has some problems, and I'm going to address those a little bit later. So last month I got up here and I spoke on Motion 148, which established a National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. Impaired driving has been a criminal code offence in Canada since 1921. It's still a problem. It hasn't gone away. We still need to address it. And 1 in 5 drivers involved in fatal collisions, statistics tell us that they've been drinking. And I even look at my own province, the province of Alberta. Between 2011 and 2015, 389 Albertans were killed. 6,000 were injured due to driving with alcohol. Impaired driving, Mr. Speaker, is still a problem. Alcohol, drugs, or a cell phone. M148 received unanimous support in this House, and I want to thank all the members for that because it was an important motion. But today, Bill C-373 focuses on distractions. And a number of deaths are equally close to those of impaired driving by alcohol. In fact, there's a number of provinces, Ontario and BC, which distracted driving now outnumbers fatal collisions over impaired driving. And that is not good. That is bad, Mr. Speaker. Drivers who text are 23% more likely to have an accident than those that don't. You know, I remember last year, a police officer from Vancouver pulled over a driver, and he shared a photo of the distracted driver, and it went viral across Canada and North America. As the officer approached the pulled over vehicle, he saw the driver had attached his phone to his steering wheel with a piece of string. And then he went to all the trouble to wedge his tablet between the wheel and the phone. He even had his headphones stuck on his head, plugged into the phone, and driving with them. You know, it's a wonder that he ever even noticed the policeman trying to pull him over, and it took quite a while to get that done. You know, that's ridiculous. It's almost criminal when you think about how stupid people can be. But Bill M148, oh, wait a minute, I think I just talked about that. Thank you. You know, I was driving down the road one day, and I'm going to speak a little bit about my earlier days as a police officer, because I think I can add a few that would bring a little bit of understanding to the situation we have here. And it isn't new, folks. It's been there for a long time. You know, one day I was driving down the road, and it was snowing outside. It was slushy. It was early in the morning. And I was just going under the speed limit because it just wasn't quite safe to go that fast. And I saw this guy going by me, and I was quite surprised. So I looked out the window, and there he was driving down the road, one hand on the wheel of the car, one hand on a razor, shaving himself at 6 o'clock in the morning, driving down a slushy, wet, slippery highway. I remember once following a lady that was kind of weaving a little bit, and I could see her keep looking over at the mirror. I pulled her over. She was putting makeup on as she was driving down the road. Another time, driving down the highway, and I swore I had an impaired driver in front of me. He was weaving to the right. He was weaving to the left. I could see his head bobbling up and down. And what the heck? I got a good impaired driving. So I followed him long enough to get the evidence. Then I pulled him over. Yeah, he was driving impaired. He had a book on the steering wheel of his car, and he was reading as he was driving down the highway. Now, both those last two, I can tell you, definitely got tickets for it. But today, cell phones are a big problem. Driving and texting, bigger problem. And even talking through a Bluetooth system is dangerous. I'll try to clarify that a little bit, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I said earlier, drivers who text are 23 times more likely to be involved in a crash or a near miss. The statistics are out there. Whether texting or even talking, you can fail to see 50% of the information that's in front of you because your mind is thinking about what you're talking about or what you're texting. That's 50% that you're missing, that you're driving towards. It's been said that trying to text and drive is like driving blindfolded down the length of a football field. That's 110 yards. Yet people continue. Every day we see them going down the road. They're texting and they're driving. They're putting their lives and others at risk. Even talking as you drive poses a risk. We don't believe it does because we think the Bluetooth is a safe addition to our car. But you're not paying full attention. As I mentioned earlier, you're missing stuff in front of you. And the technology we have today is great, and most of us have Bluetooth technology in our cars. And evidence shows us that even talking, connecting or disconnecting from a wireless phone system distracts the driver. Mr. Speaker, you know how much he's distracted? By 27 seconds. They've calculated that out. They figured it out. They watched people driving out. 27 seconds. You know, at 40 kilometers an hour, that's like driving down the length of 3 football fields. Now, that's getting close to 1,000 feet, Mr. Speaker. 1,000 feet. That's a pretty long distance, being distracted. Now, just think about it. All of us, we all have freeways in our constituencies, and everybody, it might be 110, but everybody drives about 120. That's about the average on the freeways in Canada. So 120, that's 3 times faster than 40 kilometers an hour, and that's getting up to 3,000 feet, Mr. Speaker. That's half a mile that you've missed. A lot can happen in half a mile. It now becomes scary, Mr. Speaker, when you start putting the math to it and the statistical data out there. Did you know that recent stats, according to Statistics Canada, that distracted drivers play a role in 23% of fatal accidents and 20% of those of injuries now? And the numbers are continuing to rise. This bill focuses on handheld electronic devices. But this is where I think the bill kind of failed a little bit. I think we could have gone further. But as I mentioned earlier, distractions come in many forms. And I just want to read what we in the RCMP had as a quote. A form of impaired driving as a driver's judgment is comprised when they are not fully focused on the road. That's what I've been talking about. Thank you. Distracted driving qualifies as talking on a cell phone, texting, reading, using GPS, watching videos or movies, eating, drinking, smoking, personal grooming, adjusting the radio, CD, and playing extremely loud music. Hey, we all do it quite a bit. Even talking to passengers and driving while fatigued can be a form of distracted driving. This bill focuses on handheld electronic devices, but as I mentioned earlier, distractions come in many forms. In the RCMP, I mentioned earlier that distractions like shaving makeup are a problem. It's happening today. But I also want to mention distractions like other people in your vehicle talking to you or arguing or playing loud music takes your attention away from driving. That's distracted driving. People have a fondness for pets. We've all taken our pets and put them on the lap of our vehicle as we drive and we pet and we look at them and we pet. Distracted driving, Mr. Speaker. These are all forms of distracted driving, and I believe that Bill C-73 was trying to reach that, and I think that we needed to look at it. But maybe we should expand it. One concern I have, and I do not understand why, and maybe I missed this, is the exclusion of the territories. It only mentions the provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got 1 minute. Yet statistics showed in 2006 that the Northwest Territories and the Yukon have a high percentage of drivers using cell phones. One thing I like about Bill C-373, and I think it's very important, because it proposes a national framework on distracted driving, and it would improve the collection of information and statistics, and this is so vital. When I was looking up the research here, there's not enough, and I know that there is a lot of problems out there. To make this bill work, we need collaboration between lawmakers, enforcement agencies, citizens, provinces, and industry, so we all need to work together to eliminate distracted driving. Bill 373 is a necessary piece of legislation, but I'm not sure if we can enact it when you look at all the legal ramifications. I would like to thank the member for bringing this bill forward. I think it is very worthy of having a good debate and discussion in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia, right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to stand before you and my colleagues to provide the closing statement on my bill, an act respecting a federal framework on distracted driving. I want to thank all of my colleagues who stood here today who provided thoughtful and fruitful debate. The last time I spoke on my bill in the House, I shared the stories of Amuta and Senhit, who both had their lives taken away by the driver of another vehicle who was distracted by her cell phone and drove through a red light. Sadly, this story is not unique. The loss of a loved one by a distracted driver is an experience shared by families from coast to coast to coast. Between the first hour of debate when I shared this story and today, more families in Canada have been added to a growing anthology of grief and sadness. Mr. Speaker, right now, you are statistically more likely to be the victim of a distracted driver than a drunk driver. In my home province of Manitoba, last year was one of the safest for drivers since 1982, with a 32% decrease in fatalities from 2016. And while this is a significant improvement, that statistic still represents 73 fatalities in 65 collisions. And while a full analysis of collisions is still under review, Manitoba Public Insurance has stated that distracted driving continues to be a primary contributing factor in fatal collisions. It's time to address this issue. Just as we were able to address drunk driving by changing federal and provincial legislation, by providing law enforcement with the necessary resources and tools, and educating Canadians on the dangers of drinking and driving, it's time to seriously address distracted driving. My bill calls upon the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Transport to work with their provincial counterparts to develop a framework with 6 provisions on the collection of information, the administration and enforcement of laws respecting distracted driving, the creation and implementation of public education programs, the role of driver-assisted technology, the sharing of best practices among jurisdictions, and recommendations regarding possible amendments to federal laws, policies, and programs. When combined in a national framework, these can lead to common measures that will help curb distracted driving. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for the federal government and the provinces, in the spirit of cooperative federalism, to expand the good work they have done together. If a framework to prevent distracted driving can lead us to solutions to get people not to pick up their cell phones, can provide provinces with the right information, can provide law enforcement with the right tools and practices, can change technology in vehicles, and save lives, then I have done my duty for constituents, and so has everyone in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, in my time in the emergency room, I've set too many bones, I've patched too many wounds, I've stopped too many people from bleeding out not to speak out, and I have watched too many die. While I am no longer in the emergency room helping to treat victims of collisions of distracted drivers, I am here in this House to work with my colleagues and to the best of my ability to stop people from being victims at all. As a final note, whereas I am aware of the government's reservations about this bill, I am committed, if this bill passes, to make significant amendments to this bill in committee in order to address these concerns. I call upon the support of all my colleagues to help me pass this legislation and save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Olofsson, seconded by Mr. Fergus, move that Bill 373, an act respecting a federal framework on distracted driving, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 21st, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Comme il est...
It being 6:43, pursuant to Standing Order 307, the House will now proceed with the consideration of Bill C-369, under private members' business.
Orders of the day, or?
Debated second reading of Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Indigenous People Day, standing in the name of Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois, appuyée par Madame Moore.
Seconded by Ms. Moore.
Bill 369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Indigenous Peoples Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The Honourable Member for Desnete, Mississippi Churchill.
In the House of Commons to present the first hour of debate for my private member's bill C-369. In short, my bill seeks to make National Indigenous Peoples Day a national statutory holiday. My bill proposes that June 21st be designated as a day to honor and recognize the unique culture, views, and contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis status and non-status peoples have made to our collective society. As a First Nations woman and the Member of Parliament for Desnethimissinipi Churchill River, I stand in determination for not only the communities in my riding, but also in solidarity with the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis from coast to coast to coast. I also stand with those Indigenous youth who are no longer with us. It's important for this House to recognize that my bill was originally meant to be presented on February 14th, but was pushed back because of the Take Note debate on the Indigenous experience in Canada's justice system. The lives and memories of Indigenous peoples affect us all in both profound and simple ways, and I would encourage all members to take a moment to reflect on these influences today. Mr. Speaker, one aim of my bill is to bring a sense of hope to Indigenous communities across Canada by creating a day that recognizes their lives, their culture, and their influence. My bill responds to one of the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The Commission called, and I'm quoting here, upon the federal government in collaboration with Aboriginal peoples to establish as a statutory holiday a national day for truth and reconciliation to honor survivors, their families, and communities, and ensure that the public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools remain a vital component of the reconciliation process. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't get any clearer than that. If we as partners in reconciliation want to make the process of reconciliation seriously, it's crucial that the members of this House support my bill. My bill creates a public opportunity to better engage and understand the impacts of critical issues affecting Indigenous peoples and settler society. Among these issues, Mr. Speaker, are the long-lasting impacts of residential schools, the 60 Scoop, child foster care issues, our treaty relationships, and missing and murdered Indigenous women. These aren't issues that exist in the past. First Nations, Métis, and Northern children and youth are hurting. Their families and communities are struggling to secure employment and make ends meet. Families do not have access to services and become trapped in the cycle of poverty and foster care. In Saskatchewan alone, 87% of children in foster care are Indigenous. We must ask ourselves, what do our children see? Do Indigenous children and youth, girls in particular, see a country that in both word and deed champions their intrinsic importance? Do the different levels of government and those in different positions of authority communicate that their lives are valued? Let us reflect on these questions as we consider the overrepresentation of Indigenous children in foster care, the high rates of missing and murdered Indigenous women, and the overrepresentation of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis in corrections facilities and prisons. Mr. Speaker, more than 2 years ago, in the ruling of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal was clear. The Canadian government was guilty of racially discriminating against tens of thousands of First Nations children in systematically underfunding federal services. The tribunal's ruling called on the federal government for immediate, medium, and long-term reforms so that children can receive the treatment they deserve. Children are entitled to feel safe, to be cared for, to feel and be valued, and they deserve the same opportunities as everyone else. Now that we see the budget for 2018, we acknowledge the commitment from the government to help Indigenous people in Canada. However, funding is only one aspect of the reconciliation project. Canadians also need encouragement towards understanding Indigenous history, identity, and nationhood in tandem with Canadian history. In order to strengthen the public's awareness and increase support of the nation-to-nation process vital to reconciliation, my bill provides an opportunity for all people living in Canada to celebrate, recognize, and honor First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples' diverse historical, cultural, and linguistic contributions. Passing Bill C-369 allows for a national opportunity not only to reflect on our history, but also to celebrate Indigenous culture. My bill would create time for all Canadians to reflect on our treaty relationships and other agreements with Indigenous nations. My bill creates a platform for us all to gather and involve ourselves in a conversation that leads to better understanding of the challenges and opportunities within Indigenous communities. Only when we work together can we make progress towards reconciliation. After all, we are stronger when we are together. Mr. Speaker, my bill is not the first time that National Aboriginal Day has been brought up in the House. National Aboriginal Day was the result of consultations and statements of support made by Indigenous groups across the country. In 1982, the National Indian Brotherhood, now known as the Assembly of First Nations, launched a campaign to have National Aboriginal Day recognized as a national holiday. Then in 1986, June 21 was proclaimed National Aboriginal Day by then Governor-General of Canada, Romeo LeBlanc. Those who are paying attention will note that June 21st is also the summer solstice, which holds special significance to many Indigenous peoples in Canada. Now known as National Indigenous Peoples Day, June 21 is recognized as a statutory holiday in the Northwest Territories, and last May was declared a statutory holiday in the Yukon. A similar bill was tabled in the Ontario Legislature in September 2017, titled the Indigenous Day Act, A Path to Truth and Reconciliation. My bill is not unprecedented, and its principles have had success in Canada in the past. The Assembly of First Nations has been pushing for National Indigenous Peoples Day to be recognized federally for years. In fact, in 2016, the AFN passed a resolution at their annual General Assembly calling for June 21 to be a statutory holiday. Chief Bobby Cameron of the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations has supported my motion. The Congress of Aboriginal Peoples supported C-369 when it was tabled under its original name. The National Chief, Robert Bertrand, was present at the press conference to voice his support publicly. UFCW Canada has endorsed this bill and reports that in 6 collective agreements in 4 different provinces, the National Indigenous Peoples Day is recognized as a paid holiday. The Ontario Public Service Employees Union endorsed the call for National Indigenous Peoples Day to become a statutory holiday. The Vancouver Aboriginal Child and Family Services Society has expressed the need to make National Indigenous Peoples Day a statutory holiday. We have received numerous letters and calls from Canadians, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, who are in favor of making June 21st a statutory holiday. Despite the historical precedent and significant support, Mr. Speaker, I do want to speak about some of the criticism that I've received about my bill. Mr. Speaker, it's no surprise to members of this House that the nature of our jobs brings criticism from those people who don't believe that we are doing our jobs well enough. However, a lot of what I've heard with regards to this bill has been unprofessional, illogical, uncalled for, and plainly put, racist. Being a First Nations woman from Northern Saskatchewan, I've heard this type of language before, and I will hear it again in the future. Too many Indigenous people's lives with this language on a daily basis, and I firmly believe that taking steps towards reconciliation will alleviate at least some of the pain caused by this language. My bill also has been discussed publicly at the same time as the verdicts in the cases related to Colton Boucher and Tina Fontaine. While so much of the public conversation about Colton and Tina has been filled with love and calls for justice, too much of it has been about hate, misconceptions, biases, and individuals saying that the system worked. Mr. Speaker, this is the language a settler society uses to continue its oppression of Indigenous peoples. Individuals will always be free to speak their minds, but if this government is committed to changing the conversation with and about Indigenous peoples in this country, we need to take steps that will change the spaces in which those conversations to take place. My bill, Mr. Speaker, is one such step. We as a government can't change the hearts and minds of Canadians or limit their expression, but what we can do together is change the environment where the process of reconciliation is taking place. As I've already said, my bill creates a day of reflection and celebration of Indigenous history and contributions to our collective society. It takes the extra step of allowing most Canadians a day off work to join our Indigenous friends and neighbours in celebrating their cultures and remembering their history. My bill is a necessary step towards changing the public conversation about Indigenous people in this country. And it's on us, Mr. Speaker, as members of this House to make time to do those things. Now we all know that it's not unprecedented for this House to make time for everyone in Canada to celebrate together. Every year, Canadians gather on July 1st to celebrate the history of our nation, and most people are given the day off to celebrate with their neighbours. Every year, Canadians are given the day off work to celebrate Christmas or to take the day to spend time with their families and celebrate their own religious holidays. We also recognize new beginnings and give Canadians January 1 to think about the new year ahead of them. These days, among others, are days of national celebration. Further, Mr. Speaker, this House recognizes days of reflection and mourning as part of our national experience. November 11 is our day of remembrance, a day to understand and appreciate those who have served Canada in war, armed conflict, and peace. We also use Labor Day to remember the workers who suffered in dangerous conditions and enshrined workers' rights as human rights. In both of these respects, celebration and reflection, my bill fits with the historical precedent of statutory holidays in Canada. Mr. Speaker, let us not be bogged down by the conversations I've both listened to and been a part of that another statutory holiday is unnecessary and goes too far. Canada is a complex country, full of complex peoples and complex ideas. In many ways, we have too much to celebrate and too much to remember. But that should not take away from our national project of reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, it feels as though the time will never be right for a bill that asks for special recognition of Indigenous culture and history. But this government has continuously stated that the most important relationship is the one with Indigenous peoples. This same government has committed to answer the calls of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in the spirit of healing and truth. It begs the question, Mr. Speaker, when is the right time? If the burden of reconciliation is too difficult for us to take on as a country, then we must seriously consider our roles as elected leaders in Canada. If reconciliation is too hard for our government to support in full, then we must seriously reconsider our government. Reconciliation was not meant to be a label or a chapter, title for a settler government to adopt as a symbol of progress. Reconciliation is not a feel-good promise of better days ahead for a colonial society. Reconciliation is not seeing the indigenization of our institutions for the betterment of those who are already in power. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people are tired of waiting for the right time to come along. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous people can't wait for the next election year to get another empty promise from the government. I asked as elected officials, we go beyond talking points and formally create June 21 as a statutory holiday. National Indigenous Peoples Day will create an opportunity to share, to celebrate, and to open up a dialogue for all people living in Canada to better understand and empathize with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. I encourage the honourable members on all sides to consider this bill to begin building the bridges of understanding between Canada and the First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech and for bringing this this bill forward. She talks about the celebration of Indigenous cultures as a key element of this, yet the call to action number 80 talks about reconciliation, talks about residential schools, and talks about the black mark that it is on our history. And I realize that we have different national holidays with different purposes. Remembrance Day is a very solemn holiday, while New Year's Day is one that's very celebratory. It strikes me that in the true spirit of the calls to action, that the real theme of a national holiday such as this one would be more akin to self-examination and reflection as opposed to celebration. Would the member care to comment on that?
The Honourable Member for Desnethé, Minisinipi, Churchill River.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for asking the question. I'd like to break it down into different themes. As an Indigenous person living in Canada, I see a number of avenues. One, why not we get a chance as Indigenous people across Canada have an opportunity to celebrate like everyone else in Canada. We are the original people of Canada, and yet we are still waiting. And another angle that I like to take is reconciliation. As Indigenous person, Indigenous people across Canada understand the word reconciliation obviously differently than the honourable member across the floor. My understanding is that it is of reconciliation, celebration, respect, love, acceptance, and the list goes on. To me, as an Indigenous person, that's what it means. Across Canada, Indigenous people will feel the same way. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to thank my colleague for her very articulate speech and also her passion and commitment. I work with her on the Indigenous Affairs Committee, and I know how passionately she's an advocate for many, many areas of importance. My question really relates to, and I know we've had this debate in this House on many occasions, and I'm going to use Remembrance Day as an example. And on Remembrance Day, the Legions in particular feel that having a statutory holiday is not the best way, a day off, a paid day off, is not the best way to actually recognize and celebrate Remembrance Day. And, I look in terms of, in the riding I represent, Kamloops Thompson Caribou, and how we have celebrations and the school children come with their classes, the parents join them. So again, I'm not sure that in spite of her good intentions, that we wouldn't have a more effective celebration where we commit to coming together, not necessarily on a day off, where quite frankly, sometimes people prefer to go shopping as opposed to really reflecting on the spirit of the day.
The Honourable Member for Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for posing the question. Again, I'd like to break it down. One question I'd like to ask her, because it sounds to me, based on the question that she asked, does she not want Remembrance Day anymore in Canada? The way I understand the National Remembrance Day, in Saskatchewan, it's well revered. In Canada, as I know our Canadians, it's well revered. Children, youth are being taught in school about the importance that Canada has made, the contributions that it has made at the international level to save Canada and to protect Canada and to make sure that Canada remains a strong nation. The children have that opportunity, the schools. A national holiday allows Canadians to really be at home, to be amongst each other, and to sit and reflect. I have participated in discussions with other with Canadians, the importance of Remembrance Day, the importance of a national holiday, as is with the National Indigenous Day. It is very important to have the same respect for Indigenous peoples across Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Indigenous Peoples Day, introduced by the member representing Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River. This bill proposes to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code to modify the definition of holidays within each of these acts to include National Indigenous Peoples Day as part of these definitions. As a result, it would establish National Indigenous Peoples Day as a paid non-working holiday for approximately 904,000 employees working in the federally regulated private sector. This represents about 6% of Canada's workforce. La Journée nationale des peuples autochtones.
National Indigenous Peoples Day has been celebrated throughout Canada for 21 years. In 1996, the Government of Canada, in cooperation with national Indigenous organizations, designated June 21st, the date of the summer solstice, as the day to recognize Indigenous peoples in Canada. It was through a proclamation signed by the Right Honourable Roméo Leblanc, Governor-General of Canada at the time, on the recommendation of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada, that this day was designated National Indigenous Peoples Day. In 2017, the Prime Minister indicated that they would rename National Aboriginal Day to National Indigenous Peoples Day. This day aims to highlight the unique and significant heritage, cultures, and contributions of First Nations
and Métis peoples. Celebrating National Indigenous Peoples Day fosters greater knowledge and understanding of our history and of the traditions and customs that played a key role in shaping the country we know today as Canada. It provides the perfect opportunity to learn about the people, places, and events that are a part of the history of our land, and it permits us to realize the importance that diversity plays in our great country. La Journée nationale des peuples autochtones.
National Indigenous Peoples Day is one of the 4 days that constitutes the Celebrate Canada program. The series of celebrations starts on June 21st with National Indigenous Peoples Day and continues with Saint Jean Baptiste, June 24th, or rather St. John Baptist Day, Canada's Multicultural Day on June 27th, and Canada Day on July 1st. This time period highlights various cultures throughout Canada. It also allows us to pay tribute to the heritage and the origins of our predecessors and those who came after to continue efforts to create a Canada that is representative of all of its citizens to make it truly inclusive.
Celebrations in 2017 were an opportunity for a greater number of Canadians to participate in activities in all parts of the country. Indeed, as we mark the 150th anniversary of Confederation, more Canadians than ever took part in community events and celebrations on National Indigenous Peoples Day. Through its Celebrate Canada program, the Government of Canada has made such investments so as to provide funding for over 1,700 community celebrations in 2017. Events were held in each province and territory. Additionally, high-impact events marking the day were held in 8 cities across Canada and were broadcast through a partnership with the Aboriginal Peoples Television Network and through social media. An unprecedented 1.2 million Canadians had the chance to take in these celebrations. Chaque année, une gamme d'activités.
Every year, a range of activities is organized, namely ceremonies, cultural expositions, and performances on stage in order to highlight the traditions and contemporary vision of Indigenous peoples. Children and families participate in activities where they can sample dishes, listen to stories, and admire the art and artistic talent of the descendants of the first inhabitants of this country. From traditional purification ceremonies to concerts, National Indigenous Peoples Day presents a broad spectrum of Indigenous culture, and it shows us that it is alive, well, and significant.
The legacy of residential schools is a stain on our past, and I believe we must seize every chance we get to rebuild relationships between Indigenous communities and the rest of Canada. As the Prime Minister has stated, no relationship is more important to Canada than the relationship with Indigenous peoples. In 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission presented a report that included 94 calls to action to redress the legacy of residential schools and advance the process of reconciliation. The Government of Canada committed to implementing these recommendations, including Call to Action 80, that urges the federal government, in collaboration with Aboriginal peoples, to establish as a statutory holiday a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation to honor survivors, their families, and communities, and ensure that public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of the reconciliation process. Dans cette optique, le député.
It is with this perspective that the member for Desnatay, Mississippi, Churchill River, proposed a bill that would designate National Indigenous Peoples Day as a paid holiday for part of the Canadian workforce, namely employees in the private sector under federal regulation. within the Canadian constitutional framework, it is understood that this is the first step in establishing a new holiday. However, to designate this day as a paid holiday for all Canadians, it bears remembering that collective agreements for the federal public service would have to be changed, and provinces and territories would have to change their respective legislation if it is not already done. For example, June 21st is a paid non-working holiday for the residents of the Northwest Territories since 2001 and for the residents of the Yukon since 2017.
I'm pleased to contribute to today's debate and to call upon this House to carefully consider all of the implications of the bill before us. I think we can aspire to an outcome that is aligned with the commitment to renew the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples based on recognition of rights, respect, and cooperation, in the same way that the designation of National Indigenous Peoples Day 21 years ago was the result of a process that engaged and cooperated with the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too am pleased to join this important debate on my colleague's private member's bill C-369, which proposes to turn National Indigenous Peoples Day into a statutory holiday. Conservatives have proudly marked National Indigenous Peoples Day annually, both in government and in opposition. We've encouraged Canadians to take part in local celebrations, to learn our history, and also celebrate the immense contributions of Indigenous peoples to Canada. The Leader of the official opposition has stated that the National Aboriginal Day is a celebration of the cultural heritage, achievements, and contributions made by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples in Canada. The National Indigenous Peoples Day is not considered a national federal holiday. Bill 369 seeks to change that. As such, it would amend the Bill of Exchange Act and the Interpretation Act in order to make this new holiday into account in the computation of time. It would also amend the Canada Labour Code in order to include the National Indigenous Peoples Day in the definition of a general holiday. And we certainly heard from the speaker just prior to me that that this would not be a holiday for all Canadians. It would be a holiday. This bill would actually impact 6% of the labour force. There's issues with the provinces, the territories, but I think it's important to be very clear that this is not something that would happen across Canada. You know, we believe in reconciliation with all Indigenous people. The opportunity for poverty reduction should be key priorities, and First Nations people should expect and have the right to a transparent and open government. We respect and appreciate the National Indigenous Peoples Day, but we're not sure that creating a federal statutory holiday is the approach to go. And I think, you know, it is important that if we're going to create a new national holiday, I think you know, certainly as I look over time, we've had many, many additions to what are our national holidays, but we've never actually talked about taking any away. So I know that certainly private industry becomes increasingly concerned as more and more challenges get added to them, but what we never do is look at perhaps this would be more important than an existing holiday that's already in place. So I think, you know, that is something that if a bill like this is going to, if the House is going to support a measure like this to go forward, we need to look at the existing holidays and talk about, do they all still actually make sense? Because quite frankly, when the non-partisan Library of Parliament was asked to actually consider what the cost would be to the Canada's economy, they said there doesn't appear to be any empirical study. So we actually will be voting on something, adding something, not taking anything away, and we won't have any real understanding of what the costs would be related to that. So This is a private member's bill that would have significant impact, and I do think that we need to have a pretty clear understanding of what that impact would be. We also know that we currently have a government that is spending lots of money. They're spending more money than they said they were going to spend. Their deficit is going to be significantly higher than they committed to Canadians. Their spending is out of control, and so to add more costs in terms of what this government is doing, I think is something we've got to start to find out where they're going to start to actually be sensible about their expenditures. But I think more importantly, there is the issue of, is there a holiday that should come off if we're going to look at adding one on, because certainly there is a significant impact on, federally regulated businesses, but also potentially in terms of the federal public service. I still have to go back to the Royal Canadian Legion and the whole discussion around Remembrance Day and whether it's a statutory holiday or not. And I know in some provinces it's very different across the country. But the Legion officials have always expressed their worries that, the day off does not encourage people to attend downtown celebrations. And the War Amps of Canada officials explicitly stated, our stance is that it should never be a holiday. You take away the uniqueness of being able to educate the younger generation on the horrors of war. And I want to talk in terms of National Indigenous Peoples Day. I've had the privilege and honor to both be in my riding on June 21st and be in Ottawa on June 21st. And I can tell you when in McDonald Park in Kamloops, they come together, the celebration is amazing. Teachers come with their students to the park. They come, parents come to the park, and truly it is an honor, and it's a celebration, and it's a recognition locally of the incredible contribution. Then further later that day, we gather in terms of the grounds for Kamloops, and they have another celebration. Very, very well attended celebrations. And I think the school children that come, and many, many do come and join us, are particularly enlightened in terms of having the opportunity to benefit. So in Ottawa, the same thing. I think many of us here have gone to the ceremony when the sun comes up and enjoyed the Inuit music. We've enjoyed the celebrations, the dancing, the singing, the Métis, and the First Nations, and we all come together. So I'm not always convinced that giving a day off is the best way to celebrate and honor and to learn, quite frankly, for people to learn. And again, I look at the experience in the community of Kamloops and actually across British Columbia. When you watch the newscasts, those evenings after on June 21st, you see amazing celebrations across the country. So I think, Mr. Speaker, I think I recognize the important intent in terms of what my colleague would like to do. I think it really, quite frankly, needs some really important discussion in terms of, is this the best way to honor and recognize, or is there something to continue as we are is the best way to move forward. And of course, quite frankly, I think it's important for us. I noticed that when my colleague was talking about the people that supported this, she actually didn't talk about the people that are going to be directly impacted in terms of the federally regulated industries also providing their support for this particular bill. And certainly that's something that I think is important to see, that federally regulated institutes across this country are on board, and as I say, to date have not seen that. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I think it's an important debate we're having right now, and I think we need to make sure it's a very fulsome debate. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's with great pleasure that I rise today to speak to Bill C-369,
brought forward by my NDP colleague. I'm especially happy that she tabled this bill because it's very important to me to have a National Aboriginal Peoples Day. Obviously, it would mean that Aboriginal peoples have a day that recognizes them and to engage in activities, to give them an opportunity to speak about their culture, their history, their traditions, and to speak about how they've influenced the country and their local history. But I think even more importantly is that if it's a holiday, then it gives us the opportunity, us non-Aboriginal people, the opportunity to participate and learn. Unfortunately, Aboriginal history isn't always explained well in our history classes, our history books, in schools. And oftentimes we're given the official version and not what actually happened. So there are many people who aren't familiar with what truly happened. For example, take residential schools. Some people aren't even aware that these kinds of things happened. So I think if we had a national day, it would give us an opportunity to better understand the reality of other people, of what they've experienced. And I think in order to be able to do that, we need a holiday in their name. It will give us an opportunity to participate along with Aboriginal communities. These communities will be able to invite people to join in, and in that way, people will attend. Oftentimes when there are family activities, people are happy to participate. And so by declaring this day as being a holiday, then all will be able to participate. In the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report, they pointed out that reconciliation isn't an Aboriginal problem, it's a Canadian problem. And so Canadian society has to be considered. So on a National Aboriginal Peoples Day, that would be a holiday, they would have people would have the opportunity to live up to this. Neighboring communities can help Aboriginal communities preserve their culture by participating. And I think it's up to all of us to become involved, because Aboriginal culture is part of the history of all our regions. Abitibi-Témiscamingue would never have been what it is today without Aboriginal people. So our history is intimately connected to the history of, for example, the Algonquin people. When the very first settlers came to Abitibi-Témiscamingue, they were given land and told that they had to make do. However, without the assistance of the Algonquins who were there, without the neighboring communities who helped them learn how to survive, they wouldn't have been able to do this. Now we're talking about one holiday. One holiday for one of the founding peoples of our country. This country would not be what it is without Aboriginal peoples. And the first settlers probably wouldn't have even survived without the help of Aboriginal peoples. When Jacques Cartier arrived, along with other settlers, they survived thanks to the Aboriginal peoples. They probably would have all died of scurvy if Aboriginal people hadn't been there to help them. So we should be able to celebrate for one day this important time in history and these important people. They are deserving of a national day. And this would foster exchanges between communities, and it would be a true move forward to reconciliation. Over the past few years, I've had the opportunity to attend powwows in my riding that are organized around the middle of June. And it's an opportunity for me to learn more about these communities. I've learned many things about traditional food, because there are many activities that are organized. And when you participate in a powwow, you have an opportunity to participate in those activities. Each and every time I go, I just think it's so wonderful that we have this opportunity. you know, before these started, people were hesitant. They didn't know if they should attend or not. But some approached the community and they were told, no, we're open to all people attending. We're open to non-Aboriginal people attending. And so now people are learning. You know, they learn about eagle's feathers. They learn about what happens when an eagle's feather falls, what you have to do when that eagle's feather falls. So there are many things like that hundreds of people in my riding have been able to learn through participation in these activities. If we don't have that kind of day, then it makes it much more difficult to engage people in these activities. You know, if these activities are happening after supper, for example, well, it's a difficult time to be able to take time out to attend activities. It's important to be able to have the time to slow down, to participate, and to think about what Indigenous peoples have given us. This really could be an opportunity for exchanges between what I would call solitudes, two solitudes. I think it would be fantastic to be able to have an opportunity to learn, for example, some of the language. You know, there are many rivers and villages and mountains in my riding that have Algonquin names. It would be fantastic to be able to have an opportunity to find out where these names come from and what these names signify in the Algonquin language. So personally, I think all members of Parliament should support this bill. It really is an issue that is closely tied to reconciliation with the people who share this territory with us. And I think in order to be able to do that, a holiday is necessary. It gives us the time to truly be aware of what we stand to gain through these kinds of exchanges. Too many times in the past we've been isolated, and people live in isolated pockets. So I hope that as parliamentarians, we'll all be willing to grant this day to the Aboriginal people so that we can all together learn more about each other, because we will all benefit from learning from each other, from discovering each other. We should never be closed to these kinds of opportunities that allow these kinds of exchanges between people. So I strongly recommend to all my colleagues to support this bill and to go and read about what various Aboriginal organizations have said about this type of holiday. Because these organizations support this bill, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission included recommendations that really are aligned with this kind of initiative. So I hope that this bill will be supported. I think it's an excellent bill, and I'd like to once again thank my colleague for bringing it forward. She's done extraordinary work, and I am so pleased to be able to sit here with her and also have opportunities to exchange with her. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what a pleasure it is to be able to rise and speak on a very important issue. You know, I think that it's virtually universally well received in terms of just how important the National Indigenous Peoples Day is on June the 21st. We have members throughout a great nation, community members, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, that have made a note of that particular day and recognize just how important it is that we do take some time to appreciate the many different contributions Indigenous people have made to who we are today as a nation. And in listening to other members provide comments with respect to Bill 369, I wanted to add a few thoughts to it. First and foremost, I'd like to recognize the efforts that the Prime Minister himself has put on this particular issue of Indigenous people and that sense of commitment that he brings to the table, which is quite different than what we've seen with previous prime ministers, wanting to work with Indigenous people and garner the respect that is really warranted in order to be able to move forward. And we see that attitude being incorporated, that special relationship and encouraged, whether it's from the Prime Minister's office to the cabinet table to, no doubt, not only members of the Liberal caucus, but members on all sides of this House. Whether you hear strong indications of support for the statutory holiday or you don't hear that, what is, I believe, something in which all members of this House will recognize is how important it is that we do have an Indigenous or a National Indigenous Peoples Day. And that is something in which I would like to think, whatever side an MP might fall on the issue, is that we actually recognize is something that's really encouraging that comes from the House of Commons today. And I think it is reflected on many of the speeches that I have heard over the years. We have seen the whole idea of truth and reconciliation, the call for action, the recommendations in which we have all been challenged to live up to, is something in which we should all take very seriously. It's one of the reasons why I was so pleased when we saw the division of the department, where we now have a minister that's looking solely on the issue of services. And I think that we have just an incredible minister that will do a fantastic job. With our Minister of Indigenous Affairs continuing to go out and meet with individuals, solicit that very important input, and to really reestablish that relationship. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen, and I've had the opportunity on June 21 in my own riding of Winnipeg North to participate in Indigenous Peoples Day, where walking down Selkirk Avenue, participating in the schoolyard grounds of Children of the Earth, which is truly a unique school in itself in Western Canada. Indeed, I would suggest to you in all of Canada, where there is that special celebration. And what I find very encouraging is not only is it our Indigenous community getting engaged, but the number of non-Indigenous people that take the time and understand and appreciate just how important it is that we value the contributions. The sponsoring member made reference to some very important issues in addressing it, because it is important that we recognize history. You know, just last Sunday, I had no idea that this bill was actually coming up today, but just this last Sunday, I was on the grounds of the Manitoba legislature, and there is an individual, Joseph, and you have to excuse me for not knowing his last name, has a large tent, and there's other Indigenous people that participate, and they're actually, from what I'm understanding, sleeping over on the grounds of the Manitoba legislature. And it reminds me of another demonstration that had occurred a few years prior to that, where they were community members that went beyond the Indigenous community were trying to draw attention to the 1,000+ murdered and missing Indigenous girls and women, and how important it was to have a public inquiry. You know, in Winnipeg and Manitoba in particular, that issue, again, is starting to resurface in terms of just how important it is that the government make sure that we get this right. When we had a recent court decision being made in regards to Tina Fontaine. I'm somewhat familiar with Tina Fontaine. For those that are not, you know, a 15-year-old Indigenous girl who was actually had her body found back in August of 2014, maybe 15. I'm not 100. I think it's 2014, Mr. Speaker, pulled from the Red River. And the sad truth, or the sad reality, is that there's far too many of those types of actions and discoveries that are taking place in our country, Mr. Speaker, and we do need to get a better understanding of that. The member opposite made reference to residential schools and the harms that has caused our society. You know, I look at the area in which I represent in Winnipeg North and the number of children that are in foster care, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about many other issues where there seems to be a higher percentage of Indigenous people, a percentage that is not acceptable, in which as elected officials we need to look at. So when we think of June 21, yes, it's important that we reflect on those types of issues, but it's also important, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we celebrate, and I really mean celebrate the enormous contributions that the Indigenous peoples over the years have put in place to enable us to have the home that we have today. As Canada, as a nation, we are envied around the world. And we wouldn't be where we are today if it were not for Indigenous people. And getting a better appreciation of what a smudge is, or a powwow, or the many different wonderful contributions that have been made, I think this is something which also needs to be highlighted. I enjoy, just earlier this week, I was making reference to Folklorama. We have had the Métis community provide a pavilion. Over the years, we've had a First Nation pavilion, and you will find that these are popular pavilions. You have individuals wanting to participate so that they can become better educated about the culture and heritage of Indigenous people. And there is so much positive that is in there, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I see whether it's the Métis tap dance with the violin and how enthusiastic people get into that, or I see the many different types of dances and drums that are used within our First Nations, you know, especially the more recent heritage of the hoop dance, truly amazing. And they are, in fact, areas in which there's a huge sense of interest from the public to get a better understanding. But it goes far beyond that. Think in terms of Indigenous people in the way and the manner in which they treat the environment or the Mother Earth, Mr. Speaker. We have a great deal to learn from that. We have so many other aspects of Indigenous culture and heritage where we could be a better society by getting a better understanding of that, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of good reason why we should be celebrating June 21, Mr. Speaker. It is a day that I will continue to celebrate, and I look forward to continuing to hear the debate on this very important issue in regards to whether or not it should be made a statutory holiday. I see my time has expired, Mr. Speaker, so I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith will have 3 minutes and then have another 7 minutes coming to her when the debate continues. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to be standing in support of the long overdue action to have a National Indigenous Day be made a statutory holiday. This is consistent with Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations, and I'm very grateful to my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Desinethi, Mississippi Churchill River, for bringing it forward. If I were the Prime Minister, I would have adopted a bill just like this in 2016 on June 21st. or in 2017. It is so aligned with what the government says their objectives are. If they truly believe that their relationship with Indigenous people is of the highest order and the highest precedence, then surely they would create space in our country for people to come together, talk about the legacy of residential schools, of the overrepresentation of children in the child welfare system, in Indigenous people, Indigenous women in particular, overrepresentation in our jails. We've got a lot of work to do as a country, and for a government that says they want to do the right thing and is very willing to spend money on all kinds of things, surely if they were to put their money where their mouth is, then they will vote yes to this very constructive and concrete proposal. I'm honored to stand in support of Bill C. 369, representing Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and in my community, standing with the leaders and the communities of Nanaimo First Nation, Saminas First Nation, and Snanaas, or Nanoose First Nation. These are leaders that have taught me a lot, and in our community, June 21st, the solstice is increasingly the space is being taken to recognize the past wrongs in relationship with Indigenous people in this country, and the positive future that we can have if we do, as my colleague says, we are stronger when we stand together. There is great work to do to the families of Colton Boushie and Tina Fontaine. I am embarrassed and saddened by the failure to find the killers of their children, and to witness the racism that has been unleashed in this country as a result of those trials. It tells us more and more that we have work to do as a country. And voting yes to my colleague, the member from Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River, would be just the least that we can do. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the House to vote yes for this constructive, positive, forward-looking motion, consistent with the government's promises on Indigenous people, consistent with its promises to fully implement the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member will have 7 minutes coming to her when this topic comes back to the House. The time provided for the consideration of this item of private member's business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement,
pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to follow up on a question I asked the Minister on November 8th. At that time, it was day 76 of the occupation of 2 open-net salmon farms in the Broughton Archipelago. I asked the Minister if he would meet with BC and First Nation governments to discuss moving these farms off the wild salmon migration route, yes or no. The Minister replied, quote, "The simple answer is yes," unquote. Mr. Speaker, today is day 208, and they are still waiting. They have no other choice but to take the government to court. The Namgis First Nation is in court this week seeking a judicial review of Fisheries and Oceans Canada's policy and that doesn't mandate testing for the blood virus Piscine reovirus, or PRV. Before the scheduled transfer of Atlantic salmon smolts to Marine Harvest open net salmon farm in Namgis territory, and they are also seeking an injunction to prevent the Minister from issuing a license permitting the transfer of those smolts. Despite the First Nations' repeated attempts to engage the Minister on this crucial issue, despite what the Minister says, he has not consulted with them. Even with their constitutionally protected rights and this government's promise to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Canada has not consulted nor sought Namgis' consent to unlawful transfer of disease-infested salmon into its territory. Chief Don Svenvik states, quote, "We have made every attempt to engage Canada in good faith on their PRV policy and the transfer of Atlantic salmon into our territory, but it
refused to consult with us. NamGeese has no other option to protect wild salmon or title and rights and ultimately who we are as a people but to ask the court to intervene to prevent the serious, irreversible harm being visited upon us by Canada and Marine Harvest. As the Parliamentary Secretary knows, I asked the Minister about this at committee this morning. The Minister said that he had the opportunity to meet with NamGeese leadership in previous visits to BC and seen that senior officials are in regular contact. He said that the assertion that they do not or have not consulted with NamGeese is not representative. Yet a press release from the NamGeese states, quote, Marine Harvest is preparing to restock their Swanson Island fish farm approximately 16 kilometers east of Alert Bay, NamGeese territory, with Atlantic salmon, despite NamGeese's strenuous objection and lack of consent, unquote. It goes on to say, quote, the Minister has not consulted with NamGeese and has not even replied to any of the multiple letters NamGeese has sent to the Minister over the last 3 months, unquote. Mr. Speaker, is this what the First Nations can expect from the government when it comes to consultation? Will the government accept the NamGeese assertion that they have not been consulted and call them instead of forcing them into court? Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is from British Columbia. I know he is fully aware of the following. When it comes to RAS, Recirculating Aquatic Systems, the train is leaving the station and BC is not on it. Canada is not on it. And Canada has no strategy for modernizing salmon aquaculture. Land-based, closed containment aquaculture represents an opportunity for Canada, BC in particular, to play a leading role in an emerging market.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for his comments. He and I are neighbours. We share a border. We share a passion for serving our constituents, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue today. As a British Columbian, I understand the very real concerns that individuals have about finfish aquaculture. In fact, since taking the role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, I spent a considerable amount of time researching and learning about this particular issue. I have done site visits at facilities throughout British Columbia, I've had meetings with stakeholders and worked with members of Pacific Caucus who have expressed great interest in the overarching issue. I have compiled more than 500 pages of reports and have participated in meetings with more than 100 stakeholders. The situation is of concern to our government, and we are very much looking for constructive ways to move forward in a way that is satisfactory to Indigenous people, the aquaculture industry, the province, as well as the federal government. As we have said many times before, the only way we can find solutions to these situations is through meaningful and constructive dialogue. We saw demonstrations of this when we held various symposiums last summer. The Minister has previously noted the many opportunities he has had to discuss aquaculture in British Columbia with provincial and Indigenous leaders, covering the full range of issues in respect of environmental concerns, scientific evidence, the importance of the sector as an economic driver, and importantly, following through on the government's response to recommendations made by the Cohen Commission. These meetings, Mr. Speaker, are always fruitful and aim to find common ground. Of paramount importance in these discussions is respect. Respect for the rights of Indigenous people, respect for the rights of individuals to engage in peaceful protest, as well as the respect for free enterprise that is operating within the regulatory framework that has been put in place to protect the marine environment. The aquaculture sector currently has 20 economic development agreements with numerous Indigenous nations, covering approximately 80% of all salmon farms in the province. Moreover, industry is committed that no new farms will be developed without the full support and direct participation of Indigenous communities. This, Mr. Speaker, combined with a broader national discussion, is an important backdrop through which to consider the situation at hand in the occupation of the farms in question. While we may not be able to reach a similar agreement in this particular case, I do believe that industry as well as Indigenous communities can coexist in the province. In fact, I have been encouraged by the many conversations I have had that point to how we can work closely together to create real economic benefits for communities while protecting our marine environment. Our government also takes our commitments under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People very seriously and are actively committed to building a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples. The Minister and I had the opportunity to discuss how this can be accomplished in concrete terms with 4 different Indigenous groups when we visited British Columbia just last week. Renewed nation-to-nation relationships based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership is the foundation for transformative change. Fisheries and Oceans Canada officials are presently engaged in concluding negotiations for treaties and reconciliation agreements in 6 treaty tables in British Columbia alone. I believe that through these and other respectful and constructive discussions, we are demonstrating to the Canadian people and the world that we are following through with our commitment to Indigenous people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's comments in response to this, but I ask him to encourage his government to work with the Namgis First Nation and their company, Katerra, on a transition plan to modernize this industry to safe land-based closed containment. And speaking of that, Mr. Speaker, it's very time-sensitive that Canada move on this. I just want to point out a few very important facts. Several commercial-scale Atlantic salmon land-based closed containment projects are already underway around the world. The USA has 6 facilities in development that will produce more than 200,000 tons of land-based salmon farm or land-based farm salmon. Other countries are also following this lead: Norway, Scotland, Denmark, Poland, South Africa, Switzerland, China, and France. Here in Canada, we have 3 companies: Katerra, CanAqua, Sustainable Blue, and they.
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member opposite bringing up RAS and closed containment. I, along with the member from West Vancouver, had the opportunity to visit Katerra in British Columbia last summer and tour the facility with Indigenous leaders from the community. We've also worked with many stakeholders to examine the potential of this technology. In our most recent budget, we invested in the Fisheries and Aquaculture Clean Technology Adoption Program, which encourages Canadian fisheries and aquaculture industries to reduce the potential environmental impacts of their activities. In addition, our government continues to respect our commitments under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, not only through treaty table discussions on fisheries, but in many other areas as well. Again, as I noted in my previous comments, we are concerned with the ongoing protests at aquaculture sites in the Broughton Archipelago and are very much committed to taking concrete steps towards a respectful and constructive solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great privilege to rise tonight and participate in this adjournment debate. Now, tonight I want to follow up on a question that I first asked on February 12th in question period. And at the time I asked the question to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, who, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is also the member from Papineau. Now, unfortunately, at the time, he did not respond, and rather the response came from the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. The question was on interprovincial trade and the challenges at that time that were being experienced between our friends in Alberta and British Columbia. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall at the time that due to the British Columbia government's efforts to block the TMX Trans Mountain expansion, Alberta was threatening to ban the import of BC wine into Alberta. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the industry within Canada is greatly affected by trade barriers between our province. And it falls on this government to finally take a stand to end trade barriers between our provinces. The challenges that are faced by provinces because of trade barriers account to up to $130 billion in lost economic activity because of trade barriers. And this all stems from an interpretation of the Constitution, Section 121, which states, all articles of the growth, produce, or manufacture of any one of the provinces shall, from and after the Union, be admitted free into each of the other provinces. Now, unfortunately, over the years, this interpretation of that section has been deemed to mean only tariffs. But the reality is non-tariff barriers between our provinces are having a significant impact on our economy. And in fact, the Liberal government's efforts to sign the Canadian Free Trade Agreement were a failure. Indeed, if we look at the CFTA, we find that the agreement itself is 353 pages long, yet 146 of those pages are exceptions. They are exceptions that permit trade barriers to remain in place. They range on issues from mining to livestock medicine to timber processing to wine and beer. And as I travel through my constituency and through constituency across this country, I get the opportunity to meet with small business owners. They may be distilleries, they may be craft breweries, but they're small businesses who are trying their best to develop a product, to develop a business, and to market it across the province and across the country. And talking to some of these business owners, they tell me that it's easier for them to import into the United States than into a neighboring province. Mr. Speaker, this is wrong. And in fact, Andrew Coyne of the National Post wrote about the Liberals' failed efforts on interprovincial trade. He wrote, quote, "For all the attempts to paint the new Canadian Free Trade Agreement as a heroic achievement, there was no disguising the fact that what the ministers were here to announce was a failure." And so on February 12th, as Shadow Secretary for Interprovincial Trade, I asked the government about their failed and poor record on interprovincial trade. And in response, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development said, quote, "We strongly advocate and support free trade among the provinces and territories." And then he pointed to the Canadian Free Trade Agreement as an example of this. But as I've outlined, Mr. Speaker, most of that was exceptions to the rule. And so poor was the Canadian Free Trade Agreement on many of the issues that only two provinces have actually introduced legislation to ratify the CFTA. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the government and the parliamentary secretary, why will they not stand up for small businesses and tear down the trade barriers that are blocking our economic productivity? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary for the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to respond to comments made earlier by the honourable member from Perth Wellington regarding interprovincial trade. Mr. Speaker, our government has shown tremendous leadership in advancing internal trade throughout Canada. On April 7, 2017, Mr. Speaker, our government and all of the provinces and territories announced the successful completion of the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to have played a leadership role in the agreement's negotiations. And we worked in collaboration with provinces and territories in order to craft a new agreement, an ambitious and modern framework for more open trade within Canada. It is the most comprehensive reform to Canada's internal market in over 20 years. Mr. Speaker, since entering into force on July 1, 2017, the Canadian Free Trade Agreement has delivered. It includes a comprehensive new process to align regulations, remove barriers, and help reduce business costs. It provides broader access for Canadian companies to billions of dollars in government's procurement contracts across the country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, Canadian companies operating in certain regulatory professions, such as engineering, are now able to compete for government contracts across the country. In addition, Mr. Speaker, suppliers to most publicly owned energy utilities can now also bid for a range of government contracts in many parts of the country. The agreement's rules provide a framework that opens up trade within our borders in virtually every sector of the economy. It helps ensure that businesses based in Canada have the same or better access to our market as our international trading partners. More open markets are helping Canadian businesses scale up at home so that they can compete globally. Mr. Speaker, this agreement maintains strong provisions to ensure that Canadians can work in different jurisdictions across the country. It also ensures transparency and accountability for regulatory notification and for public reporting. And the Canadian Free Trade Agreement has increased maximum monetary penalties to better ensure that governments comply with the agreement's rules. Finally, the agreement is forward-looking. It sets out a process and timetable towards enhanced trade in a few sectors of the economy that are not currently covered. That includes the scale of alcoholic beverages. To that end, Mr. Speaker, our government worked with provinces and territories to secure a commitment to establish a working group on the interprovincial trade in alcohol. This working group is mandated to propose actions within 1 year to further liberalize domestic trade in alcohol in a socially responsible manner, and its work is well underway. Our government is committed to working hard to stand up for freer trade in our country. We want to enhance the flow of goods, services, investments, and workers across the country without any impediments. And we want to continue working with all parties towards a rapid and cooperative resolutions for any issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary says that the CFTA has delivered. But the fact of the matter is that's simply not true. There are still 146 pages of exceptions out of 353, and it's still illegal in most provinces to transport beer and wine for personal use. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary talks about the working groups that have been established. Yet when I asked an order paper question how those working groups were progressing, what I got back was zero information. In fact, they said that they could not even provide the list of attendees of the working group meetings or the agenda items or the decisions and agreements made because it would be injurious to federal-provincial relations. How poorly are these working group meetings going that they can't even disclose the attendees of the meetings without it being injurious to federal-provincial relations? Mr. Speaker, I ask again, why will the government simply not stand up for the right of individuals to transport beer and wine across provincial boundaries without impediments? It's good for the economy.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, there can be no doubt about our government's commitment to strengthening trade within Canada. We have made the biggest strides in a generation to modernize Canada's internal trade framework. In the face of continued global uncertainty, we have taken a leadership role in working together with provinces and territories to enhance our domestic market. Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to a freer trade within Canada because we know that's good for the middle class and that's good for our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre...
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.